Desperate times call for desperate measures. In the most desperate hours of World War II, 80 volunteers stepped forward to try that which had never been done before, to launch one of the most daring raids in aerial combat history by flying fully loaded medium-range bombers from the deck of an aircraft carrier. It was a single mission of only 16 bombers. Its primary objective was to raise the morale of a nation stunned by the surprise attacks and sweeping conquests launched by the Japanese in December of 1941 by doing what was thought to be impossible at the time, bombing the Japanese home islands. As fate would have it, when they left the deck of that carrier in the nearly gale-force winds of an early April morning, the Doolittle Tokyo Raiders would do far more than boost morale. They would trigger a series of tactical errors by the Japanese High Command, errors destined to change the outcome of World War II in the Pacific. 80 men, 68 years later, only 6 of them are still with us. Yet, their tradition dictates that all 80 of them gather, either in body or spirit, every year on the anniversary of that heroic and historic mission. Richard E. Cole, 95, from Dayton, Ohio, is the oldest surviving Raider. He was Jimmy Doolittle's co-pilot in the first plane to take off from the deck of the USS Hornet. Tom Griffin, from Green Bay, Wisconsin, was the navigator on Raider Airplane No. 9. Following the raid, he was shot down in Europe and spent nearly 2 years in a German prison camp. David Thatcher, of Bridger, Montana, is one of 2 Raiders awarded the Silver Star for distinguished gallantry in action, for actions they took to save the lives of the seriously injured crew members aboard his B-25 airplane No. 7. He is now 89 years old. Robert Hite, the co-pilot of airplane No. 16, was captured by the Japanese after the raid and sentenced to death. He was held for 40 months until liberated by American troops on August 20, 1945. He was born in Odell, Texas. 4 men from the heartland, the northern plains, the Mountain West, and the Southwest. Men whose memories of an America united by the common cause of dire peril, and those gained by flying a mission that would lift the nation's sagging spirits and turn the tide of war, are as vivid today as they were in April 1942.
When we get together, it seems like the raid was yesterday. It's great to see the ones that are still living, and we pay homage to the ones that have passed on.
I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from the United Press. Flash, Washington. The White House announces Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor.
In December of 1941, Dick Cole was a young second lieutenant in the Army Air Corps Reserves, assigned to the 17th Bomb Group at Pendleton, Oregon. On Friday, the 5th of December, he had flown to March Field near Riverside, California on a 3-day pass.
We're given what they used to call an open post, where you get like a 3-day pass. We were in Hollywood at the time the Japanese had attacked Pearl Harbor. On getting the notice that that had taken place, we immediately reported back to March Field and took off and went back to Pendleton. And from Pendleton, they divided the group up, and we went on submarine patrol, flying out of Seattle, Portland, Everett, Washington. And we did that until about first or second week in February.
While Tom Griffin was majoring in political science at the University of Alabama, he went through the ROTC program. After graduation, he spent a year with an anti-aircraft unit based at Fort Sheridan, Illinois. In 1940, he transferred to the Army Air Corps and was trained in celestial navigation. In January of 1941, he too was assigned to Camp Pendleton, Oregon.
They didn't have room for the officers out at the field at Pendleton, so we went into town and the townspeople rented bedrooms to quite a number of the Air Force officers. And somebody came in about 3:30 in the afternoon and came rushing in the room and said, "Isn't it awful?" And we said, "What do you mean awful?" And they told us about this attack on Pearl Harbor. That's the first we knew of it. It's an odd thing. That night, we went downtown and went to a movie theater. There was a movie on we wanted to see. And while we were watching it, they stopped the movie and a man came up on the stage and said, "All airmen from the field are ordered to report to the field immediately." But we got up and departed and went back out to the field, where our colonel gave us a little pep talk about what had happened and what was going to be expected of us, you know, that sort of thing. So that was my Pearl Harbor day.
After graduating from Spring Lake High School in Earth, Texas in 1937 and completing 3 years of college, Robert Height enlisted as an aviation cadet at Lubbock, Texas on September 9, 1940. He got his pilot's wings on May 29, 1941. He too was assigned to the 17th Bomb Group at Pendleton when Pearl Harbor was attacked. David Thatcher was 19 years old when he went from his father's dairy farm in Billings, Montana to Missoula to enlist in the U.S. Army because he wanted to get away from dairy for a while. He was in airplane mechanics school in Lincoln, Nebraska on December 7th, 1941.
There was 20 picked from the 17th group, 5 from each of the 4 squadrons that went there to go to airplane mechanics school. So some of us were in the movie then. That was Sunday, so when they came out of the movie in the afternoon, we heard it had been bombed. No one expected something like that.
The December 7th, 1941 was a Sunday. And Sundays in flying school, when I was in advanced flying training at Victoria, Texas, 3 or 4 of us decided to go downtown Victoria and have lunch down there instead of eating in the mess hall. The base we were on was brand new. We had the BOQs were primitive, and the mess hall was not in good shape, and so we took the chance to go and get a nice lunch downtown. Well, one of the fellas had a car, and we were allowed to have them by that time in our training. If you were about to graduate, you could buy a car if you had the money to do it. And he had a radio in it, which I'd never seen before in an automobile. And we were riding around, getting back to the base, and the thing said that there was something had happened in Hawaii. And we just shrugged our shoulders. We didn't know what it was. And we really didn't know much about Hawaii.
C.V. Glines had been the official historian of the Doolittle Raider Association since 1972. He has authored 3 books on the raid and assisted Jimmy Doolittle in writing his autobiography. He was also a World War II Army Air Corps pilot.
Next morning, on Monday morning, and we all went to the base for our flying training, and always there was a notice for each of our flights as to what the flying was going to be today. And the instructor had formation flying, gunnery, and he said in big letters he had written on the bottom of it, "There's a war on, get on the ball, follow me." Well, that's, that was about the norm. That was the announcement that we got, that there was a war on. We were on wartime. Well, our job was to follow him, and that's what we did. That day we went down to the gunnery range, we did our gunnery, and then instead of coming back to Victoria, he headed out to the Caribbean. And I was sitting there flying my formation. It was 6-ship formation. And I wonder why we're going out of the Gulf here. We're not supposed to go into the Gulf. We don't have life jackets or anything. We followed him briefly, of course, and he finally made a turn and went back to Victoria. When we got on the ground, one of them had the nerve to ask us, "Sir, were we lost after gunnery at Matagorda Island?" And he said, "We were supposed to look for submarines." And he went, and that, I think we thought he was kidding. And we really didn't understand what was going on. But we kept on with our training. That's all we were supposed to do.
In his now memorialized speech to Congress on December 8, 1941, asking for a declaration of war, Franklin D. Roosevelt called the attack on Pearl Harbor unprovoked and dastardly. In Congress, only Montana Congresswoman Jeanette Ranken, the first woman to be elected to the United States House of Representatives, voted against entry into World War II. The treachery and success of the Pearl Harbor attack on December 7, 1941, wasn't the only bad news Americans had to process.
Yesterday, the Japanese government also launched an attack against Malaya. Last night, Japanese forces attacked Hong Kong. Last night, Japanese forces attacked Guam. Last night, Japanese forces attacked the Philippine Islands. Last night, the Japanese attacked Wake Island. And this morning, the Japanese attacked Midway Island.
3 days later, on December 11th, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States. In an instant, the hope of avoiding war, held so fervently in so many American hearts, was pulverized by a coordinated, multi-front onslaught that had been years in the planning.
After Pearl Harbor, there was nothing but bad news coming. The Japanese, with a very small army, I mean, we look back today and wonder how they could possibly have done what they did with the number of troops they employed, but they employed them in such a clever manner in joint operations. The Japanese Army and Navy, which are infamous for not cooperating, were able to cooperate on this sort of island hopping, base hopping trip down through Indochina, down to Singapore.
Tom Griffin of Cincinnati, Ohio, was the navigator on the 9th airplane to take off from the deck of the USS Hornet in the Doolittle Raid.
The Doolittle Raid was so important because it was the first offensive action of our forces against the enemy. We were in this world war, and our allies in Russia were being driven back at this time towards their principal cities of Stalingrad and Leningrad and Moscow. In North Africa, the British were being driven back by Rommel and his German forces back toward Cairo. Things were looking bad there. In the Atlantic Ocean, German submarines were sinking our shipping wholesale. We didn't have the organization at that time to go after them. successfully. We were losing all kinds of shipping. In the Pacific, after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, they went from one victory to another. They took over places like Guam, and they went down into the Philippines and put a large army in the Philippines, and were in the process of defeating our forces there. That was the springtime of '42.
On December 7, 1941, a complete sense of betrayal consumed millions of Americans who had been arguing and demonstrating against America's entry into wars in either Europe or the Pacific. Many prominent Americans, such as aviation hero Charles Lindbergh, General Robert E. Wood of Sears Roebuck, Frank Lloyd Wright, Robert R. McCormick of the Chicago Tribune, and even future Presidents John F. Kennedy and Gerald Ford became active in organizations such as the America First Committee that strongly advocated America's neutrality.
We cannot allow the natural passions and prejudices of other peoples to lead our country to destruction. The Roosevelt administration is the third powerful group which has been carrying this country toward war.
The undeclared acts of war perpetrated by Japan on the 7th and 8th of December, 1941, brought the isolationist movement in the United States to a swift and bitter end. 4 days after the Pearl Harbor attack, the America First Committee dissolved itself. Virtually overnight, America found itself at war on two fronts. No one was more determined to strike back at Japan than President Roosevelt. Almost 2 weeks to the hour after the Pearl Harbor attack, those responsible for planning and directing the mobilization of the country's military forces met with the President in his White House study. General George C. Marshall was Roosevelt's Army Chief of Staff. General Henry H. Hap Arnold was the Chief of Staff of the Army Air Forces. Admiral Ernest J. King served as Chief of Naval Operations. On this day, the trio would be joined by Harry Hopkins, President Roosevelt's special advisor, Admiral Harold R. Stark, Henry Stimson, Secretary of War, and Secretary of the Navy, Frank Knox.
Well, I guess the best way to get a joint mission is to have it come from the Commander-in-Chief, and President Roosevelt was anxious to have some retribution. He wanted to know, the people of the United States to know, that we weren't flat on our backs and that we could do something. This is early in December, maybe 2 weeks after Pearl Harbor.
Roosevelt emphasized that he wanted a bombing raid on the home islands of Japan as soon as possible. This request, repeated over and over again in the weeks following, was transmitted to the respective staffs of Marshall, King, and Arnold each time they returned to their offices. The biggest obstacle to a retaliatory bombing mission was that no working Allied air base was close enough to Japan to allow even our longest-range bombers to get there. Ironically, the flash of insight that led to the Doolittle Raid did not come from an aviator, but a Navy submariner. Captain Francis Lowe, the operations officer on the staff of Admiral Ernest J. King, on a trip to the Naval Yard at Norfolk, Virginia, noticed that the Army Air Corps twin-engine bombers were making passes over an aircraft carrier's silhouette, which had been painted on the runway. In a rare interview following the war, Lowe gave his account of what he saw.
I had occasion to fly from Washington to Norfolk to look into the readiness of one of our new carriers. And as we took off from the airstrip to return to Washington and was circling to gain altitude, I noticed down below me the outline of a carrier deck. This was not unusual because we had them painted on many landing fields so that young aviators who were going to carriers would learn how small such a deck was. But also making passes, or appearing to make passes, over this carrier deck were some twin-engine bombers that looked like B-25s or B-26s. Here was born, I would say, the concept of the raid. one might call it fortuitous association, because I never would have thought of it had I not seen the bombers passing over the carrier deck.
Admiral King had been using the USS Vixen, a gunboat moored at the Washington shipyard, as his flagship and second office. Several of his staff were working and living aboard the ship. On the evening of January 10th, 1942, after King had retired to his cabin, Lowe decided to share his fortuitous association. King reportedly had a stern demeanor and was not easily approachable. Lowe was not an aviator. He did not know how the admiral would receive his idea. Lowe told King that though Navy fighters had an operating radius of only 300 miles off an aircraft carrier, in Norfolk he had observed twin-engine Army bombers, which had a much greater range, practicing over the carrier profile on the runway. What if they could actually operate off a carrier? What if the Navy could give the long-range Army Air Corps bombers a ride within range of the Japanese home islands, setting them up for a sea-based strike? On January 10, 1942, while Francis Lowe was sharing his ideas with Admiral King in Washington, D.C., Tom Griffin, Dick Cole, David Thatcher, Robert Hite, and the rest of the 17th Bombardment Group were flying out of Tacoma, Washington, and Portland, Oregon, patrolling for threats to the west coast of the United States.
At the time of Pearl Harbor, we spent the next 6 weeks, our group, flying out from Tacoma, Washington, and Portland, Oregon, looking for whatever might show up. The Japanese had attacked Pearl Harbor, and as far as we knew, they would come and attack the west coast of America. But of course, they had other plans. They thought they had done enough damage and they could go elsewhere in the Pacific and more or less take over the Pacific, which they did.
Back in Washington, somewhat to Francis Lowe's surprise, Admiral King directed him to talk to Captain Donald Duncan, King's Air Operations Officer, the very next morning about his idea. He added sternly, "Don't tell anyone about this." In the wake of the attack on Pearl Harbor, President Roosevelt pressed the U.S. military for a plan to strike back against the Japanese homeland. Francis Lowe, a Navy captain, after watching twin-engine bombers making passes over the outline of an aircraft carrier on a runway near Norfolk, Virginia, suggested a bombing strike might be possible from the deck of a carrier. Admiral King, Chief of Naval Operations, told Lowe to explore the idea with Donald Duncan, his Air Operations Officer, and he told him something else. Don't tell anyone about this. Lowe had two pertinent questions for Duncan. First, can an Army medium-range bomber land aboard a carrier? Second, can a land-based bomber, loaded with bombs and crew, take off from a carrier deck? The answer to the first question was a quick no. The risk of landing airplanes that size on a carrier was too high, but even if it were possible, the elevator would not be able to get the bombers below decks to make room for other landings. But a carrier takeoff? That was another matter. In this rare archival footage, Duncan recalls being contacted by Lowe.
When Captain Lowe, the operations officer on Admiral King's staff, told me that he and the Admiral had been discussing the possibility of launching Army bombers from carrier decks to hit Japan, and told me that the Admiral wanted me to investigate it and write up a concept of operations. Checked over the various types of Army bombers that we might use, and came up with the answer that the B-25 was probably the best bet.
They looked at a bunch of airplanes. The B-18, which was a terrible airplane for a bombing mission, and the B-26, which had a suspect reputation. But the B-25 seemed to fill the bill, the North American B-25.
When the B-25 came about, it was like a kick in the pants as far as maneuverability and speed and fun to fly.
The Mitchell B-25 was one of the iconic success stories of World War II. By the end of its production, nearly 10,000 various models of it had been built. It was used by the Allied air forces in every theater of the war. It served across 4 decades.
The B-25 is developed by North American Aviation with a very easy airplane to fly. It was far easier to fly than the Marauder, the B-26 Marauder. Had a much lower wing loading, and with the lower wing load it could get off in shorter distances. The Marauder needed much longer runways, had to land at a lot faster airspeeds. But you could take a young pilot right out of advanced training with a couple hundred hours in his logbook, put him in B-25, very quickly transition, learn his combat skills, and send him off to war as a competent combat pilot.
The B-25, properly modified, could carry 2,000 pounds of bombs and make a 2,000-mile flight if extra gas tanks were installed. Normally, it would take at least 1,200 feet of runway with that kind of load. If it were lightened, however, it might be made to leap off in a little over a third of that distance, especially with a forward speed of a carrier and a wind of about 25 knots. Lowe and Duncan knew a test would be required. Under normal circumstances, such a test flight would not be difficult to conduct. But these were not normal circumstances. Both men had Admiral King's words ringing in their ears. Don't mention this to another soul. On January 31st, 1942, Captain Duncan flew to Norfolk. The USS Hornet, the Navy's newest aircraft carrier, was due there to be readied for her first mission. He went aboard the Hornet the afternoon of February 1st and explained the test to Mark A. Mitcher, the Hornet's skipper. Duncan had made arrangement with Hap Arnold's office to have 3 B-25s waiting when the carrier arrived. The Army Air Corps chose Lieutenant John Fitzgerald to head the test cruise. He was a 1940 graduate of the Advanced Flying School, with over 400 hours in B-25s. In Norfolk, Fitzgerald and his fellow pilots made several practice runs at an auxiliary airfield before going aboard the carrier. One of the test airplanes lost an engine during these drills, leaving only the 2 planes flown by Fitzgerald and Lieutenant James F. McCarthy to make the historic first takeoffs of Army Air Corps multi-engine bombers from a Navy ship. The surprising performance of the B-25 nearly led to disaster when the takeoffs were attempted. Fitzgerald's plane leapt off the deck so quickly and so high, its right wing nearly flew into the tower that overhung the flight deck. Fitzgerald later recalled, "I was surprised to observe that we had been provided almost 500 feet of usable deck and that the plane's airspeed indicator showed about 45 miles per hour just sitting there. When I got the go signal, I let the brakes off and was almost immediately airborne. One thing that worried me, though, was the projection of the island out over the flight deck. The wing of my plane rose so rapidly that I thought I was going to strike this projection. I pushed the control column forward, and the wing just barely passed underneath. I climbed and circled back to watch Lieutenant McCarthy take off." It was now established that the B-25 bombers could indeed take off from a carrier deck. But what would happen when they were weighted with a full crew, bombs, and an expanded fuel load? That question would soon become the sole focus of the diminutive, brilliant man whose name would eventually be memorialized by this mission that changed the war. Immediately following the attack on the U.S. fleet at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, President Franklin D. Roosevelt began pressing his military leadership for a plan to conduct a retaliatory airstrike against the Japanese homelands. With no Allied air base within striking distance of Japan, 2 naval officers on Admiral King's staff had successfully tested the takeoff of B-25 bombers from the deck of an aircraft carrier. It was something never before tried in the history of aerial warfare. To plan the mission and train the crews, Chief of Staff of the Army Air Forces Henry Hap Arnold made a surprise choice. He turned to a man who had once resigned his Army Air Corps commission in order to enter private business. He chose one of America's most famous aviators, James H. Doolittle. In doing so, Arnold tapped a man who is not only a brilliant aviation tactician. History would bear witness that he also identified one of the most revered and visionary leaders of the modern American military.
It was very difficult to believe. When the rumors started, then it was led by Jimmy Doolittle. Jimmy Doolittle, the racing pilot? Another impossibility. It would just seem like it was a false rumor. But it took place, and all of these impossibility things happened through the leadership, the planning of the then Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Doolittle, former racing pilot, devil may care, couldn't care less, we go. It was not that way. He was master of the calculated risk.
As a kid growing up in Dayton, Ohio, Dick Cole used to ride his bicycle to a levee above McCook Field to watch the Army Air Corps test pilots, including Jimmy Doolittle.
Some of the old pilots like McCready, Doolittle, and Spatz flew in and out of there when they were testing air-to-air refueling. And they flew for 26 days, something like that. But anyway, that was one of the pastimes that I had when I was a kid.
For something like this, there's an element of show in it. There's an element of innovation, and they selected the guy who could combine leadership and innovation and great flying characteristics in Jimmy Doolittle. And oddly enough, sort of on the outs, Jimmy Doolittle at the time had rejoined the Air Force, but he had gotten out because after, I think it was 11 years as a first lieutenant, he decided he had to make some money for his family and got out during the 30s. And to the hardcore who had stayed in, including General Arnold, that wasn't the thing to do. You know, he was sort of not in the best favor at the time.
James Harold Doolittle was born in Alameda, California on December 14th, 1896. His father was a carpenter who went to Alaska in search of gold. After joining his father in Nome, at age 11, Doolittle moved with his mother to Los Angeles. In 1917, at the age of 21, Doolittle, who had had a brief career as a professional boxer, enlisted in the Army Signal Enlisted Reserve Corps to train as a pilot. He was quickly promoted to lieutenant. He served in the Army Air Corps from 1917 to 1930, when he became a major in the Army Air Corps Reserves. Flying was Jimmy Doolittle's passion. In 1922, he made the first cross-country crossing in under 24 hours. He became the first person to win all major aviation racing trophies. He won the Schneider Trophy in 1925 and the Bendix Trophy in 1931. In 1932, he won the Thompson Trophy, flying a closed-course race in Cleveland, an average of 252 miles per hour in the GB R1 Racer. Doolittle made aviation history on September 24, 1929, when he became the first person to take off, fly, and land an airplane entirely by instruments. He flew a 15-minute course around Mitchell Field on Long Island in a modified NY-2 Husky. In his personal logbook, he modestly referred to the watershed accomplishment as a blind flying exhibition. After leaving the military in 1930, Doolittle went to work for Shell Oil Corporation to establish an aeronautical branch. In this capacity, he was given credit for leading the company to develop 100-octane fuel for aviation. Between the two world wars, the Army Air Corps had been relegated to the job of flying the mail. Doolittle knew that it was falling behind the rest of the world's flying forces. New, more powerful engines were needed, but there was no way to efficiently fuel them. In his 1991 autobiography, Doolittle wrote, "I was concerned that we were falling behind other nations in military aeronautics and that we should be looking forward to the development of more powerful engines for warplanes so that heavier loads could be carried faster." The Army Air Corps was not even a third-rate air force compared with the air forces of other nations. At Doolittle's urging, Shell made the first delivery of 100-octane rated fuel to the Army Air Corps for test purposes in 1934. When Doolittle traveled to Germany on Shell business, he found a nation bristling with militarism. He saw Boy Scout troops that had been converted to Hitler Youth, drilling as soldiers and singing Nazi war songs. He met German pilots who openly talked of the inevitability of war in Europe and who bluntly asked him what the United States would do about it. Jimmy Doolittle knew Hap Arnold, the chief of the Army Air Forces, well. Arnold had been his commanding officer at Rockwell Field near San Diego following World War I. Doolittle visited Arnold and told him he believed that America's involvement in the war in Europe was inevitable. September 1st, 1939, 2 weeks after Doolittle's conversation with Arnold, the Germans marched into Poland and 1,400 Luft Waffa planes bombed and strafed a stunned population. In May of 1940, the German blitzkrieg extended into the Netherlands, Belgium, and France. On the 16th of May, in a speech before Congress, President Roosevelt called for a program that would eventually produce at least 50,000 airplanes a year. A little over 2 weeks after that, on June 4th, 1940, Ira Aker, General Arnold's executive officer, wrote Jimmy Doolittle asking him to return to active duty on July 1st. At 44 years of age, Jimmy Doolittle became a U.S. Army Air Corps officer for the second time, beginning a journey whose outcome was far from certain.
Jimmy Doolittle was a tremendous man, a big man in a little man's body, you might say. Very intelligent, never seemed to have any element of fear in his makeup whatsoever. You know, he had occasion to fly the wings off of 2 planes he had to bail out of in the 1920s, those old crates. And then, of course, over China, he bailed out again. And we thought, boy, that old man, 46 years old, bailed out of aircraft. But he knew no fear, and he was just an outstanding leader in every respect.
Well, I think people don't realize that Jimmy Doolittle had a doctorate from MIT that he had earned, Doctor of Science degree in aeronautical engineering. This man was an educated individual. He had a master's, a bachelor's, a master's, and then a doctorate.
Everybody knew who General Doolittle was, that he was one of the famous pilots, and he was going to be the leader of our raid. So everybody in our outfit volunteered to go with Jimmy Doolittle.
Doolittle re-entered the Air Corps as a major. His initial assignments seemed to be directly related to President Roosevelt's goal to make the United States the arsenal of democracy. Hap Arnold knew that Doolittle's technical knowledge and industrial experience uniquely qualified him to play a key role in the conversion of domestic manufacturing to wartime production. Captains Lowe and Duncan brought the concept of the raid to Hap Arnold on January 17th. The general immediately sent for Jimmy Doolittle. He began with a single question: what airplane have we got that could take off in 500 feet with a 2,000-pound bomb load and fly 2,000 miles? A day later, Doolittle independently arrived at the same conclusion as had Lowe and Duncan. The B-25 was the only alternative. Arnold briefed Doolittle on the concept of the raid and added, "Jim, I need someone to take this project over, get the planes modified, and train the crews." On January 2nd, 1942, Japan captured Manila in the Philippines. On January 12th, Japan invaded Burma. On January 20th, Germany held the Wannsee Conference in a Berlin suburb to find a final solution for the Jews. On January 25th, Japan invaded the Solomons. In the 13th century, Mongolian invaders were driven back from Japan, not by defenses, but by the Japanese typhoon season. Since that time, the militarists in Japan had told the people that a kamikaze, or divine wind, protected their nation. As the Japanese swept through the Pacific with frightening speed, this long-held belief in a national invincibility and the invulnerability of the home islands was mightily reinforced. What the Japanese High Command did not know was, a half a world away, an aeronautical genius with a gift for leadership, and 80 brave souls who had come under his command had a bold plan to shatter that facade. In doing so, they would receive a life-saving lift from a divine wind of their own, a lift that would allow them to complete a mission that changed the war.
When they announced that they wanted volunteers, the whole group volunteered, including the group commander.
And everybody in the 17th Bomb, we were in the 17th Bomb Group, wanted to go with Jimmy Doolittle.
Originally, we were supposed to take off in the evening, bomb Japan at night, and be over, reach China the next morning. But it didn't turn out that way.
You don't take off on a mission like this without a light at the end of the tunnel. We all thought that somehow we'd get out of it.
Since the U.S. entry into World War II on December 8, 1941, the conflict had gone badly on every front. On January 2, 1942, Japan captured Manila in the Philippines. On January 12th, Japan invaded Burma. Germany had aligned itself with Japan and declared war on the United States. On January 25th, Japan invaded the Solomons. America was desperate to do something to slow the Axis juggernaut. President Roosevelt knew that American morale was flagging. He was interested in launching an aerial strike against Japan's home islands. Americans wanted retribution for the sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. Military leaders wanted to demonstrate to the Japanese High Command that we had the ability to reach their civilian population. In early January 1942, the Navy and the Army jointly conceived a daring plan to transport Army Air Corps B-25 twin-engine bombers within striking distance of Japan by aircraft carrier. Launching such a strike from a carrier had never been tried before. The risk would be enormous. To lead the mission, Chief of the Army Air Forces Henry H. Hap Arnold tapped one of America's most famous aviators, a man who had resigned his Army Air Corps commission in 1930, but returned to active duty 10 years later at age 44, James H. Doolittle. Arnold wrote, "The selection of Doolittle to lead the nearly suicidal mission was a natural one. He was fearless, technically brilliant, a leader who not only could be counted upon to do a task himself if it were humanly possible, but could impart that spirit to others. Doolittle would impart that spirit to men like Tom Griffin, David Thatcher, Dick Cole, Robert Height, and 75 other members of the Army Air Corps 17th Bombardment Group in order to execute the Doolittle Raid, one of the most daring missions in the history of aerial combat, a mission that was destined to change the outcome of World War II. In the third week of January 1942, Hap Arnold told Jimmy Doolittle that he and Navy Admiral Ernest King had decided on a target date of April 1st, 1942, for the departure of the aircraft carrier USS Hornet for Japan. The Navy's newest carrier would carry up to 20 of the Mitchell B-25s. Dick Cole eventually became Doolittle's co-pilot on airplane number 1.
That's one of the things that I think people should remember about Colonel Doolittle. He actually assumed command of the mission on the 17th of January. You know, they had already pre-selected the launch date of 19 April. And during that time, he had to plan the mission, get the troops, get the airplanes, get the supplies, get them trained, and so forth to meet that 19th of April deadline, which he did in a couple of days less than the 90 days. In addition to that, he flew the mission.
Doolittle would later write, "I had my verbal marching orders from Hap and his authority to get the job done. That was all I needed. I called the assignment Special Aviation Project Number 1. After his re-enlistment in the Army Air Corps, Doolittle was given exclusive use of a Curtiss P-40 Warhawk, in which to fly himself to his far-flung assignments. Now, he wrote, I took off in my P-40 for Wright Field to lay the groundwork for the job ahead. In the Pacific Northwest, the 17th Bombardment Group had been flying submarine patrol since the attack on Pearl Harbor. It would soon learn of its rendezvous with destiny. In order to ensure that a minimum of 18 B-25s would be available for the mission to bomb Japan, Doolittle requisitioned 24 of the group's planes. Volunteers for the mission would be sought from among the experienced crews assigned to those planes. The 34th, 37th, and 95th Squadrons of the 17th Bombardment Group, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel William C. Mills, and the associated 89th Reconnaissance Squadron under Major John A. Hilger, could be released most easily. On February 3, 1942, orders were teletyped to Pendleton, Oregon, to transfer without delay all planes and personnel of the 17th Bomber Group to Columbia Army Air Base in Columbia, South Carolina. Mills and Hilger were told to pass the word among the men that volunteers were being sought for an extremely hazardous mission.
The base wasn't complete yet. We lived in tents, and we were doing training missions because the word was that we were going to go from there to Africa.
And when we got there, they said they were planning a very unusual, dangerous raid, and they wanted to warn us that it was going to be a dangerous raid, and they wanted volunteers, knowing that it was going to, and the whole group volunteered.
I put my name on the list that was in front of the squadron ops. On the way to Columbia, I had received my upgrade to first pilot. And the pilot that upgraded me came around and wanted to know if we could go together as a crew.
Well, we had our flight training in B-25s, and we had heard that there was a very special mission being led by General James Ace Doolittle. And everybody in the Air Force at that time knew that James Ace Doolittle was a very special pilot and had broken many records already. And everybody in the 17th Bomb, we were in the 17th Bomb Group, wanted to go with Jimmy Doolittle.
I was just on the ground crew then, and I wanted to do some flying, so I was able to get on the crew. And it just happened to be one of the crews that was picked.
Doolittle requested an air base where the selected crews could train in relative seclusion. Ideally, the base should be near water so that navigators could practice over-water navigation. There should be facilities for gunnery training and an auxiliary field available where the pilots could practice short field takeoffs. Eglin Field in western Florida near Fort Walton Beach was assigned.
There were all kind of theories or conjecture on what we were going to do. Most of us thought they were going to load us on a carrier and take us to some pre-selected area where we would take off and go and land at a place and start fighting the war. I'm sure that somebody figured they were going to Japan, but I wasn't one of them. Observant, or whatever you want to call it.
The plan for the Doolittle Raid was to recover the bombers launched from the Hornet at an airfield near Chuchao, in a sector of China controlled by Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist Chinese army. If the Navy could deliver the B-25 bombers within 450 miles of Japan, the mission would require them to cover approximately 1,900 miles in the air to make it to China. Doolittle needed to increase the range of the airplanes to 2,100 miles. That meant extending the standard 1,300-mile range of the B-25Bs flown by the Raiders by some 800 miles. Since Doolittle needed the modifications to the planes done before training began at Eglin Field, he flew his P-40 to Wright Field in Dayton, Ohio, almost immediately upon receiving responsibility for the mission. There, engineers made drawings for the installation of the fuel tanks and necessary plumbing. On January 22, 1942, he wrote a memo requesting 18 B-25Bs be sent to Mid-Continent Airlines in Minneapolis, Minnesota to begin the work.
They took all the weight off the airplane they could. The bottom turret was removed because we knew we'd be flying so low that no enemy fighter could get underneath of us.
The lower turret on the B-25 was problematic under the best of circumstances. There was trouble with activating the system that extended and retracted the device. The attitude of the gunner and the operation of the sight were difficult, making it impossible to train gunners in time for the raid. Doolittle said, "A man could learn to play the violin good enough for Carnegie Hall before he could learn to fire that thing." The turrets were removed.
They took all the oxygen equipment out to lighten the airplane. We wouldn't be needing that. Took most of the radio equipment out because we had to fly silent. And then they replaced that bottom turret that they removed with a 60-gallon leak-proof tank. That's one that a bullet will go through and then it'll self-seal.
Doolittle's plan was to avoid detection by flying the entire mission at extremely low altitudes. Below 10,000 feet, oxygen for the crew is not required. Therefore, the oxygen systems were considered expendable for the raid.
There's a crawlway between the top of the bomb bay and the top of the airplane, just enough distance in there so a person can crawl through there. They put a collapsible rubber tank in there, and it held over 100 gallons, and we still had room for 400 or 500 pound bombs below that tank.
In addition to the auxiliary tanks installed in the airplanes, the plan called for 12 5-gallon gas tanks to be handed up to the engineers just before the B-25s departed the Hornet's deck for Japan. How much difference could the 5-gallon gas cans make? The Doolittle Raiders' plan would use fuel mixture at RPM settings that minimize their fuel consumption throughout the mission. At those settings, the B-25s were likely flying a little more than 150 miles per hour, using approximately 103 gallons of fuel each hour. At that rate of consumption, the 60 extra gallons contained in the gas cans would give the planes an additional 85 to 90 miles in the air. That flying time could well be the difference between landing in a safe haven and ditching in open water off the coast. As events unfolded, for most of the raiders, The gas cans would make the difference between life and death. The tanks added in Minnesota, plus the portable gas cans, would add an additional 425 gallons to the 646 gallons in the main wing tanks of each B-25, giving each of them 1,141 total gallons of fuel. It made the bombing mission and rendezvous landing in Quchao, China possible, but with very little fuel to spare.
If you stop to think about it, they were taking 16 airplanes that were used to operating maybe over a 400 or 500 mile range and intending to fly them off a carrier, which they were never designed to do, fly them a long distance to bomb Japan, and then fly them an even equally long distance to get to safe bases in China. I mean, on the surface, it sounds almost like what would later be called a kamikaze mission. There are many, many hazards. And so the risk was extremely high. And the risk was not only high to the pilots involved, but to the nation. There wasn't one of them that didn't know exactly how risky it was.
There was enormous risk, but there were other reasons why the Doolittle Raid was designed the way it was. Top secret reasons. To this day, it is not widely understood that the U.S. planned to launch a sea-based bombing raid on the home islands of Japan in the spring of 1942. The Doolittle Raid was, in fact, a multi-purpose mission. The raid was one piece of a five-part plan to establish a major fighting air command in the China, Burma, India theater. By mid-January of 1942, the Air War Plans Division had a strategy to establish a new 10th Air Force in Burma to support the Allied effort to subdue the Japanese invaders of the Chinese mainland. This plan, to create a nucleus for a buildup of Allied air power in the theater, was called Operation Aquila. Point 1 of Aquila called for the Doolittle B-25s and crews to be flown to Chongqing following the raid, then absorbed into the 10th Air Force. 35 C-47s, the military designation of the DC-3, were to be provided to create an aerial supply lifeline for the new Air Force. 33 A-20 attack airplanes were to be ferried from the factory to the Chinese Air Force, and the pilots assigned to the 10th Air Force. 23 heavy bombers, B-24s, were to be the first long-range bombers. This unit was named the Halpro Group, for its commander, Colonel Harry A. Halverson. Its mission was to conduct long-range strategic attacks on Japan from bases in China. Finally, 51 P-40 fighters were to be assembled in West Africa, then ferried to China for Claire Chennault's Flying Tigers. Facing the looming deadline of an April 1st departure, Doolittle realized he needed help. The aircraft needed major modifications. Targets and the flight plans to reach Japan needed to be determined. Bomb sizes and weights had to be calculated, and a plan to return crews safely home after refueling and delivering the B-25s to the Chinese nationals needed finalizing.
They got the necessary procurement. He got the pilots and the airplanes, and got the thing organized in the 90 days that he had to do it in. I don't think you could get that done today.
One key to maintaining secrecy during the planning of the mission was for Doolittle to make all of the various arrangements on a face-to-face basis. Knowing he would be putting many hours on his personal P-40, he solicited a recommendation for a deputy commander who could oversee the training being done at Eglin Field. Major John Hilger was chosen. Hilger was described by Doolittle as a no-nonsense perfectionist. He would eventually be the pilot of the 14th B-25 on the raid. Since naval aviators had to be proficient in carrier takeoffs and landings, Major Hilger suggested a Navy flight instructor might be the right person to teach the Army pilots carrier takeoff procedures. Pensacola flight instructor Lieutenant Henry L. Miller was chosen, even though he had never seen a B-25. When Miller got to the B-25 headquarters at Eglin, he met Edward Ski York, who would go on to pilot airplane number 8, Davy Jones, who would pilot airplane number 5, and Ross Greening, the pilot of airplane number 11. Miller later recalled that the three seemed surprised when he introduced himself. "I didn't know that the whole operation was still a mystery to them," he wrote.
The first thing, the pilots had to learn how to get this B-25 Mitchell bomber, twin-engine bomber, up in the air in less than 500 feet. Now this was training entirely different than they'd ever been trained. They had to sit at a line with the full throttle, full brakes, full flaps, let go of them, and just bring that plane up in the air as soon as it would get airborne.
They first marked off the runway at a auxiliary field. They didn't do it. We did not make any of those fancy takeoffs at the main base because we didn't want anyone to see what we were doing. There was an auxiliary field out in the timber, and they marked off the runway and distances of over 1,000 feet and then down to 800 and 600 and 400 feet.
And this was the distance that we were going to have on the deck of a carrier. Of course, this plane now had no gas load of any amount. They didn't have a bomb load. It was, in other words, it was an empty plane. When we were on the carrier, we were going to have the addition of a big wind and so forth, we hoped. So they had to learn to get this plane up in the air as soon as they could. And over a period of 2 or 3 weeks, practicing this, the boys learned how to get this thing up there. And it was entirely different from the training they had had on the plane, flying it entirely differently.
On March 3, 1942, less than a month before the targeted departure date for the mission, Doolittle landed at Eglin Field and assembled the 140 men who had been assigned to the project.
He came to Eglin Field after the crews were gathered, made a speech telling us what we would be doing, but he didn't discuss the destination or any part of it. He said it was a dangerous mission and that he was satisfied with the training that we had received, and that if anybody wanted to back out, they could with no questions asked. Nobody backed out. As a matter of fact, when they announced that they wanted volunteers, the whole group volunteered, including the group commander. And the fact that he was who he was, manner of speaking, he came across to you as somebody as that if he's going to lead this mission, well, I'm going to go, because he sounds like a good leader.
The first thing he emphasized to us was we were going to train for this very secret mission. And if the word got out that what we were planning on doing, we would never reach our target. That was the main thing he emphasized to us. Secrecy, don't talk any place off this base. And I think our boys did a very good job of that all through the whole thing. Most of our people didn't know exactly where they were going to go. They knew that we were going to take off from the deck of a carrier, but they didn't know.
There was something else the trainees from the 17th Bombardment Group did not know. Doolittle's superiors considered him too valuable to send on such a high-risk mission. Jimmy Doolittle was appointed to plan the operation. He was not scheduled to fly on the Doolittle Raid. Most of the dangers faced by the Doolittle Raiders were addressed through planning, adapting, and training for the unexpected. However, the most immediate threat to the crews and the mission was the fact that none of the pilots or crews had ever done an actual takeoff from a carrier deck. B-25 owner and pilot Larry Kelly explains.
To get airborne at 500 foot, the Doolittle Raiders had to use a especially different technique than a normal takeoff technique. Once in position, flaps fully down. Now, taking off in a full flap down position gave you some advantage. It lowered the stall speed, and it deflected some thrust downward to give you some lift. But flaps fully down, in position, brakes locked, throttles up to full takeoff power, watching the deck officer, and as the deck officer then gauging the pitch of the deck, would signal them for takeoff, brakes would be released, they would begin the takeoff roll, pull back on the yoke, raise the nose of the airplane, and at 85 mile an hour then the airplane would start to fly away. Now, the Hornet was making 24 knots in the water. That's 28 miles an hour approximately. And the storm they were in was giving them 30 knots of wind, and the Hornet was steaming directly into the wind. So the 30 knots of wind was an additional 35 mile an hour, which gave them 68 miles an hour of wind across the wings before they even began their takeoff. Now, that means they only had to accelerate about 20 mile an hour to be able to fly away. Doolittle was able to get off in his 470 foot deck distance 100 foot early, but that only put them into the next immediately critical phase of flight. They had to reach safe single engine airspeed. Remember where they were taking off at 85 miles an hour indicated. Now they had to accelerate the airplane 60 mile an hour to reach a safe single engine speed. Safe single engine speed in a multi-engine airplane or in a twin engine airplane like the B-25 is that airspeed, which is 145 mile an hour, by which the airplane will remain controllable if you lose one engine. The option of the pilot, if you lose one engine and you've not reached safe single airspeed, is to reduce power and land or ditch straight ahead. Now in the Raider situation, after they had taken off at 85 mile an hour, while they're accelerating to this 145 mile an hour, if they lost an engine, the pilot's only option was reduce power, ditch the airplane straight ahead, and risk being ran over by the Hornet. Ted Lawson and Dean Davenport had an especially difficult takeoff. Ted had his flaps down full because they'd already completed the checklist, and the prop blast coming off actually began to push him across his wet deck. Remember, they're on an aircraft carrier, storm waters, waves are crashing across the deck, strong wind, 68 mile an hour wind already. So the prop blast actually started pushing him. So he raised the flaps to reduce that sail effect. The excitement of the moment, Ted starts taxiing up into position using his white lines. He's looking out the left, and Dean's looking out the right. The flap lever is down here between in the center. Dean didn't know the flaps were up. Ted forgot the flaps were up. He was signaled off. He began his acceleration. Now, he's in a situation where he needs an additional 20 mile an hour. He's got to accelerate about 40 miles per hour before he's going to have enough wind across the wings to be able to stay airborne. If you ever seen the famous video, they drop off the end of the deck, they almost hit the water, but he was able to slowly accelerate away and climb out. If they had not had that 30 knots of wind across the deck, they would have went off the end of the deck right into the water and been ran over by the Hornet.
And this was really a test of flying. To fly B-25s off a carrier was unheard of. Nobody would have contemplated it except for this emergency. And in actual fact, you had to be a pretty good pilot to get it off. It would have been easier to have lost one or two of those airplanes on takeoff from a carrier. I mean, there's no question that unless they were properly trained. And so you needed a man like Doolittle who could see all the parameters of the mission and then inculcate in the people following him the desire to make the mission.
Though a highly experienced and decorated pilot, Jimmy Doolittle subjected himself to Lieutenant Miller's dramatic flight training regimen. He wrote, "I took Hank Miller's course because I was determined to go on the mission. However, if I couldn't pass the course or wasn't as good as the younger pilots, I was going to go as a co-pilot." Hap Arnold, the head of the Army Air Forces, saw it otherwise. He had no intention of risking the priceless asset known as James H. Doolittle on such a dangerous mission. When Doolittle raised the possibility, Arnold replied, "I'm sorry, Jim. I need you here on my staff. I can't afford to let you go on every mission you might help plan."
Hap Arnold said, "Go and see General Harmon and tell him that if he thinks you can go, that it's all right with me. And at that time, he ran down the hall and stuck his head in the door, and I think his name was Miff Harmon, nickname. But he said, Miff, Hap says that I can take the mission if you think it's all right. And Miff said, well, he's a commander. If it's all right with him, it's all right with me. Right away he started to leave, and he heard the squawk box say, but Hap, I just told him he could go. And that's how he got to be commander of the mission.
The kid on a bicycle who used to watch the great Doolittle test flying airplanes in Dayton, Ohio, explains how he became his co-pilot on this legendary mission.
Midway through our training, the pilot that we were with became ill and had to drop out. The crew and I talked it over, and they diplomatically elected me to go and talk to the operations officer, like, you go, which I did. The operations officer was a Captain Ski Ork. He said, well, the old man is coming in this afternoon. I'll crew you up with him, and if you do okay, well, you got yourself a job. I thought that I had not heard a captain talk about his commanding officer by calling him the old man. And I thought, well, maybe that's not such a good idea. Now we get to fly with an old man. And it turned out to be Colonel Doolittle.
Dwight D. Eisenhower said, "In preparing for battle, I have always found that plans are useless, but planning is indispensable." In planning an operation that had never before been attempted, countless problems were envisioned, and creative, sometimes brilliant solutions for them abounded. Two such solutions came from the inventor and artist who became the pilot of airplane number 11, Captain Charles Ross Greening of Carroll, Iowa. Greening called his first brainchild the Mark Twain bomb sight. It was a device he feared might be rejected because it was so simple. The B-25s slated for the Doolittle Raid were outfitted with the expensive and highly classified Norden bomb sight, such as the one shown on this B-17 Flying Fortress. However, the Norden was designed to be highly effective at altitudes of 4,000 feet or above. The Doolittle Raid plan called for the bombs to be dropped at altitudes of 1,500 feet or lower. Ross Greening later recalled, "I set about designing a new bomb sight specifically for this mission, one that could be effective at altitudes of 100 to 1,500 feet. Using scrap metal and the shops at Eglin Field, Greening made this simple sight. As long as the bombardier knew the altitude and airspeed of the plane, he could compute the angle at which the sighting bar should be set. When the target passed the line of sight, bombs were released. For low-altitude bombing, Greening's sight proved to be more accurate than the Norden bomb sight. At the time, Norden bomb sights cost over $10,000 apiece. The materials for the Mark Twain sight cost about 20 cents each. All of the Doolittle bombers were refitted. The B-25s of 1942 were woefully short of defensive armament. They were equipped with highly unsatisfactory top and bottom turrets, both of which contained 50 caliber machine guns. The decision had already been made to refit the bottom turret of the Doolittle Raid airplanes with an auxiliary fuel tank. The nose contained a single 30 caliber machine gun that the bombardier had to move from one gun port to another. The tail was completely unprotected. The ingenious Captain Greening had another idea. Doolittle put it this way: much credit must go to Ross Greening for solving our armament problems. He suggested we install 2 broomsticks in the tail and paint them black to simulate a tail gun position, which would hopefully deter attacks from the rear. I approved. So this critical mission, which required 16 B-25s, 2 aircraft carriers, 8 destroyers, 4 cruisers, and 2 oilers, was now highly dependent on 20-cent bomb sights and tail sections bristling with 50 caliber broomsticks. Less than a month before the Doolittle Raiders were going to board the Hornet, the maps that the crews would require and the identifying of the targets in Japan remained to be done. Tom Griffin was the navigator on airplane number 9.
It just happened that I got a bit of a break, I guess you'd say. Another fellow named Davy Jones and I, in early February, were sent up to Washington, D.C. to work with Air Force Intelligence. Now, we worked with 2 men there. They changed the lock on the door, and they were told to just cooperate with us, get what we were asking for, and don't ask any questions. So we spent about 10 days getting all the maps and charts of Japan and China that 20 crews were going to need, and we had to know the exact location of potential military and industrial targets that we might use, so we could know just where to send our boys. Davy Jones and I created all this information, these maps and charts and things, and it happened that Jimmy Doolittle flew into Washington, D.C. that day, picked us up, and we flew down to Eglin Field with our box full of all this secret information that we were going to disseminate on a carrier later.
There was one facet of the planned raid that was seemingly beyond Jimmy Doolittle's control: the plan to recover the bombers and their crews in China.
The plan was that a plane was to come from Chongqing, the headquarters of the Chinese, land at a field called Chuchao with a sufficient gas to gas our planes up so we could take off and fly into interior China.
The political and military conditions in China were such that Hap Arnold did not believe he could share the full details of the Doolittle Raid plan with anyone in the country without compromising the mission.
Well, there was a great reluctance by Colonel Doolittle and the air staff members that knew about it, and the Navy officers that knew about what they were hoping to do, to communicate to anybody in China, because they felt that they couldn't be trusted, that there were too many ears and eyes listening and looking at what went on over there, especially on Chiang Kai-shek's staff. And so they decided to keep it as secret as possible, but to make requests for information or for example, having gas available for the aircraft to refuel when they got to China, and also to have a beacon placed at 2 or 3 of the bases, and so that they could home in on it. The aircraft, when they reached the Chinese coast, could home in on radio beacons to find the airport where they could land and be refueled, and then proceed to Chongqing, which was the ultimate destination.
On March 25th, Hap Arnold sent General Joseph E. Stilwell, the ranking American officer in China, a message specifying the stocks of fuel that would be needed and the airfields where they should be available. Stilwell responded that, according to the Chinese, Huilin and Chuchao were the only fields safe enough for heavy bomber operations. Doolittle later wrote, "I was not too worried about the apparent misunderstandings in China. I thought any problems would be worked out by the time we left the carrier." However, what would eventually befall the B-25s that made it to China would bear little resemblance to the plan Doolittle believed to be in place when the bombers left the Hornet. In the third week of March, Navy Admiral Nimitz's staff wired a message to Washington that contained a pre-arranged code phrase: "Tell Jimmy to get on his horse." Those 7 words meant it was time for the planes and crews to leave Eglin Field, Florida for the air depot at Sacramento for the last-minute checks on each airplane before flying on to San Francisco to be loaded aboard the Hornet. On the morning of March 23rd, Jimmy Doolittle called all the crews together and told them to get ready to move out. Those who would not be going on the mission were sent back to Columbia with this admonition from Doolittle. Don't tell anyone what you were doing here at Eglin. Not your family, your wives, anybody. The lives of your buddies and a lot of other people depend on you keeping everything you saw and did here a secret. "22 airplanes and flight crews had been readied for the mission. Every man who trained to fly the mission was going aboard the Hornet for backup's sake and to ensure the security of the mission. In effect, the flight from Eglin Air Force Base in Florida west to the air depot at Sacramento, California was the first leg on the Raiders' ultimate journey to Japan. Sacramento was supposed to be a routine stop for minor adjustments and last-minute maintenance, but it turned out to be an experience that Jimmy Doolittle reduced to just 5 letters. At Seattle, the mishandling of the precisely tuned B-25s and the slow pace of the work caused Doolittle to call Washington. He refused to talk to anyone but Hap Arnold. Though Arnold intervened, the stop in Seattle likely caused one B-25 to burn excessive amounts of fuel. Its crew had to make an unplanned landing in Russia, where they were imprisoned. On April 8th, the Enterprise and its task force, under the command of Admiral William Bull Halsey, would depart Pearl Harbor for an April 12th rendezvous with the Hornet in the Pacific. At latitude 38 degrees, 0 minutes north, and longitude 180 degrees, 0 minutes. From there, they would try to steam through 1,500 treacherous miles of enemy-controlled waters to get within 450 miles of Japan. Perhaps it was the men of the Doolittle Raid Admiral Halsey was thinking about when he later wrote, "There are no great men, only challenges that ordinary men are forced by circumstances to meet."
At the time of where this action took place, we were 650 miles out. Having to launch early, right away our fuel became a problem.
And our best calculations were that after about 5 hours we were going to run out of gas and we were going to be short of China by about 100 to 150 miles. So I think all of the planes made some kind of a decision. In our plane we thought, well, we're going to be running out of gas. If we see a ship, we'll ditch next to it and they'll take us aboard. And if it's a friendly ship, fine, we'll sail off with them. If it's an unfriendly ship, we each had 45s and we'll pull out our 45s and take over the ship.
I was in the back of the airplane. The other 4 fellows were in the front. They were all thrown out to the nose. The pilot and co-pilot were still strapped to their armor-plated seats when they came to in the water. I was knocked unconscious for a little while in the back and sort of came to and could see water running in what I thought was the bottom of the airplane. Well, I finally realized the airplane was upside down.
I never believed that it would be possible for a guy to live on rice. But you know, you can live on rice. I didn't think it was possible.
I think they were very scared. They tortured them brutally. They would take iron rods and put them behind the break of the knee, and then they would jump on the thighs, which caused, obviously a great deal of pain.
Outside there was a lot of wind, rain, and lightning, and you were going to have to go through that hole into a foreign country, and then having any idea where you were or anything about it. To me, that was the scariest time.
On January 17, 1942, Chief of U.S. Army Air Forces Henry H. Hap Arnold assigned the responsibility for one of President Franklin D. Roosevelt's highest military priorities, a payback attack on the Japanese home islands, to one of the most famous aviators in history, Lieutenant Colonel James H. Doolittle. In a mere 66 days, Doolittle had identified the airplanes that could be modified to launch a carrier-based attack some 450 miles from Japan, had assembled the volunteer crews, modified the Mitchell B-25s to give them the range to reach a safe haven in free China after the raid, and accomplished the mapping and charting the crews would require. Now on March 23, 1942, Doolittle assembled the men who had been training for the mission at their training base near Fort Walton Beach, Florida. It was time to fly the planes west to the Sacramento, California Air Depot for final adjustments. As he had before, Doolittle offered any man who wanted to the ability to leave the highly dangerous mission without recrimination. None did.
You don't take off on a mission like this without a light at the end of the tunnel. We all thought that somehow we'd get out of it.
Well, in the training in Florida, we were always flying just above the water all the time, right down over the river valleys and between the trees. And then we head stopped all the way across the United States to Alameda, down as low as we could fly.
Yeah, I think Bill asked me if I would go as his co-pilot, and I said, well, of course.
Somewhere along the line, they interject the thing that it was a suicide mission. I don't think it was any more of a suicide mission than the guys taking off from England, going over to Germany. It was just signs of the times, and that's the way it had to be. And that's the way it was, and that's the way it was accepted.
The Doolittle Raider B-25s began arriving at McClellan Army Airfield in Sacramento early in the last week of March 1942. They were already highly modified and carefully tuned aircraft. Doolittle arrived at the air depot on March 26th. He made it clear that no one was to tamper with or remove anything from any aircraft. There were specific tasks to be performed by the civilian personnel at the depot. New propellers were to be installed. 60-gallon gas tanks not already installed were to be fitted where the lower turrets had been removed. New covers had to be fitted for the bomb bay auxiliary tanks. New glass navigation windows were to replace the plexiglass type. Doolittle smelled trouble almost immediately. He wrote, "Despite my pleading, the civilian maintenance crews went about their assignments at a leisurely pace. This naturally made me very angry. I told my crews to stay with their planes and watch the work being done." Ted Lawson was the pilot of Raider Airplane Number 7. In his now famous book, 30 Seconds Over Tokyo, he wrote, "All of us were so afraid that they'd hurt the ships the way they were handling them. Yet we couldn't tell them why we wanted them to be so careful. Yet we all kept beefing until Doolittle got on the long-distance phone, called Washington, and had the work done the way we wanted it done."
And he called General Arnold in Washington and told him, in effect, build a fire to these guys for me because they're not answering my feelings for urgency. And well, they got the message from General Arnold directly. But it looks as though at least one aircraft, the one that went to Russia, was the one that had the difficulty with carburetors. The technician that was checking it says these things are way out of whack. They're too lean and they've got to be enriched, and so he changed them. And that apparently is the airplane that had to go to Russia because of fuel overburn.
On March 30th, just 2 days before the Raiders were due aboard the Hornet, Doolittle said he would be going into San Francisco to have dinner with his wife, Jo. She had been in Los Angeles visiting her ill father. Coincidentally, Doolittle had also received a message to meet that evening with Admiral William Halsey. Halsey recalled, "Our talk boiled down to this. We would carry Jimmy within 400 miles of Tokyo if we could move in that close. But if we were discovered sooner, we would have to launch him anyway, provided he was in reach of either Tokyo or Midway." With a word from General Arnold, the pace of the work of the Sacramento Air Depot picked up. But when an exasperated Doolittle was ready to depart for Alameda to put the planes aboard the USS Hornet, a maintenance officer presented him with a form for evaluating the work that had been done. Doolittle hastily scrawled the word "lousy" across it and stalked off for his B-25. The young officer turned to Doolittle's second-in-command, Jack Hilger, and shouted, "Who does that guy think he is? He's heading for a lot of trouble." "He sure is," Hilger answered. "He sure is." Doolittle had originally requisitioned 24 B-25s for the mission. 2 had fallen by the wayside during training at Eglin Field. 22 airplanes were now bound for the dock at Alameda to be loaded aboard the Hornet. But the room on the deck only allowed for 16 planes to take off. Doolittle had decisions to make.
It was interesting how he did that. As each pilot taxied his plane up to where Doolittle was standing, the boss would shout up to the pilot, "Is everything okay with your plane?" And not knowing what an important question this was, if the man says, "Well, my left engine is a little rough," that's all it took. And that's how they eliminated 4 planes. Now, the crews themselves were put on the carrier with us and went across the ocean with it, probably first for security reasons. But actually, as we went across the Pacific, Doolittle had the ability to make some personnel changes that he would have liked to have made and wouldn't have been able to made without these extra crews.
On our way to Alameda, our plane flew under the Oakland Bay Bridge. And got to Alameda and looked down. There was an aircraft carrier there with 5 or 6 airplanes on the deck. So we landed and taxied right up to the dock, right beside the carrier. Then they used 3 eye bolts to screw into the top of the airplane and then used that to hoist the airplane up onto the deck of the carrier. And I had to be in the pilot's compartment to set the brakes when they set down on the deck of the carrier. So I didn't walk aboard the carrier. I didn't walk off of it either.
Well, as the number of airplanes took up more of the deck, it became very apprehensive on how much of the deck was left for us to take off from. But we had taken off from a dry runway in the same distance, fully loaded, at Eglin. And in the actual takeoff, we had the carrier speed wind, we had the natural wind, and I think most of us were pretty confident we could get off. As a matter of fact, Colonel Doolittle wrote in his final report that a night takeoff would have been possible.
On April 1st, 1942, the men of the Doolittle Raid walked aboard the Hornet. Waiting for them on the ship was the Navy pilot who had trained them on short field takeoff techniques at Eglin Field, Bill Miller. "I was proud of those fellas that day," Miller recalled. As each man came aboard, he saluted the national ensign and then the officer of the deck and said, "Sergeant," or "Lieutenant," or "Captain, reporting for duty, sir." At 3 p.m. on April 1st, the Hornet unmoored from the dock in Alameda and moved to berth number 9 in San Francisco Bay. The Doolittle Raiders were getting settled aboard the ship.
Well, they treated us pretty well. I was an enlisted man, so we didn't have to sleep in the hammocks. They let us sleep in the bunks.
Doolittle called the raiders together. After a brief lecture on security, he surprised them by letting them go ashore for the evening.
We were told that we could go in, the Doolittle Raider boys, and spend an evening in San Francisco and to meet a boat which would pick them up the next morning at a certain wharf and take us back out to the carrier. So we were very happy about that. And we later learned that the boss, Jimmy Doolittle, went into town and met with Bull Halsey, who had flown in from Hawaii. Halsey was going to be in command of the 2 carriers and 4 of our whole task force.
From venues like the Top of the Mark in the Mark Hopkins Hotel, the raiders could look down and see their B-25s poised for this top-secret mission in the middle of San Francisco Bay. A cover story had been put out that the planes were being taken to Hawaii. The raiders might not have known exactly what they were headed for, but they were reasonably sure it was not Waikiki Beach. The aircraft carrier Hornet steamed out of San Francisco Bay on April 2, 1942, with 16 U.S. Army B-25 Mitchell bombers on her flight deck, and all 22 bomber crews on board.
I had never seen a carrier before, and I was really surprised by the size of the thing.
2 cruisers and 4 destroyers, whose job was to protect the vulnerable and valuable carrier, accompanied the Hornet. The task force also included an oiler, a floating gas station, that would refuel the flotilla in mid-Pacific. As the Hornet cleared port, Doolittle called the Army crews together. He told them for the first time where they were going and what they were going to do. He told them that their chances of getting back to the States were pretty slim, and that any crew member who wanted to withdraw could do so. No one did. The Hornet was America's newest aircraft carrier, and her crew was as green apples. But they were eager for action. Their skipper, Captain Pete Mitcher, had ordered the words, "Remember Pearl Harbor," painted on the Hornet's smokestack.
When we first got on the carrier in San Francisco Bay, we were very tight-lipped. We had been told, of course, don't tell anybody anything. Now here we were getting on this nice brand new carrier, and these Navy boys were naturally very curious. They wanted to know what this was all about and where we were going. And we, of course, wouldn't tell them. We had strict orders not to tell them. And they were very unhappy with us. I think most of them thought that this brand new carrier was going to be used to transport a bunch of Army boys in their planes to probably Hawaii. And they didn't like the idea at all.
On April 4, 2 days after the task force left San Francisco, the bosun's whistle sounded aboard the Hornet, and Captain Mitcher made an announcement over the ship's loudspeakers. "Now hear this. The target of this task force is Tokyo. The Army is going to bomb Japan, and we're going to get them as close to the enemy as we can. This is a chance for all of us to give the Japanese a dose of their own medicine." Mitcher's message was sent simultaneously by semaphore Morse code to the rest of the task force. There was wild cheering on every ship.
And from that time on, the Navy and we got along very well. The big cheer went up, and they were, of course, very happy to hear what we were going to do. And they got so friendly then that they invited us into their poker games. And most of the Doolittle Raiders took off 18 days later, flat broke. We left our money with the Navy boys.
Doolittle's crews had plenty of things to keep them busy. The Army bombers were not built for ocean duty, and the salt air caused all kinds of problems. Spark plugs, generators, and hydraulics failed. Fuel tanks leaked. One engine had to be completely overhauled, and there were continuing problems with the gun turrets.
Well, we went up on deck every day to check the airplanes. You've seen pictures of how the airplanes are tied down on the deck, and the salt air would tighten those ropes up. We had to make sure they weren't too tight, but then when it got dry, then they'd loosen up, so I had to check that all the time. And every few days they'd have to take those covers off the engines to run them up, make sure they were running all right. And they had those covers on there to try and keep the salt air from getting to the engines.
In the evenings, the bomber crews explored the ship, read books, listened to records, ate ice cream in the ship's mess.
The rest of the time we'd go up on deck and to exercise, we'd run the whole circle of the deck. And up and down those stairs, there's a lot of stairs on a carrier.
Most of the Army crews had never been to sea before, and several of them were seasick for most of the voyage. On April 8th, the aircraft carrier Enterprise steamed out of Pearl Harbor to rendezvous with the Hornet. Admiral William Bull Halsey commanded the Enterprise. 2 cruisers, 4 destroyers, and an oiler accompanied it as well. Enterprise and Hornet would rendezvous in mid-Pacific. From then on, airplanes from the Enterprise would provide defensive air cover for the combined task force as it steamed toward Japan. On board the Hornet, the sailors were edgy. They knew that a single Japanese submarine, a Japanese battleship, or a Japanese carrier task force could put their precious Hornet in jeopardy.
The original plan was if we ran into an enemy task force out there and we were within flying distance of Hawaii, we're supposed to take off immediately so that the Hornet's the carrier could get its airplane in the air. Or if we were within distance of Midway, I think it was, that we'd do that. Or if we were within distance of Japan, we'd take off and fly there. If not, then they were going to push the airplanes overboard so that Hornet could get its airplanes in the air.
I think this is one of the things that's often missed, is the value of the Hornet at the time was just unimaginable to the Navy, because we had Pearl Harbor, where our fleet was gone, and we were down to very, very few aircraft carriers. And to risk one on a mission like this was just really significant.
On April 9th, the day before the Hornet and Enterprise joined up, Allied ground forces fighting on the Bataan Peninsula in the Philippines surrendered to the Japanese Army. The next day, 76,000 American and Filipino prisoners of war began a 60-mile, week-long forced march that would leave 12,000 dead from starvation, thirst, and Japanese brutality. It would be known as the Bataan Death March. As the combined task force made its way toward Japan, Doolittle's B-25 crews were kept busy, but they still had plenty of time to think about the mission that lay ahead.
It was not a sort of suicide mission in the sense that everybody knew they were going to be lost, that there was a one-way trip for them. None of them ever felt that way as far as I know. They were following their leader, and that leader, if he could do it, we could do it, and that's why he was in the #1 airplane.
No, we did not consider it a suicide mission. Later, as we had to take off 250 miles earlier than we had planned, and things didn't look so good, we thought, well, this is going to be pretty rough. But I think you more or less always feel sorry for this other guy. He's going to get it, but I'm going to get through this somehow. And you don't take off on a mission like this without a light at the end of the tunnel. We all thought that somehow we'd get out of it.
Halsey's task force and the entire mission was in much greater danger than anyone imagined. The Japanese Navy had intercepted a radio message on April 10th that they knew Halsey was heading east toward Japan with 2 carrier groups. They began planning the destruction of the American carriers. But the Japanese did not envision the Americans putting bombers on an aircraft carrier. They believed the planes to be Navy fighters, planes that would have to launch within 300 miles of Japan in order to reach the islands. They thought the Americans would be close enough to attack by April 14th. They prepared to strike Halsey's task force with land-based bombers 600 miles from Tokyo, then to follow up with torpedo planes. Sinking the American carrier groups would complete the destruction of America's Pacific Fleet. But there were no more radio intercepts, and bad weather kept Halsey's ships hidden from the Japanese. When April 14th, the expected invasion date, came and went, Japanese officials relaxed and assumed Halsey was headed somewhere else. At 3 in the morning on April 18th, radar on the Enterprise picked up 2 small ships about 12 miles ahead. They were part of an early warning network ringing the Japanese islands. The task force went into full alert and changed course to avoid being seen. At 0340, Enterprise signaled all clear. 4 hours later, a lookout on the Hornet sighted another enemy boat. Soon after, Hornet's radio operator intercepted a message in Japanese. Halsey's task force had been spotted. April 18, 1942 dawned bright and clear in Tokyo. Officials prepared for a civil defense drill to be held later that morning. But no one believed that American bombers could reach Japan, and most people just went about their business.
Early in the morning, our task force went between two Japanese picket ships 650 miles out. Actually, they were fishing vessels equipped with radios to report just the sort of thing they saw that morning. 2 carriers and 4 cruisers heading for Japan. And before they were sunk, our people realized that they had been able to radio into the main islands of Japan that this task force was heading for them.
Halsey wrote, "Although we were 600 miles from Tokyo, instead of the 400 that we had hoped for, the fact that our task force had been reported left me no choice. At 0800, I sent Pete Mitcher a signal. Launch planes. And to Colonel Doolittle and his gallant command, good luck and God bless you." Halsey ordered the cruiser Nashville to sink the Japanese picket ship, the Nito Maru. In rough seas, Nashville's crew fired 924 6-inch shells, but scored just 1 hit on the picket boat. The Japanese raised a white flag, and their ship promptly sank.
Early in the morning, most of us were probably below deck. We could hear the guns going off. And then almost immediately it seemed like they announced over the speaker that Army pilots, man your planes. So they had to pack up our bag and get up to the airplane as soon as possible.
Like everybody else, it was around, I think, 6 o'clock when we got up. Some of us were down having breakfast. The first real notification was when the Nashville opened up on the Nito Maru. I, for one, wanted to make sure that I arrived at the airplane before Colonel Doolittle. Well, I was a second lieutenant and he was a lieutenant colonel, and I didn't want to get verbally lambasted for being late. And the other thing is that I wanted to get up in the airplane and go through the checklist and have a lot of the things that I could do that he wouldn't have to worry about. We're pretty much in takeoff position when Colonel Doolittle came.
Doolittle called all the crews on deck and went over their instructions one more time. He offered the men one more chance to step down. There were no takers. Several backup crew members begged for a chance to take someone's place on the mission. Again, no takers. One of the backup pilots did find a place on the mission. Robert Height's plane had been left behind at Alameda in San Francisco.
I always thought that Dad was co-pilot of plane 16. Well, originally he was pilot of one of the 4 planes that couldn't fit on the aircraft carrier. And that Bill Farrow apparently didn't get along with his co-pilot, or his co-pilot decided that he didn't want to go, and Bill came and asked my father to fly with him.
Robert Height, co-pilot of plane number 16, would be captured by the Japanese and would spend 3.5 years in captivity. Mitcher turned the Hornet directly into the wind and ordered full speed ahead.
Well, the weather was the ocean was very, very rough. Water was coming up over the deck of the carrier.
Launching early meant the planes would have farther to go and need more fuel, but their fuel tanks were already full.
After I got in the airplane, they handed me up a dozen 5-gallon cans of gasoline. Then before we got to Japan, they used the gasoline out of that turret tank first. Then I was able to dump the gasoline out of the dozen cans into the turret tank. Then I used a crash axe to cut a hole in each end of the empty cans, and I kicked them out the window. I did that so they would sink immediately instead of leaving a trail across the ocean from the direction we'd come.
Doolittle's plane was the first to take off. It was at the start line, brakes locked, engines running at 8:20 that morning.
The Navy signalman was twirling his flag to give them the signal when to take off. They'd run the engines up full power, and the signalman could tell from the sound of the engines when they were at full power. So then, when the bow of the carrier was at the lowest spot, closest to the water, he dropped to the deck and swung a flag forward, and that's when they're supposed to start rolling. Then by the time the airplane got to the end of the bow, or the top of the bow, the bow of the carrier was as far as from the water as it could be, so that gave them that much distance between the water and the bow of the carrier.
I was in plane number 9. There was probably 200 feet or more of clear deck ahead of us, but each one of us were pulled up to that same line. We all had 400 feet to take off. And one reason that they did that was because our right wingtip just missed the island by about 6 feet, and our left wheel then was about 6 feet from the edge of the carrier deck. So if we veered to the right or left in a longer takeoff run, we might hit the right wing or the left wheel overboard. So we all took off from the same place, and we all got airborne as planned. And it was a little exciting at first, but plane number 9 that I was on, by the time it was our turn, we were feeling pretty brave about the whole thing. 8 planes had successfully negotiated the takeoff ahead of us.
But I would bet that the average flight time for the pilots on the mission was probably about 500 hours, and in the B-25 maybe 100 hours. So they were, by modern standards, terribly undertrained. But by their standards, they were good. They were proficient. They could fly instruments. They could fly formation, and they knew the nature of the mission. I think that all of them went in knowing exactly what was at risk. Their lives were at risk, but it was worth it. It was the mission they were assigned to do.
In his autobiography, Admiral Halsey wrote, "The wind and sea were so strong that morning that green water was breaking over the carrier's ramps. Jimmy led his squadron off. When his plane buzzed down the Hornet's deck at 0825, there wasn't a man topside in the task force who didn't help sweat him into the air. One pilot hung on the brink of a stall until we nearly cataloged his effects, but the last of the 16 was airborne by 0924. And a minute later, my staff duty officer was writing in the flag log, commencing retirement from the area at 25 knots. Here, let me say that in my opinion, their flight was one of the most courageous deeds in all military history." When the aircraft carrier Hornet turned into the westerly wind to launch the bombers, it pointed almost directly at Tokyo Bay.
Now, each plane went in on its own. It takes gas and time to form in formation. So each plane was on its own. We didn't have gas to waste in getting together in formation. So we were about 4 or 5 minutes apart, which meant that in most cases, we never saw another B-25 on that day. Now, well, when we took off 650 miles out, there was a solid overcast and high winds, and as we proceeded towards Japan, about 2 hours, all that cleared up, and we had a nice sunny day. For the rest of the day, way into late afternoon, it was nice and sunny, so we got a big break there. But we went in right on the deck so the radar couldn't pick us up so easily.
Flying inbound to Japan, they had no idea of what the Japanese intercept capabilities were. They knew that they had been detected, and so they were obviously cautious. The technique would be to fly low and fast, but the faster you go, the more fuel you use. So they had to compromise in their cruise control techniques to fly a reasonable speed to get them over Japan and subsequently over China. I think that the average pilot flying it was probably exhilarated because it's fun to fly at relatively low levels. And the average co-pilot was probably concerned, A, that he wasn't getting enough stick time, and B, that he had to make sure that the engines weren't getting too hot because he's running the mixtures too lean.
The mixture is extremely important when you're trying to get mileage out of your airplane. You don't care anymore about speed particularly, you're caring about getting a distance out of the engines. So they all practice cruise control in that sense.
The fuel situation was made even worse by the additional fuel tanks, one in the belly and one over the bomb bay of each bomber. The tanks had been poorly designed and poorly built, and they leaked from every corner and from every connection. On every one of the 16 planes, fuel critical to the mission was leaking away. Once they were off the carrier, the crews faced about 3.5 hours of flying time to Japan. They were barely flying, 150 to 160 miles per hour, just above stall speed. They were flying 15 to 30 feet off the water. As the excitement of the launch wore off, they thought about the mission ahead. Most of the crews agreed that they didn't have enough fuel to reach China. Aboard plane number 9, navigator Tom Griffin calculated just how far their fuel would take them.
And our best calculations were that after about 5 hours we were going to run out of gas and we were going to be short of China by about 100 to 150 miles. So I think all of the planes made some kind of a decision. In our plane we thought, well, we're going to be running out of gas. If we see a ship, we'll ditch next to it and they'll take us aboard. And if it's a friendly ship, fine, we'll sail off with them. If it's an unfriendly ship, we each had 45s, and we'll pull out our 45s and take over the ship. Those, you have to have a light at the end of the tunnel, and that was the light we had.
Spread out over some 500 square miles of open ocean, the 16 bombers were heading for targets in Tokyo, Yokohama, Yokosuka, Nagoya, and Kobe. The Japanese people had been told that they were invulnerable. Months of victories had demonstrated that destiny, the gods, and military might were on the side of the emperor. Above all, they believed their homeland was safe from attack. "16 American planes and 80 brave men were about to prove otherwise. Dick Cole was the co-pilot of plane number 1, which was piloted by Colonel Doolittle.
We launched at about 8:20 in the morning. It put us over Tokyo at right around noon. We shored into Japan about 20 miles north. We could see Tokyo Bay, and we turned south and took us on a course over Tokyo, east of the Imperial Palace. We had incendiary bombs, and the reason was that since we were supposed to launch at dusk on the 19th, arrive over Tokyo, drop the incendiary bombs and light up Tokyo so that it would cause a big fire. Also, it would give the following airplanes some kind of a reference to where they wanted to go. But having the launch early put us over Tokyo in the middle of the day on the 18th. A couple of things that may have helped us. The Japanese had just practiced an air raid exercise. And they had a bomber called the Betty that had 2 tails. And for the first airplane, we feel that a lot of the people on the ground thought it was one of their airplanes when they saw the B-25, because we were not jumped by any other airplane. We flew low level till Fred Bramer recognized from photographs that they had given us on the carrier. At that time, Colonel Doolittle pulled up to 1,500 feet and we dropped our incendiary bomb. And immediately went back down on the deck. The ack-ack opened up on us and it was pretty intense, but it was not accurate.
Of the 16 Mitchell bombers, only 2 made landfall where they expected. Inaccurate compasses, overcast skies, and a 40-knot headwind made accurate navigation impossible. Once the planes were over Japan, all 16 navigators were able to lead their planes to their targets, but getting lost, even briefly, burned precious fuel. And the Japanese knew they were coming. Picket boats guarding the coast and patrol planes sent out to search for the Nito Maru had spotted the inbound raiders several hundred miles out.
When we were over Tokyo, we had counted 37 airplanes above us. And they did not see us.
Civilians who saw the Mitchells mistook them for Japanese planes. The morning air raid drill had been ignored by most of the populace, and they assumed that the low-flying bombers were just part of the exercise.
As we came over the coast, it was Saturday, right at noon, beautiful day. There were a lot of people on the beach. They were waving to us, and we were flying so low I could see the expression on their faces. They were cheering. I'm sure they thought we were Japanese airplanes. We followed the Japanese coast all the way southwest until we got to the tip of Japan and then headed west to China.
Plane number 8, still burning too much fuel, hit its target, a factory north of Tokyo. As they sped away on the deck, pilot Ski York, co-pilot Robert Emmons, and navigator Nolan Herndon discussed their options. The Russian city of Vladivostok was 600 miles north. Although Doolittle had ordered that no one land in Russia, the crew of plane number 8 felt they had little choice. York turned the bomber north.
And when we got over the city of Tokyo itself, we went in at rooftop level till we got to what we call our initial point, where we pulled up to 1,500 feet to make our bombing run on our assigned target. Plane number 9 happened to just fly right over Hirohito's house at about 50 feet. And then we proceeded down to the northern section of Tokyo Bay and headed across to bomb our target, which was a factory in the Kawasaki district of Tokyo making tanks. And we made our bomb run. The bombardier in the nose and the top turret gunner could see what our bombs did. The pilot and co-pilot and I couldn't tell, so we had to take their word for it. But they said that we really flattened that target. There was flak in the sky everywhere, and there were Japanese Zeros flying around. And we went in right at rooftop level, which made it very difficult for them to attack us. And they had flak towers, and they had to depress their guns to shoot at our people. And I actually saw their shells exploding in the street as we went across the city as they were shooting at us.
Despite clouds of anti-aircraft fire and swarms of Japanese fighter planes, all 16 Mitchells hit their targets and raced away undamaged. Getting lost on the way in had an unexpected benefit. The bombers hit Tokyo from every possible direction, and the Japanese defenses were thrown into chaos. 15 Mitchells and their crews now headed for China, across the China Sea. Most of them doubted that their remaining fuel would get them there. Behind them, Tokyo burned. Admiral Halsey later wrote, "We had our radios tuned to Tokyo. One of their glibest liars came on and began describing, in English, the wonders of life in Japan. Of all the warring countries in the world, he said, Japan alone was free from enemy attack. It would continue so. Indeed, Japan was blessed among nations. And right there, we heard the air raid sirens. Jimmy's boys had arrived.
We were captured by the Japanese, and they carried us back to Japan, and so they gave us court-martials and all of that, and they condemned us to death, and then they decided to let us live. They executed 3 of the pilots, and so that left the rest of us with the possibility that we could be, later on, could be executed anytime.
So I kept walking, and at dusk I came out on a cliff, and down below I saw a little cantonment of a couple of buildings that had a Chinese nationalist flag flying up above it. On the table was a sketch of on a piece of paper of a 2-tailed airplane with 5 parachutes coming out of it.
And the pilot had a deep gash in his left leg and one in his left arm, and most of his teeth had been knocked out. The co-pilot had a gash in his right leg, and I had to use some old dirty rags to try to close up the cuts on the other wounds.
So when we knew we were over the rim of the China, we pulled up to 11,000 feet or 10,000 to clear any mountains in that part of China. And then as we ran out of gas, we just bailed out. By the time we got up there going into China, we could not let down. It was nighttime, we were in a big storm, and there were mountains below us. So all we could do was to head into that storm, run out of gas, and bail out. That's what 55 men bailed out of 11 planes.
On April 18th, 1942, just 132 days after Japan bombed Pearl Harbor, Tokyo was burning. It was about 1:30 in the afternoon when the first B-25 flown by the Doolittle Tokyo Raiders dropped its first bomb. The Japanese High Command and the civilian population was caught off guard. As the raiders approached the coast of Japan, they saw smiling civilians waving at them from fishing boats, beaches, and baseball parks. They were so convinced their island home was beyond the reach of the Allied bombers, they didn't imagine that danger was imminent, even though U.S. Army Air Corps bombers were screaming overhead, just above the treetops. It was one of the most brilliantly conceived operations in aerial combat history. All 16 Mitchell B-25s found their intended targets and delivered their payloads. What the enemy did not know was the Doolittle Raiders were nearly 12 hours and 250 miles early for their rendezvous with history. The USS Hornet and the B-25s had been spotted much farther out than their planned launch distance. Early this morning, 80 Doolittle Raiders had scrambled aboard their airplanes, knowing they did not have adequate fuel capacity to reach any safe haven. It was an act of valor rarely matched in modern military history. Before it was over, a despondent Jimmy Doolittle, not knowing the location or the fate of his gallant crews, would sit atop the wreckage of his airplane and predict his own court-martial. He didn't know the raid he had led would play a pivotal role in turning the tide of events in the Pacific in favor of the Allies. That he had, in fact, just completed a mission that would change the war. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War. 27-year-old Richard Cole was seated in the co-pilot seat of Doolittle Raider B-25 No. 1. As a young boy in Dayton, Ohio, he used to ride his bicycle to a levee above McCook Army Airfield to watch the legendary pilots of the Army Air Service test flying the leading-edge airplanes of the day. One of those pilots was James H. Doolittle. Now, Doolittle was seated inches away on Dick Cole's left as they lowered their bomber down to rooftop level in Tokyo's western suburbs. They had hit their targets and were hightailing it for a planned landing field in eastern China near Chuchao.
We flew low level till Fred Bramer recognized from photographs that they had given us on the carrier. At that time, Colonel Doolittle pulled up to 1,500 feet and we dropped our incendiary bomb. And immediately went back down on the deck. The ACAC opened up on us and it was pretty intense, but was not accurate. We flew maybe 100 miles south at low level and not wanting to turn toward China and alert them of the possibility that they would recognize where we were going. And we turned on a southwest heading and flew open water, just strictly by magnetic navigation.
But they had been bucking headwinds since they had left the carrier. With the extra distance they had been forced to fly, they did not have the gas to make landfall. Then, the weather began to change. It had been severe clear over Tokyo, but now the ceiling was dropping and the wind was swirling. By the time they reached Yakushima, on Japan's western coast, visibility was down to 600 feet. The bad news was, night was falling and they were in a serious storm. The good news was, the headwind was now a 25-mile-per-hour tailwind. It just might provide enough push to get them to the China coast. Tom Griffin was the navigator in airplane number 9.
Now, according to the anticipated wind, we were going to have a headwind, which was the normal wind at that time of the year in particular, across the China Sea. And our best calculations were that after about 5 hours we were going to run out of gas and we were going to be short of China by about 100 to 150 miles.
And there was another, bigger problem.
There was supposed to be a portable homing station there, so we could use our radio compass and arrive there, land, and gas up and fly on into western China. But the fact that we arrived when we did in the middle of that big storm, there wasn't any chance of trying to make an approach into one of the fields. The other thing is that that homing station was in an airplane that crashed on the way to get there, so it was not there. The other thing was that the Chinese, hearing our engines, thought it was the Japanese air raid, and they shut off all electricity. So we were in limbo.
After 13 hours in the air and flying 2,250 miles, the right front fuel tank was showing empty. Doolittle told his crew to bail out. It was about 9:30 p.m.
For me, the most scared and worrisome and whatever other adjective you want to use of the whole mission was standing in the airplane looking down at that black hole, because we ejected the hatch, and outside there was a lot of wind, rain, and lightning, and you were going to have to go through that hole into a foreign country, and then having any idea where you were, or anything about it. To maybe that was the scariest time.
After putting the B-25 on automatic pilot, Jimmy Doolittle shut both gas cocks off and left the airplane. He landed in a rice paddy in a sitting position. He was neck deep in night soil.
The Chinese had been for centuries, had been nurturing their crops and fertilizing their crops with what they called night soil. This is human waste and animal and human waste to fertilize their crops.
Following a cold, wet night, an elderly farmer he had met on the road took Doolittle to a local Chinese military headquarters. There were some tense moments when Doolittle refused to surrender his sidearm to the soldiers, but he eventually convinced them he was an American ally, and they began to help him. At about 9 p.m., airplane number 7 was nearing an island off the coast at Sang Chau. Pilot Ted Lawson thought he could spare the crew the risk and trauma of bailing out by effecting a controlled landing in shallow water.
Just about dark, it was raining. Finally spotted some land, and the pilot spotted a strip of beach, and he thought he could land on that beach. The engines had been running so cool all the time that it stopped at the last second when he was landing, and we had the wheel down. We hit the water with the wheel down, and it immediately turned us over. I was in the back of the airplane. The other 4 fellows were in the front. They were all thrown out to the nose. The pilot and co-pilot were still strapped to their armor-plated seats when they came to in the water. I was knocked unconscious for a little while in the back and sort of came to and could see water running in what I thought was the bottom of the airplane. Well, I finally realized the airplane was upside down, and the plexiglass on the turret had shattered, and that's where the water was coming in. So then I was able to open the escape hatch on the bottom of the airplane and crawl out there. By that time I got out of the airplane, the other 4 fellows were already up on the beach.
In one of the countless acts of Chinese heroism performed in the wake of the Doolittle Raid, the resistance leader operating in the area helped Thatcher create bamboo pallets so the injured could be transported. Airplane number 15 had scored a direct hit on the steelworks in the northeastern part of Kobe. It was making its way to the Chinese coast at Sanmen Bay as the weather closed in. It was nearly 9 p.m. The left engine was backfiring, and the right one was generating very little power. The pilot, Donald Smith, had decided on a water landing about 400 yards offshore. It went well. There were no injuries. In the roughly 8 minutes that the plane remained afloat, the engineer-gunner Lieutenant Thomas White scrambled to recover some critically important tools. Thomas White was not an average gunner.
Well, Dr. White was a flight surgeon, but he, when he found out about the raid, he asked Colonel Hilger, who was the second in command, and Doc White was about his age, the same age as Hilger, in other words, older than the normal or the average raider. And he said, well, I'd like to go on the raid. And Colonel Hilger said, well, you can't go. Doc, we've got 5 men on each airplane. We can't find another seat for you. It just wouldn't be right. So he said, if you want to be a gunner, you could maybe go as a gunner, but you're not a gunner, you're a flight surgeon. He said, well, I could be a gunner, let me have a chance to try. So he went down and shot the guns and I think he came off second best in making a score compared to some of the other gunners. And so he got the job as a gunner. And so here it was a fortuitous choice to have him go on that mission, because he certainly was helpful when he got to China.
After a night in a fishing village, friendly Chinese rowed Dr. White and the rest of the crew to the island of Nandian. Again, the locals put their lives on the line, hiding the crew in a Buddhist temple while 65 Japanese soldiers swept through the area looking for them. On Nandian, Dr. White learned of the injuries suffered by David Thatcher's crew. According to Lieutenant Smith, from the moment he did, he seemed to have only one desire, which was to reach them as soon as possible.
It was the ideal providential meeting of these two crews with Doc White that saved one of the raiders, Ted Lawson, saved his life because Lawson was about to lose his leg and Doc White amputated it. He gave Lawson blood from his own arms, but Doc himself, when it got too bad, that Lawson was about to go, then he gave blood from his own himself, which is, I imagine, a difficult thing to do.
The day began badly for the crew of airplane number 16. As they sat with propellers turning on the deck of the Hornet, a sailor on the deck crew slipped. The prop blast from airplane number 15 blew him backwards into 16's left propeller. His arm was so severely injured, it required amputation. The crew members were Lieutenant William G. Farrow, pilot, Lieutenant Robert Height, co-pilot, Lieutenant George Barr, navigator, Jacob D. DeShazer, bombardier, and Harold A. Spatz, engineer-gunner. In Nagoya, the crew found their targets, a battery of oil storage tanks and an aircraft factory. So far, George Barr wrote, all had gone well. I gave the pilot a new heading, and we started our last leg of the trip. Like the other 15 Raider B-25s, number 16 encountered the curse of the storm and the blessing of the tailwind. And like every other airplane, they experienced the sinking sensation of getting no response from Chu-Chow on 4495 kilocycles. Landfall and nightfall arrived together. Just as the fuel warning lights came on, a break in the overcast revealed the lights of a city. Navigator Barr quickly figured it was Nanchang. They were over an area believed to be in Japanese control. There was no choice now. All hands took to their parachutes. When they landed, it was nearly 1 a.m. By daylight, all 5 would be in Japanese hands. For Robert Height, George Barr, and Jacob DeShazer, it was the first day of 3.5 years of hell on Earth. Bill Farrow and Harold Spatz would never see their homeland again. The targets for airplane number 3 were industrial buildings and docks on the east side of Tokyo. Once again, the 20-cent bomb site designed by Ross Greening at Eglin Field performed flawlessly. Number 3, which was nicknamed Whiskey Pete for pilot Bob Gray's Pinto pony back in Texas, made its run for the Chinese coast. At 10 p.m., flying in thin overcast, both fuel gauges registered empty. The crew went out in the usual order: engineer, followed by the bombardier, then the navigator, and the co-pilot. The pilot left last. Jacob Manch, the co-pilot, spent a cold night in driving rain, his parachute gathered about him. For 2 days he wandered, trying to find a railroad the raiders were told operated in this part of China. On the 3rd day, tired, hungry, and scratched by thick briars, he sat waist-deep in a stream. Suddenly, the thicket parted, and a smiling Chinese man with several companions confronted him. With sound effects and hand gestures, they indicated they knew where Manch's plane had crashed. They led him to a village where he saw Chinese guerrillas carrying parts of Whiskey Pete. He found something else: the body of his crewmate, engineer Leland D. Factor of Plymouth, Iowa. Factor had either struck the plane after leaving it, experienced a parachute failure, or just hit the ground excessively hard. He appeared to have died instantly. Sadly, airplane number 6 suffered the highest casualties of the raid. Dean Hallmark, the pilot, delivered his bombs on a steel mill north of Tokyo. The airplane, nicknamed the Green Hornet, was running on fumes when the coast of China was still 10 minutes ahead of them. A water landing loomed. The navigator, Chase Nielsen, remembered it was a very hard and fast landing that left him temporarily unconscious. When Nielsen awoke, he realized he was in immediate peril. The wreckage of the plane was being pounded by surf. It was sinking fast. Though he was bleeding and his nose was broken, he climbed up through the windshield, inflating his Mae West life preserver. He joined Bob Meter, the co-pilot, on top of the submerging plane, while the crew struggled to inflate their malfunctioning life raft. William Dieter slipped off the wing. At nearly the same moment, a huge wave washed the rest of them off the now fully submerged B-25. Though they tried to maintain voice contact in the dark, each man was now left to his own fate. Chase Nielsen would later write, "I couldn't do a thing but ride the waves. I half swam and half floated for what seemed like hours. I thought about my family, the fellows back at Columbia, South Carolina, who did not go on the raid, the wonderful Navy men who brought us to the launch point and were probably now being chased by the whole Japanese Navy. I wondered where the crews of the other 15 planes were, and whether Jimmy Doolittle's first combat mission might have been his last. I feared the worst might happen to Dieter and Fitzmaurice, because they seemed to be so badly hurt." Nielsen made it to shore. The next morning, from a hiding place in the stand of trees, he saw villagers and 2 Chinese soldiers looking at 2 bodies on the beach. It was William J. Dieter from Vale, Iowa, and Donald E. Fitzmaurice from Lincoln, Nebraska. The local Chinese did all they could to hide Chase Nielsen, Dean Hallmark, and Bob Meter, the surviving crew members of the Green Hornet, though the area was swarming with Japanese soldiers. After one Japanese patrol left, the 3 returned to the beach where the Chinese had hidden the bodies of Dieter and Fitzmaurice. They placed their comrades in 2 wooden boxes, chose a spot high on the beach, and buried them. The 3 officers prayed silently over the 2 enlisted men who had given their last full measure.
I bailed out and left Colonel Doolittle. He was the last one out. My chute opened properly, and looking down and to get the ripcord, I pulled the thing so hard that I gave myself a black eye. I was fortunate that my chute drifted over a pine tree, and I ended up about 12 feet off of the ground. So it was like jumping in a feather bed. It was raining very hard, and so I pulled part of the chute in and made kind of a hammock affair and spent the night in a tree. When daybreak came and I could see the ground, I had a compass and started walking west. And at dusk, I came out on a cliff. And down below, I saw a little cantonment of a couple of buildings that had a Chinese nationalist flag flying up above it. And the only reason I knew it was a Chinese nationalist flag was that the same emblem was painted on the AVG P-40s that I had read about before. Anyway, I walked down there and I was accosted by a young lad, and he took me to a building that was empty except for a table. On the table was a sketch of on a piece of paper of a 2-tailed airplane with 5 parachutes coming out of it. So I finally got him to take me where he took whoever drew the sketch, which he did, and I walked into this building and it was Colonel Doolittle. He is the one who had drawn the sketch. I said, "Boy, am I glad to see you."
But Doolittle was far from happy. He recalled the days after the crash landing. When the soldiers found our plane, Paul Leonard and I went to the crash site to see what we could salvage. There is no worse sight to an aviator than to see his plane smashed to bits. This was my first combat mission. I had planned it from the beginning and had led it. I was sure it would be my last. As far as I was concerned, it was a failure, and I felt there could be no future for me in uniform now. Even if we had successfully accomplished the first half of our mission, the second half had been to deliver the B-25s to our units in the China, Burma, India theater of operations. My main concern was for my men. What had happened to my crew probably happened to the others. As I sat there, Paul Leonard took my picture and then, seeing how badly I felt, tried to cheer me up. He asked, "What do you think will happen when you go home, Colonel?" I answered, "Well, I guess they'll court-martial me and send me to prison at Fort Leavenworth." Paul said, "No, sir. I'll tell you what will happen. They're going to make you a general, and they're going to give you the Congressional Medal of Honor. Colonel, I know they're going to give you another airplane, and when they do, I'd like to fly with you as your crew chief." It was then that the tears came to my eyes. It was the supreme compliment a mechanic could give a pilot. "16 B-25s left the deck of the Hornet on the Doolittle Raid. Every one of them reached Japan and bombed their targets. It was true that all the airplanes were lost. Airplane number 8, the airplane that seems to have had its carburetors either changed or reset at the Seattle Air Depot, was forced to seek the quickest landing opportunity available. It went to Vladivostok in Russia, where it was confiscated by the Soviets. The crew was interned for over a year, until the 5 men effected their own escape. As for Doolittle's men, 3 raiders died the night of the raid. Leland Factor, the engineer-gunner on airplane number 3, did not survive his bailout. William Dieter, the bombardier on airplane number 6, was too severely injured to survive the ditching of the airplane off the coast. The same was true for his crewmate Donald Fitzmaurice, the engineer-gunner on the same airplane. 8 raiders became prisoners of the Japanese. Lieutenant Dean Hallmark, Lieutenant Robert Meader, and Lieutenant Chase Nielsen, all crew members of airplane number 6, were captured. The entire crew of airplane number 16, Lieutenant William G. Farrow, Lieutenant Robert L. Height, Lieutenant George Barr, Corporal Jacob Daniel DeShazer, and Sergeant Harold A. Spatz became POWs. The treatment of the prisoners was horrendous.
They interrogated us and all of that, you know, each one individually. And there was 2 airplanes of us that had been captured. And they condemned us to death, and the Emperor reprieved us to life imprisonment. Our sentence was to be kept in solitary confinement.
I think they were very scared. They tortured them brutally. And they don't talk a lot about that in any of the books, where they put a rag over their face and they would pour water until you almost drowned and pass out, and then they would go on. Slaps, beats, socks, punches, common every day. Bamboo shoots between the joints. They would take iron rods and put them behind the break of the knee, and then they would jump on the thighs, which caused, obviously a great deal of pain.
By April 24th, 6 days following the raid, all of the captured raiders had been flown to Tokyo. Their mistreatment continued unabated until August 28th, when they were made to stand trial. The trial was conducted in Japanese. The men had no idea what was being said. A record of the trial concluded that the 8 had been found guilty as charged and are hereby sentenced to death. For reasons unknown, Dean Hallmark, William Farrow, and Harold Spatz were sentenced to be executed. On October 14, 1942, Hallmark, Farrow, and Spatz were informed they were to be executed the next day. They were given paper and pencil and told they could write to their family and friends. Hallmark wrote to his father, mother, and sister. "I hardly know what to say," he wrote. "They just told me I am liable to execution. I can hardly believe it. I wanted to be a commercial pilot and would have been if it wasn't for this war." To his mother, he wrote, "Try to stand up under this and pray." Bill Farrow wrote his widowed mother, "Don't let this get you down. Just remember that God will make everything right, and I will see you again in the hereafter. My faith in God is complete, so I am unafraid." Harold Spatz wrote to his widower father in Lebo, Kansas, "If I have inherited anything since I became of age, I will give it to you. And Dad, I want you to know that I love you and God bless you. I want you to know that I died fighting for my country like a soldier." The next day, on October 15, 1942, the 3 Doolittle Raiders were executed by firing squad.
Those fellows were tortured, they were starved, they were put in solitary confinement, they were beaten repeatedly, and nothing they could do about it. I mean, they just lived a very tortured existence. Each was growing steadily weaker, and Bob Meter was the weakest of the 5. Meter looked like a walking skeleton. On December 1st, 1943, the once sturdily built athletic Meter died quietly in his cell.
The Japanese were completely incensed by the Doolittle Raid. They had been concerned that such a raid might originate in China. General Claire Chennault, head of the celebrated Flying Tigers, who were operating in China, recalled that the Japanese drove 200 miles into East China to seek revenge. After World War II ended, Lou came to the U.S. to study aeronautical engineering at the University of Minnesota. He maintained lifelong friendships with the airmen he helped in China. Lou became a U.S. citizen in 1954. 4 years later, he began work as a civilian aeronautical engineer at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio, where he helped develop the C-5 military transport aircraft. Only 2 men have been named honorary Doolittle Raiders. One is Hank Miller, the naval aviator who taught the Doolittle crews how to pull a B-25 off the deck of an aircraft carrier in less than 500 feet. Tung Shang Lu is the other. He died May 3, 2009. He was honored at the 2010 Doolittle Raider reunion. His children Tom, Sheridan, and Melinda Liu attended. Since 1988, Melinda Liu has been the Beijing bureau chief for Newsweek magazine.
I think it's very hard for people of our generation to understand what our parents went through and the environment that they went through. That was a very special time. My father was basically like millions of other Chinese trying to get through the war, and just happened by happenstance to be in a certain situation that propelled him to heroic actions and very unusual circumstances, and it changed his life forever.
It began as a boost for the sagging morale of a shocked and angry nation. But the Doolittle Raid turned out to be so much more.
And it looked like their next big step well might be Australia. Drive down and take over Australia. And that was just the time when we hit. And the Japanese decided they were going to put an end to that possibility in the future. And 6 weeks after our raid on Japan, they got together a huge fleet and headed across the Pacific. They had 4 carriers, they had cruisers and battleships, and they were going to take over Midway first, possibly Hawaii next. And our intelligence had broken their code, knew they were coming, and Halsey had our ship, the Hornet, and the Enterprise, the other carrier that was with us, and a third carrier, the Yorktown, and he had us sitting up north of Midway and waiting. And when the Japanese struck Midway, we flew down there, and the rest is history, what happened. Our Navy boys sunk all 4 of those carriers, and it was a tremendous victory for our side. And from that time on, if you analyze the Pacific War, instead of being on the offensive everywhere, they were back on the defensive until we were just within easy striking distance of Japan in the summer of '45.
Following the Battle of Midway, the Japanese never scored another victory in the Pacific. All 80 Doolittle Raiders received the Distinguished Flying Cross for this mission. The Chinese government decorated all of the raiders. Those imprisoned and tortured also received the Purple Heart. David Thatcher was awarded the Silver Star. Dr. Thomas White was awarded the Silver Star. James H. Doolittle was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. Every Doolittle Raider who was able to fly at the completion of the raid did so.
And so I went back overseas with the 1st Air Commando Group that made the aerial invasion of Burma later on in 1944.
I came back to Billings on furlough for a couple of weeks and then went to MacDill Field to Tampa, Florida, and began training in B-26s, which is a twin-engine bomber with a single tail. And then we were flying submarine patrol between Oran, Algeria, and the coast of Spain until about the middle of April 1943. Then we moved up to the front, and we were bombing the Italian and German forces until they finally chased them out of North Africa. I was on 26 bombing missions over there.
And we all got 2 weeks leave before we went to our new group. In my case, it was that B-26 group at Harding Field, Louisiana, captured. This happened in the summer of '43 on the 4th of July. Now, we had a whole big flight of B-26s, and we flew over to Sicily, and they hit us big time, and down we went. And we were on fire, so I bailed out and pulled my ripcord. A little later, when I got to the ground, I was captured immediately by the Germans down there in this field.
13 raiders would ultimately lose their lives later in World War II. In China, Jimmy Doolittle made a promise to his men.
Colonel Doolittle promised the group, he says, if we survive the mission, he says, I'm going to throw you the biggest party you've ever had after it's all over, after the war. Anyway, we had the first reunion, and everybody had a good time. It was all fun and games and so forth. And somebody said, why don't we do this again? And Jimmy said, hey, wait a minute, fellas. This cost me a pretty penny to have this party. He said, I can't afford to do it. And some of the other aviation interests sponsored and the city itself. And after that, it was kind of like Topsy. We began to receive invitations every year.
It's great to see the gang every year.
After 10 years, Mrs. Doolittle said, she put her foot down and said, from now on, the wives are going to go to these reunions. And that changed the whole tenor of our activities, yeah, I assure you. But from that time on, it was a big improvement because we couldn't have kept on the way we were.
It's not just what they did, which was extremely important for the nation at that time, but how they've lived their lives since, really. And they have put together a foundation which supports youngsters coming up in aerospace engineering. And so they continue to make contributions wherever they go, whatever communities they visit. So they are continuing as an inspiration to the next generation of airmen.
It seemed like there was a guiding hand favoring us on that whole mission, because when you analyze the whole mission, everything went our way. And we did the maximum damage that we could do against our enemy with 16 planes, each carrying a ton of bombs. We really accomplished our mission. And of course, we upset them so much that their plans brought on the big defeat of Midway later. So this little raid accomplished quite a bit in the war. After we started having these annual reunions, the city of Tucson had invited us there, and when we got there, we found that they had 80 cups, silver cups, engraved with our names on them in this case. Those who were deceased, the cups were upside down. And so for the years that went on, in all of our reunions, some cadets from the Air Force Academy brought this case of cups to our reunion, and we had a regular ceremony, drinking to those that had passed on that year, and the cups were turned over.
Gentlemen, the toast to those who are gone. When we get together, it seems like the raid was yesterday. It's great to see the ones that are still living, and we pay homage to the ones that have passed on. The mysteriousness of the thing, the way it was designed, was that in this case that holds the goblets, there was a bottle of Courvoisier that was laid down the same year Colonel Doolittle was born. As the story goes, at the end of the trail, there will be two raiders sitting together with their goblet and some of their Courvoisier in the cup. And that'll be the end of the Doolittle Raiders.
80 men. 68 years later, only 6 of them are still with us. Yet their tradition dictates that all 80 of them gather, either in body or spirit, every year on the anniversary of that heroic and historic mission. A mission that changed the war.
I was about 13 years old. On my way to school one day, in Athens, Greece, the place where I was born. And a biplane of the Greek Air Force flew overhead and began to do the most astonishing acrobatics. And it was so beautiful, so wonderful, you know, that I got not only fascinated, but beyond that. And as the airplane finished doing the acrobatics over this area, and I began to walk on my way to school, I said to myself right then, that's it. When I grow up, I'm going to become a military aviator and nothing else. From then on, books and school meant nothing to me. All I wanted was to really look at the airplanes. And I began to skip school and walk some 25 kilometers to the aerodrome to watch the airplanes fly. I was dreaming, of course, you know, when I got to age, to try to get into the Greek Air Force Academy. So just before I reached my 18th birthday, I investigated to find out what the exams would be all about, and I found out that I wasn't even qualified to be outside the building. Why? Because I was a third-class student. I knew nothing about history or math or things like that. Then when I discovered that I was not going to be able to make the Greek Air Force Academy, I said to myself, I'm going to leave Greece and go to America to learn to fly. I had just passed my 18th birthday. I joined the Greek Merchant Marine. A month later, after that, I had a job on a 10,000-ton freighter as an assistant fireman. And on the 25th of March, 1938, that vessel left Greece for destination unknown. The only thing we knew that was we were going to Oran, Algeria, in the Mediterranean to pick up a load of iron ore for either Cardiff or Baltimore. These two names, you know, didn't mean a thing to me. What I knew about America was Chicago with the gangsters, New York, and Hollywood, where the movies are made. So we left Oran after the load, and one of the firemen who was I was helping, I asked him, I said, where is this Cardiff or Baltimore? Well, he said, Cardiff is in England, and another vessel is going to take a load for Cardiff, but we're going to Baltimore. And I said, where is Baltimore? Oh, it's in America. He said, not too far away from New York. When I heard that not too far away from New York, I became so excited. Of course, I didn't really show my excitement. We were crossing the Atlantic Ocean. We ran into a storm. And I began to ask this fellow here, the fireman, tell me, do you know anything about Baltimore? This Baltimore you're talking about? Oh, he said, I was with another freighter many years ago, and one of the crew members, after we landed in Baltimore, one of the crew members wanted to visit New York to see his uncle. Oh, so we took the train from Baltimore and went to New York. But I said, how did you do that? You don't speak English. You don't need to speak English. The only thing you need to know is ticket for New York. Oh, I said, what do you mean, ticket for New York? Well, he said, that's when you go to the counter at the station and you buy your ticket and you board the train and you go to New York. Thank you very much. I didn't show any excitement. But it's funny, you know, here I am in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, going through a doggone storm, and I'm shoveling coal and say to myself, ticket for New York, ticket for New York. Try to memorize those words. It took me all day to walk through the city of Baltimore and locate the railway tracks so I can find my way to the station. I made it. It was about 3 o'clock. When I got to the counter, I followed some people. After I asked a man in uniform, I said to the guy, ticket for New York. And he pointed, you know, the little window. So I went to that little window and I threw my $7. I had $7 left now. I threw my $7 and I told the man like I knew exactly what I was saying. Ticket for New York. He got me the ticket. It took $3, I think, and gave me some change and pushed the other money to me. I arrived in New York in darkness. I came out on 34th Street and 8th Avenue. I didn't know where to go or what to do. I spotted the Greek and the American flag cross the avenue. I couldn't figure out what the Greek flag was doing in this country. So I dashed across and I almost got hit by a car. And I found out that it was a small movie house playing the first movie ever made in Greece. And a movie that I had seen in Athens, all of us had seen it, The Shepherd's Daughter, Voskopula in Greek. I looked at the thing and I admired those black and white pictures that they had the old days. And all of a sudden, a miracle. And you think that movie with the Edmund Gwynn, Miracle on 34th Street, took place on 34th Street? The miracle took place on 8th Avenue with me. Two Greek fellows just stopped behind me, about maybe 2 feet away from me, and they began to talk in Greek. One was saying, now what do the Greeks know about making movies? And the other fellow said, now look, let's go inside and have a look at it. And if we don't like it, we just, come out and go home. It was then when I intervened and joined the conversation. And I said to the elder fellow, I said, what is it you want to know about this movie? Well, he said, when it came here, so I saw this movie in Athens. In Athens, he said, and what are you doing here? The way you're dressed up looked like you came out from a goddamn ship. I said, I did. I told him what I had done, and I told him that I didn't want to go back to the ship. I wanted to stay in this country, and I want to become an aviator. And my God, he said, I told him, I was hoping to find a Greek church, No, he said, the Greek church can't help you. He said, we are brothers. He said, this is my young brother, and we live in Brooklyn. And he said, you come with us. And that was the miracle that really helped me, when I arrived here in the country. Christos, he was, by the way, a chef at a restaurant in Brooklyn, but he got me a job in a bakery on 147th Street and Broadway. I would say about 4 months later or 5 months later, I discovered a flying school at Floyd Bennett Field in Brooklyn, New York. They would teach you how to fly, and you do not have to really attend there on daily classes. You flew at your leisure time, and it was perfect for me. I devoted quite a bit of time there, and I began to fly the J-3 Cub, a little baby aircraft that travels some 65 miles an hour. I was on my way, on my day off, on my way to do some flying. And I was so mad because the day before, I had seen in the paper where the Germans were killing the Greeks all over Athens and stealing olive oil to take it back to Germany, and mix it with some chemicals to produce lubricants for the aircraft. And I was really furious. And I got to the airport there, and my instructor, Johnny Hilton, he said, Steve, he said, what's wrong with you? Said, something is wrong. And I told him, what I said in the paper, and I said, if I could only, get there, I said, I want to fight the Germans, and you really want to fight the Germans? I said, yes, Johnny, I'll give anything. He said, how would you like to join the Royal Air Force? I said, what? I can't go to England to join. No. He said, right here. The Royal Air Force is recruiting American civilian pilots. But Johnny, I said, I'm not an American. I told him that I had tried to join the Army and at the recruiting office in New York, and the guy, threw me out the office. Oh, he says, you're a Greek subject, he said, and the RAF, Greece is fighting with the RAF, and they take you. I was sent to Polaris Flight Academy in Glendale, California, where I was trained the military way to fly the aircraft. Polaris Flight Academy was on one of the 3 or 4 schools the RAF had recruited, or rather contracted, to train civilian pilots for the Royal Air Force. I spent about 3 months there, receiving about 90 hours in military aircraft. All the aircraft we had there were marked. They had the markings of U.S. Army Air Force aircraft. And upon graduation, I was in a class of 15 of us. 7 of us were appointed as sergeant pilots, and the other 8 as pilot officers, equivalent to a second lieutenant. I was one of the appointed pilot officers. In February 42, we left the U.S. through Canada, and we went to England. In England, I was sent to a pilot officers school to learn about officers, and above all, to learn how to salute, really. And after that, I was sent to an operational training unit to learn how to fight in air, combat flying, that is. We had Hurricanes and P-51 Mustangs, with the early Mustang with the Allison engine. And upon graduation from that school, I was sent to a fighter squadron, 268 Fighter Squadron at Newmarket, close to Cambridge. I began to fly in combat missions over Holland. And primarily what we were doing, strafing locomotives, trains, and anything that appeared to be military. And there, at the squadron, I had another problem. The Greek Air Force in exile, stationed in England, was trying to recruit pilots for a Spitfire squadron in Egypt. And one day, I got a telephone call from this wing commander, Chennault, who asked me to visit him in London at the Claridge Hotel. I visited the hotel, and he revealed to me that they were trying to locate escaped Greek pilots. Some of them had gone to Egypt, some of them to Cyprus, Malta, and some of them in England. And they had no way of trying to contact them, and of course, who had escaped. So what they did, they went to the Air Ministry and asked the officials there to look at the roster of active RAF pilots. And it was then how they intercepted my name. I told the wing commander that, I said, I don't want to go to Egypt. I want to stay in England and fight the Germans from here. But he says, you can't do that. You're a Greek subject. And, your duty is, I said, no, sir. I said, I left Greece, and my intention is when the war is over and I can make it, if I make it, survive, that is, I would like to go back to America to become an American. No, he says, and I remember he said, I don't know what the king will say about this. King George II was also living at the same hotel, and evidently he was behind this recruitment. So, not knowing what to do, I sought the help of squadron leader Chesley Peterson, the commander of the 71 Eagle Squadron. And I called Pete, and we met in London, and I told him exactly what the Greek Air Force in exile was trying to do to me. And Pete said, do you want to go to Egypt? I said, no, sir, I want to stay here. Okay, he said, I'm going to fighter command, and I'm going to try to talk to them to see if I can get you out of 268 Squadron into my squadron, which he did. It's amazing. It's been 4 years since I came to America, and here I am now, flying with the Royal Air Force, one of the greatest air forces in the world, against Germany. But then we had a problem, because when Uncle Sam came over to England with the 8th Air Force, their aim was to recruit or to take every American who was flying in the Royal Air Force, especially the 3 Eagle Squadrons, the 71, 121, and 133. And the reason was that the generals, particularly General Spaatz, he was looking at it, and he saw that there were 245 Americans with a PhD in aerial combat. And that would have been really a tremendous gift, to go to Uncle Sam. So anyway, preparations were made for the transfer, and I told Chesley Peterson, who was now in charge of the transfer of the 3 Eagle Squadrons, into the Army Air Force, I told him that, sir, I said, this is not for me, you know, because I'm not an American. He said, there needs you too. General Spaatz told me that they want every one of us, and you're included. So here I am. I was transferred into the Army Air Force at the end of September, beginning of October 1942, without being an American. On the 3rd of May, 1943, I was on a training flight with one of with my roommate, Don Gentili, and I was called to immediately pancake. Pancake in the RAF terminology and also in the Army Air Force then means land. Just come back and land, pancake. So they called me and they told me that I was to pancake immediately. So I left my training site there and I returned to the base and I landed. And as I parked my P-47, I saw Lieutenant Colonel Peterson with my squadron commander, Tommy Andrews, in his staff car. After I jumped down from the aircraft, I went over and I saluted and I said to Colonel Peterson, I said, why did they call me for my training flight? He said, get in the car. We got on the car and he began to drive to his office. And he asked me what I thought about the Thunderbolt. And in my mind, immediately I went back and thought of the Greek authorities. I said to myself, they have gone to the Americans and told the Americans that this guy is a Greek subject, not an American, and that he belongs to the Greek Air Force. Oh my God, we got to his office and he asked me to sit down opposite his office. He got on the phone and he said, this is Colonel Peterson, connect me with the embassy. Oh my God, I said, evidently he has no guts to tell me about it. And he wants someone from the embassy to tell me that I cannot stay in the American Air Force. So I said, I began to really, not cry, you know, but I felt really kind of down. And here is old Colonel Peterson telling the ambassador when he answered the phone, John, Pitt here. I got the lieutenant right here, and I think you better tell him. Oh my God, I said to myself, they're going to tell me that I cannot stay in the American Air Force. He gave me the phone, and as I tried to put the phone, you know, close to my face there, you know, I said, yes, sir, this is Lieutenant Pisanos. You know, he said, young man, how would you like to become an American citizen here in London today? I think I stopped breathing. And I said, but I said, I was hoping when I returned to America. No. He says, we're going to naturalize you as an American here in London. And you better just get down here as soon as possible. And in the meantime, I looked at my squadron commander there, Chesley Peterson. He was laughing while he was trying to light his pipe. The ceremony was going to take place that afternoon, and it was a wonderful ceremony. More generals, more war correspondents. Walter Cronkite was there, Ed Morrow was there, and God knows who else. And after the ceremony, I remember the man from the immigration told the audience, may I present to you Lieutenant Steve Pisanos, the first individual ever to become an American citizen for the first time in American history outside the continental limits of the U.S. You have no idea how proud I was. I think I was crying all over the place. So we began to fly now with the P-47. We were ready, combat ready, and we began to escort the bombers further and further into Germany. I had my first victory on the 21st of May, 1943. I sat down an FW-190 over at Belgium. My group commander, a fellow by the name Don Blexley, Colonel Don Blexley, who passed away last year, he wanted to have an aircraft to really go to Berlin, as far as Berlin, escorting the bombers. And that aircraft turned out to be the P-51 Mustang And I took part in escorting missions, 800 bombers, 500 fighters, 1,000 bombers, 600 fighters. And I took part on the first Berlin escort mission on the 3rd of March 1944. Then on the 5th of March 1944, we had an escort mission down to Bordeaux, France, on the southern part of France. We were to take a bunch, two groups of B-24s, while they were to bomb 2 air bases the Luft Waffa was using, with Ju-88s flying over the Atlantic and bombing convoys. And I guess the bomber boys want to destroy these 2 bases. Anyway, over Bordeaux, we got mixed up with a bunch of FW-190s and ME-109s. I got a credit for 4 destroyed that day. But on the way back, I was flying alone, and I was coming up at about 22,000 feet, and I knew that the way my engine was operating, I wasn't going to make it down to the English Channel and bail out over the channel and be picked up by the RAF later on. And just before I came up over Le Havre, my engine just gave up. I didn't want to bail out high because of the fear the Germans might shoot at me. So what I did, after I had released the canopy and unbuckled myself there, I tried to stand up. There is a cord that is connected to the dinghy you are sitting on it. You connect that cord to your May West. The cord, I tried to pull it left and right, nothing. I said, sit down again. Panicking, of course, you know. So I sat down back in the cockpit, and I played the cord back and forth, here, there, you know. Finally, it got unplugged there. And I connected it to the May West, you know. There was no need now because I was over land. I wasn't going to use my dinghy. And then I stood up again, and I got out on the left wing. And it was then when I looked ahead, and I can see cattle, cows, you know, all over the countryside. And I was about maybe 300-400 feet above the ground. I knew that I could really bail out and have a parachute open. I thought for a moment, I thought of trying to get back in the cockpit, but I was fearful that with my parachute all over me, I would disturb the stick and possibly, you know, kill myself. So I stood right there holding at the left longeron there. And then funny, the aircraft was coming over the top of a barn. And it was then when I just reached inside with my right hand and pulled the stick back, barely missing the barn. And as I came over the other side, the wing, the right wing, dropped to the right, and I was thrown on the left. When I came to it and I decided to put fire on the aircraft, 2 German soldiers, evidently they had spotted the aircraft coming down. They came after me and they began to fire their automatic weapons. Trembling, and I was ready to light a match that I had taken from my escape kit and mix my scarf that I had dipped into the tank with the parachute from my parachute. The 2 German soldiers began to fire, you know, and I thought they were trying to scare me, more or less, visualizing that maybe I would damage the aircraft. It was when the bullets hit the vertical stabilizer of my aircraft that then I said they meant to kill me. I dropped everything and I ran into the forest. They came in the forest, and I think that's what I lost them. And funny, when I came out of the forest and I spotted my crashed aircraft, not burning, it was not really burned, thank God. And I spotted my aircraft there. I jumped a barbed wire and I came out to a paved road. And I began to walk down that paved road, and I came out a bend there. The motorcycle. There was a motorcycle. The 2 gentlemen had arrived on the scene. Anyway, scared that maybe other Germans will come in, I jumped another barbed wire and I went the opposite direction. For 5 days, I wandered all over the countryside with an injured shoulder. I finally made contact with the underground. They picked me up. They brought me to a point, and I had a problem with them. I still had to convince them so they can check with London who exactly I was, because they had a problem. The underground in France at the time had a problem. Before the war, there was a group of American German families with children, grown-up children, who went to Germany to visit relatives. The war started and they were trapped there. What did the Gestapo do? Picked up those young fellows, young 18, 20-year-old guys, and recruit them as Gestapo agents. I was told a story how a B-17 with American markings was flying one day, and there were parachutes coming out of the B-17, imitating that the aircraft was damaged. Those guys in the parachutes were not Americans, they were German agents. And he told me one story how they intercepted this guy, and he had not given them the proper information. For example, when they asked me my name, my rank, my serial number, that was not enough. You know, because the Germans with the dog tags, you know, they can really imitate an individual. They wanted to know my father's name, where I was born, where I went to school. Over and above that, there's 3 items there. They want to know my squadron commander's name. So it was then, you know, when I gave them all this information they wanted, and they went to London and found out who I was. And I'll never forget the day he came into my room with a bottle of Bordeaux wine. So, Stefan, he said, you're the Flying Greek. I never told him anything about the Flying Greek, but in the RAF, in the Army Air Force, I was known as the Greek. The Greek. In combat, you know, instead using my call sign, Greek, let's go get this guy. Greek, turn around. Greek, come over, and this and that. After I spent about 10 days with this individual, it was decided that I was going to Paris. They moved me to Paris on a truck loaded with firewood. The driver, we were up in the front cabin, the driver here, me in the middle, and another Frenchman here who spoke good French, good English, and he was a gendarme, a policeman for the countryside, but in civilian clothes, of course. And we conversed everything. So on the way to Paris, we were stopped by 2 German soldiers. One of them around a bend. We went through a small town. The truck was proceeding very slowly. So this German soldier pulled the Luger, and he came up and pointed at the driver to stop. They want to bomb a ride to Paris. That they want. But when I saw them, you know, my heart, you know, just went up. So anyway, with the 2 German soldiers now sitting at the top of the firewood, my friend here revealed to me, he said, underneath the firewood, beaucoup mitraillettes, many machine guns and other weapons, hand grenades, the RAF had dropped during the night for the resistance in Paris. Now, how do you get those things in the front of the Germans? The truck was just the perfect alibi. Because on the way to Paris, we passed by German patrol vehicles, German staff cars, and, you know, the fear was still with me, you know, that we'll be stopped and say, who is this young fellow that you're transferring? But we had good insurance with the 2 soldiers, you know, at the top of the fire truck. Anyway, in Paris, I spent about 6 months, and I lived with 16 different families. The last family, of course, was really wonderful. Those guys were the biggest saboteurs I joined with, and we did some sabotaging. We ambushed a convoy one night with another group northeast of Paris, and they gave me an automatic Brent weapon there to use, and I must have really killed about 6 Germans that night. Paris was liberated, okay, and as I said, and several hundred, 700-800 of us came out from hiding. We were taken back to England. And upon reporting back to my station there, they were glad to see me, of course. And I was told that no more combat for me because I knew too much about the underground and operations in France. And they felt that if I had been shot down again, if I had gone down in France, the Gestapo had means, you know, of really making me talk. Anyway, so then it was decided that I had to return back to the States, and that's when I was assigned to Wright Field. At Wright Field, I went through test pilot school. We had captured German aircraft there. the Marshall-Smith 109, the FW-190, the ME-262, including the Japanese Zero. And I did quite a bit testing and open graduation from the test pilot school. My roommate from the war days, Don Giantelli, he and I were selected to do the service test of the YP-80 here at Newark, California. I was testing a P-63 one day, I remember, over Cincinnati, 35,000 feet, and I got into trouble. The engine exploded on me, and I had to dead stick the aircraft with the gear down at the right field. I locked both wheels. I landed halfway down the runway, and I locked both wheels, and both wheels caught fire. And the fire trucks and the ambulance that were really following me, after I jumped the aircraft off the runway, jumped from the aircraft, as I roll off the runway, the firemen there with the foam, covered my whole body, my eyes and everything. They took me to the hospital, and it was then when a pilot from the bomber section, a TWA guy on military leave, was trying to recruit pilots from Wright Field. He came over the hospital after all my friends had come over to see me what happened. Giantelli and Yeager and Dick Bone and Gabi Gabreski also too. They came over to see what had happened to me, and after they left, this TWA guy came in and he said, "Hey buddy, I have a B-26 and I'm going to Kansas City. That's the headquarters for TWA. And I need a co-pilot." He said, "How about it?" I said, "Jimmy, I'll come with you." I felt that, gee, I survived the war. Maybe it's the time for me to get out like so many of us were leaving the service. But then I got disappointed with TWA. I felt that the airline game was not really for me. And I wanted to get back on active duty, and I didn't have 2 years of college like the Air Force required then. And I was on a flight to LaGuardia through Washington, D.C., and my friend Giantelli was at the Pentagon. So he met me at National, and we had coffee together. I told him that I was unhappy about TWA and the airline game, and he said, "Would you like to get back on active duty?" I said, "But how can I do that? I have no 2 years of college." "Yeah, but," he said, "you got something the Air Force will give anything to have you." I said, "What?" "Jet time." I had over 100 hours of jet test time. And at that time, the jet pilots in the Air Force can be counted on your hands, on your fingers. And so he said, "Look, when you get back to Kansas City, I'll send you an application for recall to active duty. Complete that, but don't send it through channels. You send it to me." I did that. 10 days later, I had orders from the Pentagon by direction of the President to report back on active duty. I went to the Pentagon. I spent about 4 years there. I got a regular commission. I got promoted to major. And from there, I had assignments with Germany and with NATO in Italy, and back to Colorado Springs with headquarters Air Defense Command and NORAD and Norton Air Force Base. Then back to Germany again in 1964. When my tour was over at 67, I volunteered from Germany to go to Vietnam. I thought I was going to have a divorce in my hands, because when I went home and I told my wife, she said, "Why did you do that?" I told her that I felt that America was in the vine, and being a man of the military, I should be there. So finally she saw my light. I spent a year in Vietnam supporting the special forces camps in the jungles of Vietnam with the Caribou, a 2-engine aircraft. I flew 375 missions in Vietnam. I was given command of my squadron, and after I left Vietnam to come home, I was notified that I had been promoted to colonel, full colonel, and that I was to proceed to Little Rock Air Force Base to be deputy commander for an ICBM wing. It was really unbelievable. I spent about 2.5 years there, learning. They sent me to school, of course, for 3 months, learning about the ICBM machines that carry the atomic bomb, aiming every one of those missiles that I was in charge, 18 silos. Every one of those missiles was aiming at the Soviet Union. And of course, those buggers, had the same thing on us. But the bombs we had on those missiles were not the baby bombs we had dropped in Japan. They were the hydrogen bombs. One of those bombs in Moscow would have wiped the whole goddamn city. It was there at that assignment when a colonel from the Colonels and Generals Assignment Office at the Pentagon called me up and he said, "Pisanos, how would you like to go to Athens, Greece and be the chief of the Air Force mission?" I thought somebody was holding my leg, being promoted to colonel, and now I told the guy, I said, "What are you trying to pull my leg?" Or something? No, he said, "I'm not pulling any legs." He said, he repeated his name, Colonel Tolman, and he was in charge. And he said, I told my personnel people to give me a colonel, a fighter pilot background, Vietnam background, who can speak Greek. And the only card that pops out on the IBM machine is Pisanos. So that's why he said we picked you up. Anyway, I left the Air Force, the ICBM wing, and we went to Athens, Greece on a diplomatic passport. Oh. What America did for me, I treasure deep in my heart. I never dared to dream that someday I would be wearing the uniforms of two great air forces, the British Royal Air Force and the Army Air Force, and later on the United States Air Force, where I attained the rank of a colonel. That I would complete 3 distinguished military schools, accumulating some 8,000 flying hours in some 85 different types of aircraft, prop-driven and jet-propelled aircraft, including a fighter, the F-106. Yes, I was able to really achieve and accomplish all this with the opportunity given to me by Uncle Sam and the American people. And my gratitude to this great country is too great to express in words how I feel in my heart.
Luft Waffa Gruppen Commander Gunther Rall, the 3rd highest scoring ace in history, led his Me-109s and Focke-Wulf 190s against the Allied bombers and fighters. For Rall, it would be a fateful day. On the same day, Colonel Hubert "Hub" Zemke, leader of the U.S. Army Air Force's 56th Fighter Group, known as Zemke's Wolfpack, led his P-47 fighters into battle, protecting the Allied bombers. He was employing a new tactic for the first time, a tactic that would shift the tides of the air war. Lieutenant Robert Shorty Ranken flew with the 56th Group that day, and in that single mission, he became a double ace, destroying 5 enemy aircraft. Was one of those enemy aircraft flown by Gunther Rall? The Allied bombing raid on Germany's synthetic oil plants had devastating effects on the Nazis' ability to wage war. Without oil, Germany's armies could not move. Its planes could not fly. Zemke's new fighter tactics against the Luft Waffa gave the Allies greater control of the skies over Europe. More and more Allied bombers could reach targets deep inside Germany and return safely to England. According to Albert Speer, the Nazi Minister of Munitions, this Allied bombing raid on German oil production was a turning point in the war in Europe. Hitler's armies would fight on for 12 more months. But, said Speer, it was the day that Germany technically lost the war. World War I. When the fighting ended on the 11th of November 1918, nearly 10 million soldiers were dead. An estimated 13 million civilians had died as a result of the war, and millions more were displaced from their homes. The major empires of Europe had ceased to exist. The German, Russian, Austro-Hungarian, and Ottoman empires were broken. Their far-flung colonies and much of their European territories divided among the victors. The Treaty of Versailles, signed in May 1919, annexed parts of Germany to Belgium, France, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Italy. The treaty limited the size of Germany's army and navy, outlawed a German submarine fleet, and prohibited Germany from maintaining an air force. Most of the fighting had taken place in Belgium and France. There, the loss of property and the economic upheaval were catastrophic. The Treaty of Versailles called for huge reparation payments from Germany. France insisted that the treaty include a war guilt clause that forced the German nation to accept full responsibility for starting the war and to assume liability for all the damages the war had caused. The crushing reparation payments shattered the fragile German economy. German marks became worthless. Personal savings were wiped out for middle-class people, and 7 million Germans were left jobless.
The Treaty of Versailles imposed so many cruelties on this country that the outcome couldn't have been anything else but dictatorship. People were starving. The economy was down all the time because the reparations that had to be paid mainly to France and to the other countries that had won World War I were so immense that the economy couldn't ever recover. And if people starve, they are likely to fall prey to anybody who promises them better. And this is, in simple terms, the way that led to Hitler.
The German people felt humiliated by the Treaty of Versailles. They were crushed by unemployment and hyperinflation. By the 1930s, political instability and economic depression left the German public disillusioned with the Weimar Republic, the democratic government set up after World War I. With keen political skill, Adolf Hitler built the Nazi Party into a mass movement that appealed to German traditions of nationalism, militarism, discipline, and the supremacy of the state over individuals. Once elected, Hitler renounced the Treaty of Versailles and began rebuilding Germany's military forces. Behind the scenes, he silenced or crushed any opposition and maneuvered himself into absolute power.
He cut unemployment, and that was the most important thing everybody wanted him to do. That was why he was elected finally. What people did not see was what happened behind the scenes. Where did all those unemployed go? They went straight into the arms industry. Or they went into the construction industry, building highways, autobahns in Germany, which were a first-hand military infrastructure. They didn't see the unobvious. All what could be seen on the surface was this man kept every promise he ever made. So no wonder he had been elected and re-elected again, and a third election in fact didn't take place. Because he just thought we can go on better without elections anymore, and nobody opposed, of course.
Gunther Rall was born March 10, 1918, in the Black Forest village of Gaggenau. His mother was a devout member of the Lutheran Church. His father was a merchant who was away from home much of the time. Like most of the German people, Rall's parents supported the Nazis' economic programs, but did not join the Nazi Party. Rall was just 14 years old when Hitler was elected Chancellor of Germany and assumed dictatorial power.
You know, I was a young guy also in those days, but I think their aim was how to, by political measures, you know, get an improvement of the whole situation. Means primarily economically, politically. And no member of any other party was idolized like Hitler in his party. He was a great leader, you know? In nothing, no word against him, no critique against him. What he said, this was right. No doubt.
first thing that was implemented by Hitler after he had taken to power was a Ministry of Propaganda. And under this ministry, all of the information industry had been centralized within half a year. That is, there was only one radio channel that was completely controlled by the Nazis, and all of the print industry, all newspapers, all magazines were under control of a censor that sat in the Ministry of Propaganda. It was strictly forbidden by law to listen to foreign radio stations, to radio stations outside Germany. You could get into prison if someone told the authorities that you were listening to BBC London, for example, or even to a Swiss broadcasting system. So the first thing they tried was to limit the Germans' view on the outside world and make them think in the direction the Nazi Party had decided the people should think to. Hitler managed to reduce unemployment within 2 years to less than 1 million. So he was cheered upon as if he had magical powers. And most of the people thought, well, this Jewish thing is really disgusting. But basically, he seems to be the right man at the right place. They wanted somebody who recovered the economy, who brought people back to work. He did exactly that. He delivered on all of his promises. And most people thought, okay, once he is at power, and once he has to deal with these huge problems, he will forget about that Jewish thing. He did not.
As a young man growing up in Austria after World War I, Gunther Rall was an accomplished athlete in track and field events. He received a classical education in languages and science. In 1928, at age 10, Rall joined the German Christian Scout movement. Scouting became one of the main influences on his young life. When the Christian Scouts were absorbed into the Hitler Youth movement in 1934, the Scouts themselves saw little change.
We changed the shirt. You know, we had a gray-blue shirt as Christian Boy Scouts, and this blue. When we were taken over, 1934, and we got a brown shirt and a black. We did the same as before, the same romantic things.
In the Weimar Republic, established in Germany after World War I, there were many political parties all fighting with each other. But there was one stable elite, the German army, the Reichswehr.
Reichswehr, 100,000 men, very selective. Even this is challenging a young man, you know, to become an officer. They had applications from 100 and they took 2. And this gives you a feeling you have the quality. So I want to become an officer, to be in this area also, in this elite. And then when I made my application at the regiment 13, I think we had 74 applications. They took 4 of them. And I was one of them. I was very proud of that. But this had nothing to do with the party, you know, with the political area. This was just your duty for your country.
Right from the start of the so-called Weimar Republic that had been established after World War I in 1919 in Germany, this was the first democratic system ever we had in Germany. We had a monarchy before for more than 1,000 years, and then we were a democratic system. And this democratic system had in mind to separate the army from everything that had to do with politics. So they made a law, the so-called Reichswehrgesetz, that forbade officers to become member of a political party or even join a political movement. Political discussions within a army housing area, for example, within the troops were forbidden. You were not allowed to discuss politics once you wore a uniform. You were not allowed to join a political party for good reasons, Because the thought behind that was an army should always be educated to defending a country and not be split up internally by political discussions between left and right and liberals and conservatives and the like.
Rall spent 2 years in the prestigious Infantry Regiment No. 13. In 1938, he requested transfer to the Luft Waffa, the German Air Force, and entered the flying service. After earning his wings and promotion to lieutenant, he was assigned to JG-52, flying the Messerschmitt Me-109.
I came to the wing, that time to the 4th Squadron, 52, and then I got my introduction on the 109E model, and it was 2, 3, 4 flights, and that's it, and then you are in the formation. I flew all the other ones, and I see the differences, and there are some problems in the 109. First of all, for young pilots, the undercarriage, narrow and high. And I recognized that when we trained the Romanians down, we had a lot of ground loops, you know, and then it broke, the undercarriage. Secondly, you got slots in the 109. The slots increase the lift at low speed, but when you are up in a berg fight, rough turns, there was a chance that just by gravity, the outer slot comes out and you can snap. You have to recognize that. The 109 had a very, very tight and narrow cockpit, poor visibility to the back. The starting system with the mechanic outside, eclipse starting, and this was very difficult in Russia, for instance, at temperature of -30. We knew we have a good plane.
The greatest weakness of the VF-109 was a design that put production ease ahead of use in the field. They designed it so that the fuselage was supported by the landing gear, and you could attach and detach wings readily for repair and for assembly and so forth. But it gave it a very, very narrow tread, and the tread was such that they lost some 3,000 pilots in landing and takeoff accidents in the airplane. So its greatest defect was its landing characteristics. In the air, it was fast. It had a good roll weight, not as good as the FW-109. Had a good altitude capability, not as good at diving capability, and not as good at turning capability as the Spitfire.
On September 1st, 1939, without a formal declaration of war, Germany invaded Poland. Lieutenant Gunther Rall was in flight school at Brandenburg, learning to fly the Me-109. On September 16th, Rall and his fellow flight students were assigned to an operational combat fighter unit. Rall was sent to Jagdgeschwader 52, near the French-German border. He had just 2 months of fighter training and 55 minutes of flight time in an Me-109.
The war came was a shock for the whole nation. There wasn't hallelujah, you know, World War I. They marched and sang songs, national songs, and they haven't lost the war. We are just 20 years after we lost the war, the next war, this was a shock throughout the nation.
Hitler's goal was to look east, to capture territory and resources from Poland, Russia, and the Ukraine. He didn't want or expect war with England and France, but treaties and promises to come to the aid of Poland bound those countries, so they declared war on Germany.
You know, another war, this was 20 years, about 21 years after the last war, which had horrible consequences. So there was no enthusiasm for that. I will tell you, as an officer, you have to, if a war comes, that's your duty.
Throughout the winter of 1939-1940, Rall's squadron flew uneventful defense patrols along the German border. When the Nazis invaded France and Belgium on May 18, 1940, Rall finally entered enemy airspace for the first time. On May 18th, Rall and 9 other fighters were sent to rendezvous with a reconnaissance HE-111 over France. At the rendezvous, they spotted 3 Curtiss Hawks of the French Air Force moving to attack the HE-111. Rall engaged one of the Hawks and shot it down, his first kill. Seconds later, bullets smashed into his own plane. Rall snap-rolled into a dive, leveled out on the deck, and short on fuel, headed home.
And I always say this was very educational, these things. The first event that I shot him down gave me the confidence I can do it. And the second sensation that I was hit gave me a warning saying the next time this can be you.
In July, Rall's group was stationed on the coast of France near Calais. On one sortie, they were escorting a flight of Ju-87 Stuka dive bombers across the Channel to England.
We had to escort Ju-87 over the Channel to England. Ju-87 is a very slow aircraft, a dive bomber. And if a bomb hangs underneath, it's even slower. And we had to stay with them at the wing. And the Spitfire just upstairs waited, came down, we had tremendous losses. And my group commander was killed, and my squadron commander was killed, and so forth, in the first missions. This means that I was at the age of 22.
That first battle over the Channel taught Rall a lesson in fighter tactics. His squadron had been ordered to escort the Stukas by staying in formation over the slower dive bombers. The result had been disastrous.
This was very important at the British Channel. You know, you have not dictate a fighter pilot where he had to stay in an air battle. He looking for his airspace he uses to be to get a chance to be successful. He finds that. You can give him an order, you say you have to protect him. Okay, from there on, it's his business, where he flies, what he does, you know? And that selection qualifies his capability.
Rall's squadron remained near Calais, France, and took part in the early weeks of the Battle of Britain, the air battle that Germany hoped would defeat the Royal Air Force and open the way for an invasion of the island nation.
The Royal Air Force very quickly gained tremendous respect from the German side. There were the tactics, how they were led from the Frau, excellent things, and they had a good tactics, good equipment, Spitfire, Hurricane. So I think it was the best Air Force we first met.
Rall scored no victories against the British in that summer of 1940.
I had Spitfires, you know where? In Russia. The Russians got Spitfires from the British. And my first Spitfire shot down in Russia, in southern Russia, near Kaukasus. Big fight. I shot down and reported my report, Spitfire. I got a call from the division, are you crazy? Spitfire's in the west. I said, wait till tomorrow. And the next day came 20 Spitfires. You know, the Russians in the south, or in Russia, the Russian fleet, air fleet, was 1/3 Anglo-American.
Over the next 4 years, Rall would fly more than 800 combat missions over France, the USSR, and Germany. He would be shot down 8 times, and he would become the 3rd highest scoring aerial ace in history. He would destroy 275 enemy aircraft.
The feelings are secondary, you know, you do your duty.
Hubert "Hub" Zemke was born March 14, 1914, in Missoula, Montana, the only child of German immigrant parents Anna and Benno Zemke. He grew up in the outdoors, sharing his father's passion for hunting and fishing. Hub's mother, Anna, wanted her son to get a college education. Money was tight, so Hubert panned gold to get through college.
In his senior year, the first half of his senior year, he was asked by the ROTC commander at the University of Montana to see if he could qualify to go to flight school. 3 people attempted to go. Dad was the only one that could pass the physical.
Zemke elected to enter the Air Corps cadet program immediately, instead of waiting until after graduation. He had no special knowledge of aviation and no real desire to fly. More than anything, what the Air Corps offered to young Hubert Zemke was the prospect of a steady job in the midst of the Great Depression. Zemke displayed great skill as a pilot. After earning his wings in 1937, he was assigned to the 36th Fighter Squadron at Langley Field, Virginia. He discovered a passion for flying and became a skilled pilot. Commissioned as a second lieutenant, Zemke was assigned to Langley Field in Virginia, flying Curtiss P-40 fighters. In 1940, Zemke and his friend and squadron mate John Allison were sent to England to observe and analyze the tactics of British and German fighter plane units.
When he arrived in England, the British had agreed to supply the Russians with P-40s. The British had no need for this aircraft. They considered it politely to be inferior to their Hurricane and Spitfire, and to diplomatically smooth things over and integrate the Russians into this war, which the Russians were now in. They were to ship 300 P-40s via Murmansk to the Russians.
Zemke and Allison spent the second half of 1941 teaching the Russians to fly the P-40s.
John Allison had to convince him time and again to not engage German aircraft that he was seeing. And at one time, he said, I came head-on with a Ju-88 reconnaissance plane coming straight at me, and I was going to shoot him down. John pleaded with him, Hup, we're not at war with the Germans. You can't do that. And Dad told John, they aren't going to know who it is and who did what. And he was unable to catch him.
December 7th, 1941. The Japanese attacked the American naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, and brought the United States officially into the war. Zemke wanted desperately to return to the West and join the fight. With Europe cut off by German occupation, Zemke made his way south through the Caucasus to Tehran, then to Cairo, across the South Atlantic, and back to American soil, arriving in February 1942. He was assigned to command the 56th Fighter Group, stationed at Savannah, Georgia, the first fighter group to fly the Republic P-47. He began training the group hard, preparing them for what he knew they would face in combat against the Luft Waffa. Zemke was unimpressed by the P-47, but he analyzed its strengths and weaknesses and began working out tactics that would make it an effective fighting machine.
The P-47 could not climb due to its weight, but the P-47 could dive like a sewer lid. This aircraft could outdive anything that the Germans had or that anyone wanted to configure against it. So he used high altitude. Understand, the war was being fought at low altitude. They were turning fighters constantly in a turning configuration at somewhere between 10 and 15,000 feet maximum, often quite below that. Here's this guy stacked up at 25,000 feet with the Germans approaching him at 15,000. It was a perfect setup.
Well, P-47 was immensely important, not only in quantity, but ultimately in quality. It was a design that really derived from a 1933 design by Alexander Kartveli and Seversky, and Canadian whose name escaped me for the moment. But it was progressively improved. When it rolled out, the original model was troublesome. It didn't have the performance that they wanted, but it was going to be available. The Republic then had the manufacturing capability. We ordered a lot of them, and we knew that it was powered by this great engine, this Pratt & Whitney R2800 engine that was going to be a lead engine in the war. And over time, it was improved. It was improved with a better propeller, improved with a better turbo supercharger system, improved with a better canopy. It had external fuel tanks applied to it. And it became a very, very effective weapon. And if you'd like to provoke an argument, just tell a P-47 pilot that the P-51 is a better airplane, and you'll get a good argument.
In 1942, America had no real air force to speak of.
And they took these young men, Cochrane, Zemke, John Ellison, and they put them in strategic positions, or positions to command. Here you are, 25, 26, 27 years old, highly spirited, 2 years of college, 3 years of college, the cream of the crop physically, mentally, that the Air Force can sort out, and we're putting through flying school starting in about 1940, 41. Had about 300 hours flying time, cocksure of themselves, egocentric as hell, instituting discipline among this group of people, building cohesion, and training them was a first-class task.
As an avid outdoorsman and champion collegiate boxer, Zemke had learned self-confidence. He believed deeply in discipline and cohesion, and he drilled into his pilots a philosophy learned in the boxing ring and honed by his observations in England and Russia. Use your wits, size up the opposition, keep hitting him where it hurts, and always keep the initiative.
They had no combat experience. Understand, Germany has now been at war, really, since 1936, training pilots in Spain, developing tactics, being led by exceptionally good pilots.
Transferred to England, the 56th Fighter Group saw its first combat in April 1943. It was obvious that they had much to learn. Zemke and his squadron leaders developed and refined their tactics, exploiting the strengths of the P-47, its diving speed, firepower, and ruggedness. And Zemke drilled into his fighters the lessons of discipline and unit cohesion. He did not tolerate lone wolves or undisciplined hotshots. The training, the discipline, and the experience quickly began to pay off. By November 1943, 7 months after its first combat mission, the 56th Fighter Group had produced 6 aces, including Zemke, and it was gaining fame as one of the elite fighter units in the European theater of war. And Hub Zemke was a full colonel at age 29.
He had a nature about him that I've watched throughout my life that attracted men to him. And it was more leading from the bottom up, not with a lot of words, but by mannerisms, by things briefly said and done. Very unique man in this way.
Robert Ranken was born in 1918 in Washington, D.C., the youngest of 6 children in a close-knit American family. He and his brothers loved hunting and fishing and playing sports. Ranken was a gifted musician, and in March 1941, the Army drafted him and placed him in the Army Air Corps Band, stationed in El Paso, Texas.
We were sleeping in tents. Well, I found myself with 95, 100-degree temperature jumping off the cot at Newtown, running outside and watching these airplanes. They were ferrying P-38s and P-39s through Biggs Field to Alaska. And they were just barely clearing the tops of our tents because we're 1,000 feet above Greenwich. They peeled off. That got my attention. And I thought to myself, how come I'm doing this? How does it was? How come I'm jumping there to watch this?
Ranken applied for the Army's Aviation Cadet Program and began training in July of 1942. He was one of the few in his class to be chosen to fly fighters.
And I was in advanced flying school. My instructor said, we're going to meet at a certain altitude. We're going to do a 180 away from each other, fly for 2 minutes, and then come back head on and rat race and see who can get on the other's tail. I was a young aviation cadet, but I was in advanced flying school, and all along I've been told the pilot who has the height advantage has the advantage. So as I was climbing away, when I left, I was climbing the whole time, and I was climbing on the way back, so I had him locked close. I got on his tail. There's no way he'd get away from me. And that's the reason I was selected to be a fighter pilot, because I whipped his butt.
Ranken checked out in the P-47 Thunderbolt in April 1943 and transferred to England in August of that year. After 2 months at a replacement depot, Ranken and 10 other replacement pilots joined the 56th Fighter Group on the same day.
First, it impressed me. I got there at a time when they were getting ready to schedule for a mission. And these pilots are standing around fighting to get their name. Hey, put me on, I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. And man, these guys, here they are fighting to get on the mission. So this got my attention right away.
Of that group of 11 pilots, 10 completed their tours and some extensions and went home. Only one was killed in action.
If we did what they told us, you had a good chance of surviving that war. And only one pilot, and he was probably one of the best of the 11, they put him immediately flying Hubert Zemke, the group commander's wing. His name was John Roby from Texas. He was an excellent pilot, but we had a place called the Voyage off the coast of England. It was a place where you could, there was a big cement blocks and what have you, where we practiced dive bombing. And it was one of these days where there's no difference between the sky and the water. He dove straight down and just kept going straight in, and that's the only one we lost out of those 11.
Flying with the 56th Fighter Group, Shorty Ranken became the first Allied fighter pilot to shoot down 5 aircraft in a single mission. He would end the war a double ace with 75 missions, 10 aerial victories, and a deep respect for the leader of the 56th.
It had to be that way. If you didn't cross cover and take care of each other, the game is lost.
In 1939, as German troops swept across Poland, Germany and Russia signed a non-aggression pact that secretly divided up Eastern Europe between the two powers. Under a trade agreement signed in 1940, Russia provided Germany with raw materials, especially oil, in exchange for German military and industrial equipment. But German Chancellor Adolf Hitler and Russian leader Joseph Stalin each remained very suspicious of the other's plans. In Germany, even as the trade pact with Stalin was being negotiated, Hitler and his military commanders began planning for an invasion of Russia to seize control of its oil reserves, land, and other resources. Stalin and his generals believed the Germans would invade Russia, but not before mid-1942, and not before Hitler had defeated England. On June 22, 1941, Hitler's armies launched Operation Barbarossa. the invasion of the Soviet Union. It was the largest military invasion in history. More than 4.5 million Axis troops swept into the USSR along an 1,800-mile front, from Finland to the Black Sea. Stalin had been warned of German troops massing on the Soviet borders, but he did not believe the Germans would attack, and the Soviets were unprepared. The air battle in Crete ended on May 30th, and Rall's squadron was sent to Bucharest, Hungary, then to Mizil, Romania, near the Ukrainian border, where they received replacements for their Bf-109E fighters. The Bf-109F, or Fritz, was more aerodynamic than the E model, with a new propeller and spinner, retractable tail wheel, redesigned wing, and cleaner lines overall. The E model's two 20mm wing-mounted cannons were gone, but Rall believed the Fritz's armament, a single centerline cannon and two nose-mounted machine guns, were enough. A skilled fighter pilot, he said, shouldn't need a battery of weapons. At the Staffel's usually quiet airfield near the sleepy little gypsy village of Mizil, Rall and his pilots were surprised to see a lot of activity as planes and staff and supplies passed through.
I came back from Crete Island, which was a lousy battle. We came back to Romania, to Mizil. It's a little gypsy village at the foot of the Carpathians. And there a couple of days, and got new airplane, and the 104, the 109F. And during that time, there was built up and forces from the army. I said, what's going on? To an officer, you know, we go to Russia. And we were shocked. Are they crazy? The war is not finished in the West. No, we started two-front war in the Russia. So we were set up, no doubt. But there's not very much thinking. You put in action and you do your job. Finito.
On June 22, 1941, Gunther Rall and the German Luft Waffa would begin to fly in a new and surprising direction, in support of Operation Barbarossa, the German Reich's undeclared war against the Soviet Union. It began in summer, with 99 German divisions beginning an offensive from the Baltic to the Black Sea. According to Gunther Rall's autobiography, within a day, the Luftwaffe destroyed 1,817 Soviet aircraft, 1,498 of them on the ground. Following these initial successes and victory at the Battle of Kiev, which began in August, Hitler declared, "We have only to kick in the door, and the whole rotten structure will come crashing down." In fact, the exuberance of summer would soon give way to the bitter reality of a nightmarish winter of suffering and discontent for Gunther and his fellow flyers. Operation Barbarossa would initiate the largest military confrontation in history and the beginning of the end of the Third Reich.
So I went down, bellied in the snow, but the speed was too high, and I jumped up again. Now was stalling just above this ditch, and went down, and then the wall came, and the big crash, and I was out. Then he came to my bed, the doctor. Forget flying, that's out. You broke your back 3 times. And then I stopped and said, "Doctor, I will fly again."
Zemke's Wolfpack was so successful because of Hubert Zemke and his leadership and what he instilled in the pilots and made them aggressive to carry on to get the job done.
June 1941. The war in Europe is 2 years old. Much of the continent lies under the Nazi heel. America has not yet entered the war. Hubert Zemke is in Russia, assigned to teach Russian pilots to fly American Lend-Lease P-40 fighter planes. Shorty Ranken has just joined the U.S. Army Air Corps as a musician. Gunther Rall's squadron, now flying the new Me-109F model, is assigned to an airfield near the oil refineries at Ploiești, Romania. On June 22, 1941, without warning, Hitler launches Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union. More than 4.5 million Axis troops sweep into the USSR along an 1,800-mile front. From Finland to the Black Sea, it is a turning point in the war in Europe. Germany's Adolf Hitler believed that his nation was overcrowded, that the Germans needed more land to settle, to provide natural resources like metals and oil, and to feed the population. He envisioned the Ukraine as a German colony where his countrymen would live on large, well-kept, irrigated farms. In August 1939, Germany and Russia signed a non-aggression pact, but Hitler and Russian dictator Joseph Stalin deeply distrusted each other. Stalin expected a German invasion despite Hitler's assurances of peace. Stalin had reasoned that Hitler's attack would come in the summer of 1942, only after Germany had conquered England and France. But Germany desperately needed the oil, tin, grain, and other resources of the Ukraine. By the end of 1940, the Wehrmacht High Command was already preparing for an invasion of the Soviet Union to begin the following May. Its codename, Operation Barbarossa. Moscow, Hitler said, would be the key. Take the capital city and the Soviet Union would fall. Unaware of Hitler's secret plans, Gunther Rall and the pilots of his JG-52 were shocked by the news of the invasion of Russia.
I came back from Crete Island, which was a lousy battle. We came back to Romania, to Misil. It's a little gypsy village at the foot of the Carpathians. And there a couple of days, and got new airplane, and the 109F. And during that time, there was built up and forces from the army. I said, what's going on? To an officer, you know, we go to Russia. And we were shocked, are they crazy? The war is not finished in the West. No, we started two-front war in the Russia. So we were set up, no doubt. But there's not very much thinking. You put in action and you do your job.
The invasion force included 3 million men and 3,400 tanks. The Russians, caught unprepared, were overrun and pushed east. On the first day of the invasion, the Luft Waffa destroyed 1,498 Soviet aircraft on the ground. Another 322 were shot down by German fighters or by German anti-aircraft artillery. In the 1930s, Russia was a world leader in the design of military aircraft, including long-range heavy bombers and fighter aircraft like the Polikarpov I-16, the world's first cantilever wing monoplane fighter with retractable landing gear, introduced in 1933. But Stalin imagined plots and traitors everywhere. In his purges of the 1930s, millions of Russians were arrested, imprisoned, and shot for the slightest hint of disloyalty.
The Russian Air Force was absolutely, totally demoralized because Stalin had purged the leadership of the Soviet armed forces, killed off about 70% of their top leaders from colonels on up. And the result was that not only were the people afraid of being purged and killed, they were afraid to even have a taxi accident. So training standards were very low. So for the initial months of the war, the Russians were flying essentially obsolete airplanes, no tactics, no training, and was a killing ground for the Germans.
Where in Russia, it's changed. When we came into Russia first, we hit a not very well trained Air Force with not very compatible equipment, you know, the Rata E-16, they flew it already in Spain on the E-153, and they didn't have tactics in the air, and they lost tremendous number. But they took the lessons. And it took time, and the Russians switched then to the MiG, LAK, and Yak aircraft, modern aircraft comparable with ours, exactly. And they changed the tactics. Also, it came to the four-ship formation. So they changed very quickly, but at the beginning they were not, certainly not that equivalent with us.
Within 6 days, the Germans had captured Minsk, the capital of Byelorussia. As the Wehrmacht swept across the Ukraine in late June, Gunther Rall's squadron moved to Mamaia in eastern Romania, near the Romanian oil shipping port of Constanța on the Black Sea. At Mamaia, we are greeted by a large expanse of meadow and one dilapidated hangar. No refueling facilities, a single telephone, no radar units anywhere. The commander of Constanza's flak defenses is relieved to see us. He puts great hope in us, but without proper infrastructure, we too are almost helpless.
I would tell you this is different, and even the Air Force didn't understand that. They didn't care. I give you an example. Take a wing in France, stationed 3-4 years, flying against England. The air battle is everywhere very serious. But when they land, they have their white beds, they have their shower room, they have this officers' club. This is tremendous. We lived in tents from April to September. Then we are looking for bunkers or kolchose, you know, the lost kolchoses. You have a complete different thing. You cannot go somewhere or this has a psychological impact on you. This is different. This is a matter of the leader of that unit, that he keeps his soldiers, in good position mentally. You live with your guys like in a family, you know. But it was not that easy.
As the German lines move eastward, their supply lines grow longer and more fragile. On July 3rd, Stalin declares a scorched earth policy to deny the Germans any chance of living off the land. Russian partisans fighting behind German battle lines attack German supply columns and supply dumps. The German response is ruthless. Security in these areas will be sufficient only if all resistance is punished, not by legal prosecution of the guilty, but by the spreading of such terror by the occupying power as is appropriate to eradicate every inclination to resist among the population. The faintest protest or disobedience should be met with ruthless reprisals. Political officers and leaders are to be liquidated. In Romania, Gunther Rall's JG-52 was busy through June and July 1941. By the month's end, the oil port of Constanța had been attacked by a total of 285 Soviet bombers in 38 separate raids. Our group succeeds in shooting down 44 enemy machines without the enemy inflicting serious damage to the oil terminal. After that, the Russians cease their raids almost entirely. In August, JG-52 moves north into the Ukraine. From the small town of Bialysyrkov, Gunther's Staffel escorts Stuka dive bombers to nearby Kiev. Opposing them are mostly obsolete Russian fighter planes left over from the Spanish Civil War.
Was nun im Sommer 1938
Technically and tactically, the Russian fighter arm at this time is years behind the Germans, but its pilots display admirable fighting spirit. They usually fly in a completely disorganized manner, whole gaggles of them, twisting and turning. Time and again we are able to slice through these and achieve quick kills, but our opponents are learning fast. On a sortie in mid-August, Rall is flying as wingman for a new replacement pilot. They attack a pair of Russian fighters from behind.
Am 2. August 1938
At this instant, there is a tremendous bang behind my cockpit. The whole aircraft seems to explode. I can hear and feel shots hitting the back of my seat. Something crashes into my skull. Blood trickles from under my flying helmet. A headshot. I've been hit. Rall nurses his Me-109 to a forward airfield and learns that an oxygen cylinder exploding behind the cockpit had torn loose from the armor plating behind his head. The jagged armor gave him an ugly but superficial scalp wound. His Me-109 is a total loss. He is soon back in the air. His JG-52 flying 2, 3, sometimes 4 missions a day, supporting the ground troops around Kiev.
Entschlossen holze ich die Männer mit an den Boden.
The skies above the Ukrainian capital are full of enemy fighters from early morning until late evening, and the score for JG-52 begins to rise rapidly. On August 4th, it totals 20 victories. Usually, it is between 5 and 10. Shot down in late September, Rall bellies in a forest clearing and makes his way back to the German lines. Others were not so lucky. German pilots who crash land behind Russian lines are often tortured and killed by their captors.
Wochenlang fliege ich die Arado 68.
On this front, there was no mercy, no chivalry, no Geneva Convention. September 1941. Plans for a lightning conquest of Russia are beginning to unravel. Victory is eluding the Germans at Kiev and Leningrad, and the infamous Russian mud is delaying the advance on Moscow. Hitler's plan called for rapid encirclement and destruction of the Red Army, but the Russians have fallen back, buying time in exchange for territory. The men of JG-52 operate out of 9 different fields in September alone. In late September, the group moves to Poltava, 200 miles further east.
In Germany, there was a newspaper, Völkischer Beobachter, and the editor, that guy with a high-ranking Nazi guy, headlines, "When the first snow falls, it's all over." The first snow fell. I was in Poltava in a tent. And then we ran down to minus 30 degrees temperature. Unprepared, even for the mechanics, they had no gloves, and it was horrible. It took a time to recover. No doubt, we got it, but it took time. And this was very, very bad. Nach weit über 1,5 Stunden Flug.
All of a sudden, winter is upon us. Yesterday, the autumn sun warmed us with a balmy 18 degrees. Today, a cold wind whistles through every crack in the mess tent, and we are freezing at minus 15 centigrade. The meadow we operate from hardens into a thin sheet of ice. We are in no way equipped for such weather. The mechanics least of all, who, dressed in their thin, inadequate overalls, strive to keep serviceable the machines parked out in the open, fully exposed to the elements. Our fighting strength is slowly but surely being whittled away. In the last 3 months, experienced men have been lost, leaving behind gaps that cannot be filled by inexperienced replacement pilots. If a pilot is fit for operations, he spends 2 or 3 hours in the air every day against a numerically superior enemy. At night, our airfield is bombed regularly. We are weakened by poor food and diarrhea, plagued by lice, worn down by lack of hygiene.
You know, we did our duty. We were not enthusiastic about the war in Russia. We lived under very poor conditions, and we were really challenged. It was cold, it was lousy, we were in tents, we had air battles almost every day, you know, and this was a hard time.
October 1941. The German army is approaching Moscow, Hitler's primary objective. But the Russians halt the Germans a few miles from the city. While the standoff continues into November, Gunther Rall's JG-52 is still fighting near Kiev.
Genau 3 Jahrzehnte später.
28 November 1941 was an icily cold day. In the air, everything around us fades into a milky haze, lacking all lines and contours. We spot 2 radas and climb at full throttle to a position above and behind them. The Russian is now filling the ring of my reflector sight, and he still doesn't suspect a thing. Edge in closer. Lift the nose a little. Now, my tracer bullets strike the fuselage and wing of my opponent, and then he explodes in a brilliant fireball. I am completely blinded. For 3 or 4 seconds, I have to concentrate entirely on keeping my Messerschmitt under control. Then, suddenly, there is a crashing in front of me, and bits of cowling fly past me. I've been hit.
He shot my engine off, out. And I was about 300 meters high, and the glide angle, so I went down, bellied in the snow, but the speed was too high, and I jumped up again. Now was stalling just above this ditch. So I had to push it down again, otherwise, and went down, and then the wall came, and the big crash, and it was out. The engine flew 40 meters through the air, and the wings came off, and I was down at the bottom of that, completely rotten.
Unconscious and bleeding from a wound that had peeled back his scalp, Rall was cut from his cockpit by a German panzer crew and taken to a nearby field hospital. His scalp was stitched up, but the doctor could do little about the terrible back pain from the crash. After 3 weeks without X-ray or treatment, he was flown to Hungary.
Hendrik, the senior officer, he fixed that. I came with a U-52 to Bucharest, to Normal Hospital. And there he was alerted. I came up to the X-ray, and then he came to my bed, the doctor. And I said, Herr Oberleutnant, I was a first lieutenant at that time, forget flying, that's out. You broke your back 3 times. And then I stopped and said, Doctor, I will fly again.
In the spring of 1941, the United States Congress passed the Lend-Lease Act, which authorized the president to sell, lease, or give war materials to allied nations. The Lend-Lease Act ended America's pretense of neutrality and led directly to German submarine attacks on U.S. merchant ships. But between 1941 and 1943, when America's allies did most of the fighting, Lend-Lease was essential to the war effort and to the Allies' eventual victory. In 1941, Hub Zemke and his longtime friend John Allison were sent to England to help the British assemble, test, and train an American-built Curtiss P-40 Tomahawks that Britain purchased under Lend-Lease. Zemke and Allison also studied the Royal Air Force's organization, training, and equipment. Zemke was especially impressed by the RAF's early warning radar system and by its air control system, which kept track of all RAF fighters and bombers in the air. He flew RAF Hurricanes and Spitfires, studied reports on German fighters, and found them all superior to anything America was producing. Observing RAF operations in 1941, Zemke and Allison realized that the U.S. Army Air Corps was totally unprepared for combat. At high altitudes, the Curtiss P-40 was outmatched by British and German fighters. The RAF assigned its P-40s to low-altitude roles. When Hitler invaded the Soviet Union, the Russians desperately needed war materials, including modern aircraft. The RAF was only too happy to send nearly 200 of its P-40s to Russia. Zemke, Allison, and a few RAF mechanics were sent to Russia in August 1941 to help assemble the P-40s and to teach the Russians to fly them. The Russian pilots learned quickly, and Zemke was impressed by their skill and their fighting spirit.
Lend-Lease was doubly important. One, it showed them that we were committed, and it showed the Russian population that we were committed. And Lend-Lease was not only P-39s and P-40s, it was acres and acres of Dodge trucks and food and supplies that got down to the population because everybody was engaged in the war effort. So tremendously important in terms of the effect on the Russian public.
On December 7th, 1941, the Japanese attacked the U.S. naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. 4 days later, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States. America was officially at war. In Moscow, Zemke and Allison could hear the artillery battle as the Germans approached the Russian capital. Eager to get home and get into the fight, Zemke made his way south to Tehran, then to Egypt, Brazil, Puerto Rico, and finally the U.S., after a journey of 4 months. Zemke was promoted to captain and given his first command, the new 89th Fighter Squadron. 2 weeks later, he was given command of the 56th Fighter Group and was soon a lieutenant colonel. Promotions came fast in wartime. The 56th was a unique command. Not only did Zemke have to turn fresh flight school graduates into effective fighter pilots, he also had to test and evaluate a radically new fighter design, the Republic P-47 Thunderbolt.
Well, P-47 was immensely important, not only in quantity, but ultimately in quality. When it rolled out, the original model was troublesome. It didn't have the performance that they wanted, but it was going to be available. The Republic then had the manufacturing capability. We ordered a lot of them, and we knew that it was powered by this great engine, this Pratt & Whitney R2800 engine that was going to be a lead engine in the war. And over time, it was improved. It was improved with a better propeller, improved with a better turbo supercharger system, improved with a better canopy. It had external fuel tanks applied to it. And it became a very, very effective weapon. And if you would like to provoke an argument, just tell a P-47 pilot that the P-51 is a better airplane, and you'll get a good argument.
Overall, Zemke was not impressed with the P-47. In his autobiography, he wrote, "The pilots were all eager young fellows who thought the Thunderbolt was a terrific fighter, simply because they had flown nothing else." November 1942. The U.S. Army invades North Africa in Operation Torch. U.S. Marines are fighting the Japanese on the Pacific island of Guadalcanal. The savage battle, begun in August, will rage on until the end of the year. On Thanksgiving Day, 1942, the 56th Fighter Group received orders transferring them to England. Arriving in January 43, they began a long period of further training in radio work, tactics, RAF protocols, and instrument flying. Zemke knew that his pilots had a lot to learn. His job as commander was to foster and encourage the aggressiveness that would make them killers while imposing the discipline and the unit cohesion that would keep them alive in combat.
The fighter pilots they begin to get, 20, 21 years old, highly spirited, 2 years of college, 3 years of college, the cream of the crop physically, mentally, cocksure of themselves, egocentric as hell, and being fighter pilots on top of that, thought they walked on water and talked to God. Instituting discipline among this group of people, building cohesion, and training them was a first-class task.
The United States, and to use the term again, was an OJT Air Force. We were learning to fly and to fight, to build airplanes and to ship them overseas and to maintain them, all at the same time. And guys who would have been a lieutenant for 8 years suddenly found themselves being captains and majors and colonels within a matter of months. And for the most part, did a terrific job. They accepted their responsibilities and worked.
Bad luck haunted Zemke and the 56th Fighter Group in their first months in England. Missions were scrubbed by mechanical problems or fouled up by inexperience. In its first 90 days in combat, the 56th shot down only 2 planes, both RAF Spitfires, and lost 2 P-47s. Finally, on June 11th, Captain Walter Cook shot down a Focke-Wulf 190 for the unit's first confirmed kill. More victories followed quickly. By the fall of 1943, under Zemke's tough but fair leadership, the 56th had become one of the most effective fighter groups in the 8th Air Force.
I think the fairest thing to say is that not every ace is a commander. For an ace to do that, it's very difficult. Aces don't want to subordinate themselves to anything but getting out and killing airplanes. I mean, when you get an ace who can not only be an ace, but lead a squadron and create a squadron of aces, then you have a pearl without price.
Shorty Ranken joined the 56th Fighter Group as a replacement pilot in August of 1943. He scored 10 victories with Zemke's Wolfpack. Later, during the Cold War, Ranken commanded 6 fighter jet squadrons.
Zemke's Wolfpack was so successful because of Hubert Zemke and his leadership and what he instilled in the pilots and made them aggressive to carry on to get the job done.
Shorty Ranken was drafted in March 1941. A talented musician, he spent more than a year as a member of an Army band before applying for flight training.
I want to tell you how I became a fighter pilot. And I was in advanced flying school. My instructor said, we're going to meet at a certain altitude. We're going to do a 180 away from each other, fly for 2 minutes, and then come back head on and rat race and see who can get on the other's tail. Well, I was a young aviation cadet, but I was in advanced flying school, and all along I've been told the pilot who has the height advantage has the advantage. So as I was climbing away, when I left, I was climbing the whole time, and I was climbing on the way back, so I had him locked cold. I got on his tail, there's no way he'd get away from me, and that's the reason I was selected to be a fighter pilot, because I whipped his butt. That's how it happened. There was 400 in my pilot class, only 60 of us got fighters. So I was very lucky. The rest of them had to go to be co-pilots in 17th and 24th.
After completing flight training, Ranken was sent to England to Shrewsbury, a replacement center for 8th Air Force fighter groups.
They were transitioning RAF pilots, U.S. pilots who had been flying for the RAF, giving them transition into P-47. Well, those of us coming from the States, we had about 130 hours in the airplane. And then finally they started orders to go to fighter groups. And fortunately for me and 10 others, we got to 56. If you did what they told you, you had a good chance of completing the war. And of 11 of us, 10 of us did. And 2 of us became Aces.
In early January 1942, Gunther Rall is put aboard a hospital train and transferred to Vienna, encased in a full-body cast that leaves him mostly helpless. In Vienna, he is under the care of a pretty petite female ward doctor. The ward doctor, Herta Schoen, is a young Viennese, slightly older than myself, friendly, who makes every effort from the start to ensure that my recovery progresses smoothly, and moreover, is always a delight to see. When Rall's father dies a few weeks later of a burst appendix, it is Dr. Schoen who brings the news to Rall's bedside. Dr. Schoen fully understands that I now need someone to talk to. She stays with me for a long time this evening. She will remain by my side for 43 years. On the Eastern Front, temperatures of -54 Fahrenheit have brought most of the fighting to a halt. But while the Germans freeze and run short of supplies, Russian fighting men and equipment pour into the Soviet lines from the east. In December 1941, the Germans launch a new push to take Moscow, but the Russians hold, then counterattack. By January 1942, the Red Army has pushed the invaders back 200 miles to the west. The Soviets' success sends a message to the world. The German war machine and blitzkrieg are not unstoppable. Rall's broken back heals slowly, and his doctors are making no promises. But after 5 long months, the cast comes off and Rall begins rebuilding his strength. In mid-May, nearly 6 months after he was shot down, Rall climbs carefully into a trainer aircraft for some aerobatic maneuvers. It's a successful flight. My back is holding up. It hardly hurts at all. Somewhat hesitantly, Herta rises from her chair and comes to stand alongside the Jungmeister while I'm undoing my harness. Her eyes, her facial expression reflect conflicting emotion, a mix of relief and sadness. In this moment, I realize that my life no longer belongs to me alone. I've got to return to my crowd, I say as I take her hand in mine. But Herta, I'm coming back. By early summer 1942, the Germans still have not captured Leningrad or Sevastopol, 2 of their major war aims. In May, they defeat and capture nearly 500,000 Russian soldiers, but the Russians can afford even these grim losses. In less than a year, the Germans have lost 1 million men on the Eastern Front, a third of the Eastern armies. Of the goals Hitler set for Operation Barbarossa, not a single one has been met. The Soviets continue to fall back as the Germans push deeper into Russia, trying to encircle an enemy that is no longer there. This deadly cat-and-mouse game is bleeding the Germans, exhausting their equipment, supplies, and men, but Hitler sees only German victories. In July 1942, Hitler divides Army Group South, sending half of that force toward the Crimea to capture the oil fields. The other half, 250,000 men under General Friedrich Poulos moved towards Stalingrad. The supply situation is now critical for the Germans. Paulus' army runs out of fuel in late July and again in mid-August. German tanks are stalled, only 35 miles from Stalingrad. Gunther Rall reaches his old unit, JG-52, on 28 July 1942. For the next month, they are constantly moving.
Aus verborgenen Quellen baut sich
200,000 German troops are lost on the Eastern Front in August 1942 alone. Never before has there been so many casualties in so short a time. True, over the same period, the Wehrmacht captured 625,000 prisoners, but the Red Army is able not merely to make good on these losses, it is constantly adding to the numbers of its frontline units. In September 1942, the German army reaches the center of Stalingrad. Heavy fighting continues in the ruined city. In the south, the farther the Germans advance, the harder the Red Army resists. Hitler now knows he cannot capture the huge oil refineries and oil tanks at Grozny. He orders their destruction. In early October, Rall's JG-52 is ordered south to escort the bombers. During a fighter sweep on 22 October, Rall downs 3 Russian aircraft in 4 minutes, with a total of 100 aerial victories. He is awarded the Oak Leaves to the Knight's Cross, to be presented by the Führer himself at the Wolf's Lair, Hitler's mountain retreat.
Und there was, at that time, there was Truschel Steinhoff was with me, and some others, 5, 6. And this always Hitler gave the order. And then we are sitting around the fireplace, and he asked, where are you coming from, where you come from? Then he developed his plans and ideas to us. At that time, Hitler had a very clear, you could stay what it was with his target, but he had a clear plan, whether you like it or not, but because this means watering the desert in Ukraine, you know, and settling farmers in the things. I never think this lasted almost 1 hour. And in the middle, I interrupted him. Steinhoff said, are you crazy? And I said, mein Führer, how long is this war in Russia going to last? The reason was, you know, these headlines, you wrote it, when the first snow falls, it's all over. And I asked these questions. Hitler stopped. And he said, first time he addressed me, Rall, I don't know. The great leader doesn't know.
Soon after Rall's meeting with Hitler, Gunther and Hertha are married in Vienna. In November, Rall reports back to his unit. JG-52 was already the most successful fighter group in the Luft Waffa, and its pilots continued to rack up victories. But they cannot change the outcome. All along the Eastern Front, the Germans are being pushed back. In July 1943, British and American troops invaded Sicily. In the Ukraine, the Germans suffered a crucial defeat at the Battle of Kursk, the largest and bloodiest tank battle in the history of land warfare. Rall's JG-52 was engaged in an equally savage air battle in the skies over Kursk. When the battle began, the Russians had half again as many aircraft over the battle area as the Germans. By the battle's end, despite huge losses, the Russians had 3 times the number of German fighters.
There was a time when I said to my wife, after Kursk, Harry, the war is lost. We didn't believe anymore in the victory is lost. We just waited what's going on, maybe diplomatic activities or what else.
In September 1943, with 200 victories, Rall was awarded the Swords to the Knight's Cross. He traveled to Prussia again, to receive the award directly from Hitler at the Wolf's Lair retreat.
And Hitler, and he talked to us, not any more facts, settling farmers, watering, and so forth. No. Very dark suit, but strip on the horizon. Those bullshit, you know. More mystic. Mystic.
I know I didn't want to fly the Pacific. I don't like water. So I was real pleased when I got assigned to Europe. And I was thrilled when I went to join the 56th Fighter Group and found out what they were all about.
1943. The tide is turning for Hitler and Germany. In January, Montgomery's 8th British Army pushes the Germans out of Tripoli. By May, Allied forces control all of Tunisia, and German and Italian troops surrender in North Africa. At Stalingrad, the Soviets begin their final counteroffensive. The Germans are encircled, and in February, 24 generals and 91,000 men surrendered to the Russians. 146,000 Germans have been killed or starved to death in a failed attempt to capture the city. In the Atlantic, German wolf packs are ravaging Allied shipping. The Battle of the Atlantic reaches its climax in mid-March, when the Germans sink 27 merchant ships in 4 days. The Americans have entered the air war in earnest, and in January, the 8th Air Force strikes at the German homeland with a daylight raid on the port city of Wilhelmshaven. In January, American and British leaders Franklin Roosevelt and Winston Churchill meet in Casablanca, and Roosevelt announces that the war can end only with the unconditional German surrender. The tide is turning for Hitler and Germany, but they will fight on for 2 more long years. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War. The 56th Fighter Group arrived in England in January 1943, with Lieutenant Colonel Hubert Zemke in command. The men of the 56th had endured a long run-up of training and organization in the States. They arrived in England eager for combat, still much in need of training in geography and navigation, British aircraft control networks, instrument flying, formation flying, air gunnery, and combat tactics. In early April 1943, after 3.5 months in England, the 56th Fighter Group moved to Horsham St. Faith Air Base near the city of Norwich and began flying combat missions.
My dad looked at himself as a player coach. He recognized, just like in a pickup game of football, that when you're choosing your players, you go for the best players you can find in the crowd. And no matter what their rank was, he put them as flight leaders or as element leaders. He knew he had to teach men to lead, and he would stand down heavy combat missions to let Schilling or Gabreski lead the group, and he would stand down and wait for them to come back.
Lieutenant Robert Ranken, nicknamed Shorty, graduated from pilot training on April 11, 1943 at Luke Field, Arizona.
My mother flew out to Arizona with my dad, and she pinged my wings on me and my gold bars. And they didn't want me to fly. No, not our little Bobby Rankin, because I was the baby of the family, and flying is dangerous. After I got my wings, they asked you what airplane you wanted to fly, and I picked the P-47. That's what I wanted to fly. And then the first time I got a chance to be up beside one of it, I thought, you must be crazy. What do you want to fly this big thing for? It looked so monstrous the first time I walked up and looked at it. But I don't know, just something about the P-47. I liked the way it looked. And 850 caliber machine guns, 4 in each wing, big radial engine, R-2800. The history proves the fact. It could take an awful beating and get you home. And fortunately for me, I never got a scratch on my airplane. I didn't want any part of scratches. And the 51, I have nothing against it, and I know the people who flew it think it's the greatest thing since sex. But I never found one could whip my fanny.
In August 1943, Ranken was sent to England and assigned as a replacement pilot to the 61st Fighter Squadron, 56th Fighter Group.
I know I didn't want to fly the Pacific. I don't like water. So I was real pleased when I got assigned to Europe, and I was thrilled when I went to join the 56th Fighter Group and found out what they were all about.
Through the late winter of 1942-43, Gunther Rall's JG-52 fighter group is on the run, one step ahead of the advancing Russians. The Germans destroy what they cannot take with them: planes, trucks, and equipment. By early February, JG-52 is a fighter group in name only. Rall is its acting commander. Gunther Rall wrote, "By the middle of March 1943, JG-52 has reached the stage where it can be returned to operations. It transfers down to the Crimea. On a fighter sweep on 21 March, I claim my first 2 victories in almost 5 months." On March 28th, Rall claims his first American airplane, a Lend-Lease P-39 Airacobra. Even in unfavorable circumstances, the Soviet fighter pilots were tough, courageous fighters. By the middle of 1943, they were approaching the same tactical standards as the German Luft Waffa, and now too, the modern fighters produced by Yakovlev and Lavashkin were arriving at the front, powerful, agile machines. In April, Rall shoots down a British Spitfire flown by a Russian. His group sees B-25 Mitchell bombers in Russian markings, a hint of the flood of Lend-Lease materials that will soon flow into Russia from England and the U.S. April and May 1943 bring the most intense air combat that the JG-52 has seen. Our operational orders run the whole gamut of what can be asked of a fighter pilot, from escorting Stukas, Henkel HE-111s, and Junkers Ju-88s, to patrolling railway lines, protecting shipping, making weather flights, and fighter sweeps. Between 1 April and 23 May alone, I fly 64 missions and claim 37 kills. Individual pilots bring down as many as 5 opponents on some days. Such scores are possible only because the Germans face incredibly high numbers of Russian pilots, and inevitably, the German fighter groups suffer significant losses as well. The lameness in my right leg, a result of my spinal fractures, is now giving me constant trouble. I have to fly an increasing number of ops with my left foot strapped to the rudder pedal, using this alone to control all rudder movements. In late May, Rall returns to Vienna for rest and treatment of his lameness. His R&R is cut short by orders to return to his unit in the Crimea. On 1 July 1943, I become commander of the JG-52 the most successful fighter group in the German Luft Waffa. In July 1943, British and American troops invade Sicily in the Ukraine. The Germans suffer a decisive defeat at the Battle of Kursk, the largest and bloodiest tank battle in the history of land warfare. Rall's JG-52 is engaged in an equally savage air battle in the skies over Kursk. As one Russian describes it, quote, "There were furious aerial combats over the battlefield. Airmen on both sides tried to help their ground forces win the battle. The fighters, bombers, and ground attack aircraft swarmed, and soon the sky was dark with the smoke of burning aircraft," unquote. The Wehrmacht lost 49,000 men at Kursk, and 1,600 tanks and self-propelled guns damaged or destroyed. The Russians lost 5 times as many soldiers and fighting vehicles as the Germans. But the Soviet war machine could replace even these grim losses, while the German Wehrmacht and Luftwaffe were spread thinner and thinner. When the battle began, the Russians at Kursk had 3 aircraft for every 2 German planes. By the battle's end, despite huge losses, the Russian fighter aircraft outnumbered German fighters by 3 to 1.
There was a time when I said to my wife, after Kursk, Harry, the war is lost. We didn't believe anymore that the victory is lost. We just waited what's going on, maybe diplomatic activities or what else.
Rall claimed his 200th victory in September 1943. He was awarded the Swords to the Knight's Cross. He traveled to Prussia again to receive the award directly from Hitler at the Führer's Wolfslair retreat. In 1941, on the eve of the invasion of Russia, Hitler told the German people, "We have only to kick in the door, and the whole rotten structure will come tumbling down." But Russia's rotten structure had survived, and its armies were pushing the Germans back toward Germany. At Rall's first meeting with Hitler, the Führer spoke in detail of a bright future for Germany and the German colonies in the Ukraine. Now Rall meets a Hitler who barely resembles that man whose visions he had listened to 10 months earlier.
Lasse auftanken und kehre mit dem letzten.
The Führer, as anyone entrusted with leadership can see, no longer leads. He has hardly any facts about friend or foe at his fingertips anymore. Instead, he murmurs mystically about a long, deep, dark valley through which we must stride, but at whose end the silver lining can already be seen.
And Hitler, and he talked to us, not any more facts, settling farmers, watering, and so forth. No. Very dark suit, but strip on the horizon. Those bullshit, you know. More mystic. Mystic.
Another surprise awaited Gunther in Germany. 6 months earlier, with his unit in the Crimea, Rall had had an unexpected visitor.
My wife helped choose to get over to England, 38. You know, there was the Austrian intelligence in Vienna. So 80% was Jews, so doctors, professors, lawyers, journalists, theater people. And she had good friends in England. They were Jews. They always came over for skiing. Very high-ranking Jews, and she went over to England, and they managed that the doctors, a couple of doctors, 6, 8, 10, could go to England. This was then known, and she was called by the Gestapo, and I didn't know that in those days, you know. But in the war, when I was in the Crimea Peninsula, the the justice officer from the Luft Waffa came, and he interrogated me. He said, "Are you crazy? I risk my head every 3 times a day, and you come with such a bullshit?" He investigated on, till I got the swords. And then I report, Hitler got given the swords, and after that we have to go to Göring in his house, castle. And I was in the line, the fourth, sagt Herr Reichsmarschall, Major Rall reports the oak leaves and swords, Hitler. And then he said, "Ah!" very loud. "Mein lieber Rall, my dear Rall, I'm happy to forget what was." And then he said, "Forget it, it's all over. I canceled that, the process." In other words, they couldn't risk that a man with swords, and this was the reason why they quit. And from there on was silence.
In World War I, 1914 to 1918, the technology of aerial bombing advanced rapidly, from artillery shells dropped from fighters to huge 4-engine bombers. By 1918, many in the Royal Air Force believed that strategic bombing of industries and rail lines could be decisive and could bring Germany to her knees. But the war ended before that idea could be proven. Sir Hugh Trenchard, head of the RAF, predicted that in the next war, Britain's best defense would be the destruction of enemy industries and the demoralization of enemy civilians by strategic bombing. But in 1919, Trenchard's next war seemed like a remote possibility, and the British military chiefs argued that the value of strategic bombing was very much unproven. The debate and the policies it drove would shift back and forth through the 1920s and 1930s. In the United States, General Billy Mitchell was arguing for a doctrine of strategic bombing. Testing the bomber's effectiveness against land targets was impractical at best. But German ships, seized by the Allies in 1918, offered an opportunity to demonstrate the bomber's worth. The U.S. Navy doubted that aerial bombs could sink a capital ship, but they were not exactly eager to put it to the test. Mitchell was finally allowed to stage a demonstration in 1921. In June 1921, off the Virginia Capes, flying boats of the U.S. Naval Air Service sank a German submarine, a destroyer, the cruiser Frankfurt, and the battleship Ostfriesland, using bombs weighing from 200 to 2,000 pounds. Despite Mitchell's success, British and American navies still were not convinced that bombers could destroy large warships. Mitchell would ultimately face court-martial for pushing his views too aggressively at the high command. Britain and France used aerial bombing effectively in their colonial wars in the 1920s and 30s, especially in Iraq, Somaliland, and Morocco. The colonials had no anti-aircraft defenses, and no one really knew whether the bombers could succeed against a well-defended industrial nation. Still, by 1930, there was a growing belief that the bombers would always get through. In Britain, that belief led military planners to ask, how could bombers be beaten? A commission was set up to find answers, and the result was Britain's early warning system, revealing the enemy's altitude and course, and often its numbers. In the mid-1930s, as Britain awoke to the rising threat of Germany and began to rearm, aircraft development and production, aircrew training, and airfield construction focused mainly on bombers as a deterrent force. This was based on the belief that tight formations of bombers could defend themselves and could deliver their bombs with precision in daylight raids over Germany. Under this doctrine, radar and short-range fighters would protect England from the feared knockout blow by enemy bombers, while formations of British bombers broke the back of German industry and shattered the will of the German people. The Spanish Civil War gave Germany a chance to test and develop its doctrine of aerial warfare. The bombers that Germany sent to aid the nationalists caused serious damage, and the fighter planes sent by the Russians to defend against the bombers were only partly successful. Like the British, the Germans concluded that the bombers would always get through. The Spanish Civil War, which ended in 1939, offered 3 lessons that nearly everyone failed to see. First, the bombers faced small numbers of inferior, mostly obsolete fighters. How they would fare against a modern, well-equipped fighter force was unproven. Second, bombing civilians did not always break their will to fight. On the contrary, it tended to increase their resistance. And third, although the bombing raids were very destructive, victory still seemed to depend on the land battles. On the eve of World War II, the leaders of the world's air forces believed that aerial bombing could be decisive, that bombing civilian targets would break the enemy's will to resist, and that bombers would always get through. These beliefs and the doctrines they fostered would have tragic consequences in the war to come. In the first 2 years of the war, British bombers caused little damage to the enemy, often missing their targets entirely, and bomber losses were higher than expected. Bombing raids against Britain produced similar discouraging results for the Germans. The Battle of Britain in the summer and fall of 1940 should have alerted leaders on both sides to the fact that bomber formations were highly vulnerable to fighter attacks. And in the fall of 1940, German bombers pounded London for 68 straight nights. But it was not a knockout blow. Britain fought on. By that time, British ground forces had been pushed out of Europe. The British War Cabinet concluded that the only way left for Britain to fight on was a massive bomber offensive against Germany, and in particular against the German oil industry. But there were mixed messages and diversions. It was proposed that one of the primary goals of the bombing campaign should be to break the morale of the German people. And as German submarines destroyed more and more Allied shipping, British bombers were diverted to attack the submarine pens on the French coast. But in 1941, a British panel concluded that of the bombers that claimed to have hit their target, only 1 in 3 got within 5 miles of it.
The Brits attempted to go after the U-boats. They destroyed not one U-boat. Not one bomb ever penetrated the U-boat pens. But they exhaustively lost approximately 400 air crews in that attempt. Now, I don't believe the intelligence was as good as one would think, but understand the British were listening to all of the German transmissions at the time. They understood what the Germans were talking about. And they switched their tactics to go after the vendetta of now firebombing, area bombing German cities. And that tactic was based upon the fact that they couldn't accurately bomb at night a German target, so they proceeded to burn Hamburg and Dresden and Frankfurt and Berlin, and endless missions were spent against brick and mortar that significantly did only one thing: motivate the Germans to fight even harder. Motivate the general public to support Hitler's war effort.
In the War Department in Washington, D.C., the emerging doctrine of strategic bombing assumed, as the British did, that the bombers would always get through. Introduction of the B-17, bristling with machine guns, reinforced the theory that a tight formation of bombers could protect itself from enemy fighters. America's strategic bombing plan was developed in 1941, before the U.S. entered the war. Under the American plan, while the British carpet-bombed German targets at night, the Americans would carry out precise attacks on key targets. First, Germany's electrical power grid. Second, its roads, rails, and canals. And finally, its oil industry. 8th Air Force combat operations began in August 1942. Their first target was the railroad marshalling yards at Rouen in France. A dozen B-17s put roughly half of their bombs on target. There were follow-up raids on French airfields, ports, and railway yards. And General Karl Spaatz, commander of the 8th Air Force, concluded that the bombing plan was correct. Major Curtis LeMay, commander of the 305th Bomb Group, developed the combat box formation, which gave bombers overlapping, concentrated fields of defensive fire. But losses to German fighters were still higher than expected.
I don't believe Spaatz bought into Harris's city bombing, terrorism of the German public. But Spaatz bought into attacking German industry because he had a vendetta to fight too. That was the German fighter production. He didn't like damage that the Luft Waffa was inflicting on his bombers. And the fighter protection he was given, these puny little 3 fighter groups in England, they were getting no place. Why? Because they couldn't escort the bomber more than 1/3 of the way to the target.
Spaatz ordered a raid on the German aircraft industry. On August 17, 1943, bombers were to hit the Messerschmitt factories at Regensburg and the ball-bearing plants at Schweinfurt. Both targets lay deep inside Germany, far beyond the range of the bombers' little friends, the 8th Air Force fighter planes.
56 Fighter Group, together with the 4th, took off and supported the escort as far as they could go. They had no way of going any further than halfway and then coming back on what fuel was left, and they stretched it to the drop. And particularly Zemke stretched it to the drop.
The P-47s escorted the bombers to a point 100 miles short of the German border, then had to turn around and go home to refuel.
And the Germans were no damn fools. They could read radar. They knew where the fighter escort turned back. And they flooded the bomber formations at the German border.
Of the 376 bombers sent on the mission, 60 were lost. Another 50 damaged beyond repair. 55 crews and 552 crewmen were listed as missing after the mission.
Understand, 4 missions and you don't have an Air Force. This is dire.
By the end of 1943, the 8th Air Force had 13 fighter groups instead of 3, and 2 of them were flying the new long-range P-51, with wing tanks extending the range of its fighter escorts. The 8th Air Force could once again send its bombers into Germany, to targets in the industrial Ruhr Valley. The fighters were protecting the bombers deeper into Germany, but losses were still high.
It's a funny thing how often we fail to learn from anything. In the Battle of Britain, Hermann Goering ensured his own loss by insisting that his fighters fly close escort on the bombers and sacrificing their speed and their mobility against the advice of all his fighter commanders. Well, it turned out we were doing pretty much the same thing, not quite as close escort. We weren't flying in close formation of the bombers, but we had our fighters flying close enough and in speeds that we could not intervene as effectively when the Luft Waffa attacked. The
first three fighter groups in the 8th Air Force were the 4th, the 78th, and Hubert Zemke's 56th. And there was stiff competition among them to see who could score the most kills. The 4th Fighter Group had the advantage in experience. Many of its pilots had been flying with the RAF's Eagle Squadron since 1940 or 41. The 56th was well-trained, well-led, and well-equipped, but success did not come easily. Through the spring of 1943, the 56th Fighter Group simply couldn't find the Germans. The Luft Waffa chose not to risk its planes in fighter-to-fighter combat. It was waiting for the Allied bombers. By early May, the 56th had shot down just 2 airplanes, both friendly Spitfires, and lost 2 P-47s. The group's luck finally turned on June 11th. Captain Walter Cook shot down a Focke-Wulf 190, and the group's score immediately began to climb. By the fall of 1943, the 56th was one of the leading fighter groups in the 8th Air Force. At first, the men of the 56th were unsure of their commander. Hubert Zemke could be supportive and open to ideas one moment, then stiff and unyielding in the next.
My father at the time, I believe, trained diligently. I mean, not just to occupy the pilot's mind, but to try and get these people to transition into a combat situation they were going to come into.
To his superiors, Zemke was often confrontational.
Hubert Zemke spoke his mind, and if he thought he was right, it did not bother him that he was telling his superior that he was wrong. He felt that it was his duty. He was not being obstreperous, he was not being self-seeking, he was saying what he thought, and in most instances, I'm sure he was correct, because he had the experience that many of his superiors did not.
The Germans had learned how to optimize a fighting formation. In the Spanish Civil War, the Germans developed a formation which we now call the Finger Four. And in this formation, you have a element leader and a wingman. And the element leader's objective is to attack. And the wingman's objective is to defend the element leader. If they are engaged from the rear, early enough, the element leader's objective is to turn on the attacker. That is, both of them together, to turn on the attacker and go into head-to-head combat. The British at the time had used the Vickers V, and they would stack in that formation 4 of them, 4 Vickers V's behind themselves, formation of 3, sometimes 4. And when they peeled off, they would peel off in a string. This type of combat had 4 aircraft doing the attack and no one doing the defense.
Unlike many of his superiors, Zemke had studied British, Russian, and German fighter tactics up close, and he began to work out his own tactical solutions. He adopted the German Finger Four formation, and he arrayed his squadrons in a new way.
He would stack 3 squadrons in the 56, one on top of the other. One squadron would do the attack. And this attack was meant to cause the enemy to make a mistake. He would try and break them up, as you would a covey of quail. And then your reserve group on top of it would come down on top of this broken up covey and pick them off one by one. And then you had top cover on top of it. A group always looking out that you're not going to get jumped. This tactic was adopted by the 8th Air Force, and it began to show his development as an individual, as a tactician.
At first, 8th Air Force commanders tried to rein in Zemke's unorthodox tactics, but his tactics succeeded for 2 reasons. First, they made good use of the P-47's greatest strength, its ability to outdive every other fighter. And second, Zemke demanded the highest levels of discipline in combat. Zemke's Wolfpack became the most successful fighter group in the 8th Air Force, with twice as many kills as its nearest rival, and the 8th began stealing pilots from the 56th to lead other fighter units. In his heart, Gunther Rall believed the war was lost, but he continued to do his best, leading JG-52 in combat against the Russians.
We are not philosophers. Yeah, we had the daily engagement. Here's the enemy, here are you, and this we thought from one mission to the other. That's it.
Flying 3 to 5 fighter sweeps a day during October and November, Rall makes his 250th kill on November 30th, 1943. The next day, he heads home on leave.
Genau 3 Jahrzehnte später.
The news that has been reaching us at the front has been meager and often distorted by propaganda. But now it becomes tangible. The British come at night attacking the larger towns and cities. The Americans come by day, striking at the center of the armaments industry. Soon, the Luft Waffa doesn't have very much left to put up against this offensive. It's wearing itself down on the Eastern Front, while the Reich is protected by far too few squadrons. Now, German pilots are going into action with scarcely more than 50 hours of flying time in powered aircraft. Most of them will be killed before their 10th mission. In early January 1944, Rall is summoned a 3rd time to Hitler to receive another award.
And again, the Hitler talked, sitting next and saw him. I was surprised about the medicine he has around his plate, you know, he to take. And then he talked about only the invasion. This was a problem. Where is he coming to be? When will he come to be? What can we do against it? This was a subject.
By early 1944, pilots and airplanes had begun pouring into 8th Air Force bases. Over Europe, the battle for air superiority was at a fever pitch. The Luft Waffa fighters and flak were inflicting heavy losses on Allied bomber formations, but the bombers were getting through, laying waste to German cities and factories. Desperate to block the Allied bombing raids, Hitler demanded that all of Germany's fighter production be converted to building anti-aircraft cannons. Speer convinced the Führer that the light metals used in aircraft production would be useless for building heavy guns. Instead, the Germans stripped the Russian front of 88mm anti-tank guns and used them as anti-aircraft guns. Eventually, the flak defenses guarding German cities would number 10,000 cannons and nearly 1 million men. From the Eastern Front, the best fighter pilots were sent to Germany to protect the fatherland.
Every group in the East had to give up at least a successful fighter pilot as a commander to the West. And then I went to Germany and became commander of 2nd 11.
Rall arrives in Germany in mid-March 1943. By early May, he has a total of 275 victories.
And there I shot down P-38 and some others. And then I became commander of the German fighter leader school.
In August 1943, American bombers had tried to knock out the German-held oil refineries at Ploiești, Romania.
The fuel situation was absolutely crucial to the Germans. They were rationing fuel to everybody, to tanks, to airplanes, to training. And when it gets down to it, if you have a choice of diverting fuel to an interceptor squadron or a training squadron, it goes to the interceptor squadron. They were always short of fuel.
The bombers flew without fighter escort. The raid was one of the costliest in American Air Force's history. The 9th Air Force lost 53 aircraft and 660 crewmen, a loss ratio of nearly 30%. And the Germans repaired the damage within 2 weeks, with no loss of overall oil production. Most of Germany's petroleum came from imports. Before World War II, synthetic oil made from coal supplied about a quarter of the country's petroleum. By 1943, synthetic oil plants were providing half of Germany's oil.
And the Germans had very smartly put their synthetic oil manufacturing out of the range of any American fighter, considerably out of it, essentially on the Czech border.
By the end of 1943, the 56th Fighter Group's P-47s were finally being fitted with wing tanks. The tanks gave them the range to escort the bombers into Germany.
This was a massive task of which nobody had realized. The P-47 was not configured with hardpoints on the wings, and they did not have a system by which they could pressurize the tank and pump the fuel to the engine. And on top of that, they couldn't get tanks. There were no tanks. They made tanks out of paper and epoxy resin, which leaked at altitude.
8th Air Force directives called for the fighters to stick close to the bombers. Zemke knew the 8th Air Force orders were wrong. He was sure that the best way to protect the bombers was to attack the German fighters before they reached the bomber formations. In the 56th, Zemke began taking the fighters farther and farther out ahead of the bombers, trying to catch the German fighters as they were forming up. To ignore 8th Air Force directives was to risk court-martial and loss of his command. But Zemke's insubordination was tolerated because his tactics got results. With improved long-range fighter cover for its bombers, the 8th Air Force was pounding industrial targets in Germany. But the bombing raids were not achieving the results the commanders hoped for. Their principal target, German aircraft production, was widely dispersed and quickly repaired. Despite an intense Allied bombing campaign, German fighter production actually increased. In January 1944, Major General Jimmy Doolittle was given command of the 8th Air Force, and he changed the mission of the fighter groups. Instead of escorting bombers, the American fighters would seek out the Luft Waffa, attacking German fighter planes wherever they were found, while 8th Air Force bombers attacked targets critical to Germany's air forces. These two directives would intersect on a fateful day in mid-May. Albert Speer, Hitler's Minister of Armaments, wrote years later in his memoir that May 12, 1944, was a day he would never forget. It was the day Germany lost the war.
I can tell you the numbers. The battle, when we got the alarm on against them, there were 800 bombers, B-17, B-24, in 8,000, 9,000 meters, and about 1,000 fighters from the Harz Mountains down to Stuttgart. Always four. The sogenannte Wolfpack from Hubert Zemke, he invented that, you know. And we were 75. We had 50 Focke-Wulf down there, and I have 25 109s up there as a top cover. But it's not comparable with these numbers, possible.
January 1944. Hitler's dream of conquering Russia lies in ruins. the Soviets have entered Poland, and in the Ukraine, the Germans are being driven back. In Italy, the Allied armies push up the peninsula toward Rome. British and American forces attempt to flank the Germans with an amphibious landing at Anzio. In the Pacific, intense fighting is pushing the Japanese out of Tarawa, Macon, Kwajalein, New Guinea, and the Solomon Islands. In Germany, British nighttime bombing raids are hitting the German capital Berlin, while massive American daylight raids pound industrial and military targets in Germany and occupied France. By the fall of 1943, Colonel Hub Zemke's 56th Fighter Group was among the most successful fighter units in the European theater. But the bombing campaign was in trouble. Lackluster results and heavy losses caused some leaders in Washington to question the aims and value of the American bombing raids. And on May 12th, 8th Air Force bombers attacked Germany's synthetic oil plants. In his memoir of the Third Reich, Albert Speer wrote that he would never forget May 12, 1944. He called it the day that Germany lost the technological war. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War. The 56th Fighter Group arrived in England in January 1943, with Lieutenant Colonel Hub Zemke in command. General Ira Eger, head of 8th Bomber Command, rounded up his best unit commanders and sent them to the United States to win over the U.S. Army Air Force leaders and the public. Zemke was part of that team. Zemke arrived home on November 20th, met with the military chiefs, went on a lecture tour, and visited his parents in Missoula, Montana, before returning to Washington, D.C. for transit back to England. There he learned that new orders were being prepared to assign him to a stateside post in New York. He desperately wanted to return to the 56th, as he had been promised before leaving England. With his original orders still in hand, he jumped on a transport plane for England and went to Fighter Command headquarters to plead his case. There, General William Kepner told Zemke to disappear for a few days while matters were sorted out. After 5 days of cooling his heels in Edinburgh, Scotland, Zemke was told to return to the 56th and reassume command. He arrived back at Halesworth on January 19, 1944. Zemke never learned exactly what happened at headquarters. He knew only that he could have faced court-martial and loss of his rank in command, and that the incident almost certainly ended his chances for promotion. Lieutenant Robert Shorty Ranken joined the 56th Fighter Group as a replacement pilot in August of 1943. He flew 27 missions without firing a shot.
Not all the pilots were that aggressive. My flight commander, when I first got there, flew with him. We were always top flight, top cover. No matter what went on, we still stayed at top cover. We didn't do anything. And eventually I got that flight. I changed things around, but I was a go type. I was conservative. I didn't want to go if somebody's right on me, but if I had the opportunity, I'm going now. I'm going to do what I can do. I enjoyed flying, and if you didn't have to worry about the flak, it was kind of a fun thing to do.
On February 6, 1944, Lieutenant Ranken got his first aerial victory. By January 1944, Gunther Rall met for a third time with Adolf Hitler to receive an award from the Führer's hand. This time, the Führer did not talk of victory or of Germany's bright future. This time, Hitler spoke only of the coming Allied invasion. Though German leaders denied it, Rall was certain that Germany had already lost the war, but he would do his duty as a soldier.
We are not philosophers. Yeah? We had the daily engagement. Here's the enemy, here are you, and this we thought from one mission to the other. That's it.
In the Ukraine, Rall and his pilots were holding out against long odds, in constant retreat from Soviet infantry, tanks, and ground attack aircraft. Finally, on March 13, 1944, his Staffel is ordered to fall back to Lemberg in Poland.
Wir arbeiten in Rammstein Tür.
And so, we leave the USSR, a good 2.5 years after the insanity of Operation Barbarossa was launched. By early 1944, new drop tanks meant that Zemke's fighters could escort the bombers much farther into Germany. The 56th Fighter Group had expanded from 75 to 108 P-47s, and on January 11th, it put up 2 escort groups of 24 fighters each. Hit by more than 100 bogies, the Wolfpack shot down 10 of the enemy, with no losses. The British Royal Air Force included several squadrons of Polish pilots who had escaped the German invasion in 1939. Several members of the RAF Polish 315th Squadron asked to join the 56th Fighter Group and were taken in early 1944. They were able pilots with a passion for killing Germans. Colonel Zemke believed strongly in leading from the front, but he also believed that it was his job to train other men to lead as well. The 8th Air Force set the policy for fighter escort.
The American fighter stayed with the bomber. Most fighter groups edged in tight to the bomber configuration.
Knowing this, the German fighters would form up ahead of the bomber stream and attack head-on in waves, trying to force bombers out of the formation where they could be picked off individually.
And Dad went to Kepner and told Kepner, look, I believe we can reshape the air war over Europe by using fighters in a different manner.
Zemke had been quietly disobeying orders and sending his P-47s farther and farther ahead of the bombers, hoping to catch the German fighters as they were forming up. And he saw that it was working. Destroying the Luft Waffa was a prerequisite for the Allied invasion of Europe planned for June. In February, 8th Fighter Command issued a new policy. It allowed the fighters to range away from the bombers to seek out enemy aircraft. It was the go and get 'em order the fighter groups had been waiting for, and the 56th lost no time getting into the act. Returning from an escort mission on February 11th, Zemke led his flight down to attack the enemy airfield at Juvencourt, where they destroyed an Me-109, the group's first ground kill. In late February, the U.S. 8th Air Force in Britain and the U.S. 15th Air Force in Italy launched a series of massive raids against the German aircraft industry. The combined bombing campaign of February 20th to the 26th would become known as Big Week. American bombers flew more than 3,500 sorties and dropped 10,000 tons of bombs on German cities. The purpose of the bombing campaign was twofold: to disrupt German fighter production and to provoke the Luft Waffa into decisive air battles. Losses were heavy on both sides. The Americans lost 226 heavy bombers and 28 fighters. The Germans lost nearly 600 fighter planes. The Americans could replace their losses. The Germans could not. The 56th Fighter Group tallied 59 aerial kills during Big Week, and only 2 losses. On February 22nd, Zemke's 61st Squadron became the first fighter squadron in the European theater to reach 100 aerial victories. The bombing raids of Big Week did not stop German aircraft production. The industry was widely dispersed, and in spite of intense Allied bombing, German aircraft production increased throughout the war. Germany's greatest loss during Big Week was the hundreds of experienced fighter pilots who failed to return. They could not be replaced. After Big Week, the Luft Waffa gave up its full-scale attacks on Allied daylight bombers. Germany's fighter forces were now rationed to protect key German cities and installations. Air superiority now belonged to the Allies. In August of 1943, 8th Air Force bombers had attacked German ball-bearing factories at Regensburg and Schweinfurt.
And the losses were unacceptable. I think there were 60 bombers lost out of something like a 290 bomber force, plus another 30 or 40 or 50 bombers that returned safely but were no longer usable. And it became apparent you could not conduct operations against Germany in daylight without a fighter escort. The Luft Waffa at that time was still strong. They had drained fighters from the Eastern Front. They had good pilots. They had a good radar system, early warning system. We were in effect defeated in 1943 in the air over Germany with our bombing thing. But they did draw the conclusion that, okay, we need an escort fighter. And so the bombing was diverted to shorter range missions until an escort fighter became available that could take them further into Germany.
In early 1944, the new long-range P-51 Mustang was coming online and drop tanks were increasing the range of the P-47. General Carl Spaatz, commander of U.S. Air Forces in Europe, now had the long-range fighter escort that he needed for his bombing missions.
Spaatz was being pressed by Arnold and the people in Washington. You better get on with prosecuting this war. And as he got range, he began to get into the Ruhr Valley, and he was left with the option of attacking German industry. He wasn't given the option to reach out and attack their oil production.
Germany produced synthetic oil from its vast reserves of coal. Synthetic oil factories supplied most of Germany's oil and all of its aviation fuel.
And the Germans had very smartly put their synthetic oil manufacturing out of the range of any American fighter.
Armament Minister Albert Speer understood that if synthetic oil production was cut off, the day of Germany's defeat could be calculated with mathematical precision. But in February 1944, 8th Air Force fighters could not reach far enough. The Luftwaffe still had claws, and Spaatz could not send his bombers unescorted into that cauldron. The synthetic oil plants would have to wait. The 56th Fighter Group ended the month of February with twice as many aerial victories as its nearest rival, the 4th Fighter Group, and fewer losses.
Dad named the 56 Zemke's Wolfpack. 4th Fighter Group is known as the Eagles. Dad was called the Werewolf of the 4th Fighter Group. There was a rivalry similar to baseball scores, okay? The Yankees versus Boston, this sort of thing. And the press began to pick up on it, and it was known as a rivalry.
Zemke encouraged the rivalry to motivate his pilots. With the P-51 and with drop tanks on the P-47, Spaatz had the long-range escort he needed to launch a daylight raid on Berlin. On March 6, 1944, more than 700 bombers escorted by 800 fighters attacked the German capital city. the German air forces fought savagely in what was possibly the largest air battle of the war. The 8th lost 69 bombers and 11 fighters, and many of the aircraft that did return were too badly damaged to ever fly again. The Germans lost 160 fighters that day, 1/8 of the fighter force that rose to defend Berlin. 2 days later, the 8th returned to Berlin with over 600 bombers. The 56th Fighter Group destroyed 30 German fighters. 5 of its pilots were lost. Lieutenant Robert Ranken of the 61st Squadron claimed his 2nd and 3rd victories that day. In all, the 8th Air Force flew 23 bombing missions during the month of March 1944. Its losses were heavy, 349 bombers, but German losses were heavier. In February, the Luft Waffa lost 18% of its pilot strength, 225 killed and 141 wounded. In March, the Reich Defense Force lost 22% of its pilots, 229 killed or missing, and 103 wounded. The Americans could replace their losses. The Germans could not.
When these big bomb threats came, 8th Air Force or the 15th from the south, we had tremendous problems already because we were in war already 3-4 years. And just to give you numbers, during the war, Germany trained and the German Air Force trained and put in operation 20,000 fighter pilots throughout time. 2,000 returned, 1/10. The survivability, let's say from 1944 onwards, we knew exactly if you have to go to a mission, alert, that every second pilot will not come home.
Didn't you tell me that in the early spring and summer of '44, they were sending people up in the 109 who had a total of 100 hours flying time?
Sure.
Not in the 109, a total flying.
Sure. We had to.
By that time, a lot of people were
anymore.
experienced. The people that came on later, it was like taking candy from a baby.
On April 17th, Gunther Rall arrived at Wunstorf, Germany, transferred from the Eastern Front to command No. 2 Group of JG-11. His ME-109s are charged with engaging the fighter planes that escort the American bombers. In these battles, the German fighter arm will be outnumbered by 7-1, or even 10-1. The fiercest battles are fought above Ruhr Valley, west of Berlin. American fighter pilots call this area the happy hunting ground.
Und in diesem Sommer 1970,
the situation doesn't alarm me unduly. There are around 1,000 missions and 273 victories in my logbook, a balance that's got to be worth something on any front. The Americans launch bombing raids almost daily, but JG-11 does not see any action until April 29th. On that day, JG-11's Focke-Wulf 190s shoot down 11 B-24 Liberators. Rall's 109s tangle with groups of P-51 Mustangs and P-38 Lightnings. His group shoots down 6 American fighters, but loses 5 of its own, 4 killed and 1 wounded. By the end of April, the Luft Waffa has lost another 395 fighter pilots, killed, missing, or seriously wounded.
we got young pilots. They had 1 or 2 sorties on the 109 and were put in the operation. The survivability, the chance for survive, were 3 missions in the United States.
As Germany's air defenses weakened, the Allied High Command turned its attention again to German oil production. Oil fields at Ploesti, Romania provided a quarter of Germany's oil supplies. Bombing raids on Ploesti and the mining of the Danube River drastically cut the flow of Romanian oil to Germany. And on May 12th, 8th Air Force bombers attacked Germany's synthetic oil plants. Germany's 13 synthetic oil plants provided 3/4 of its petrol and all of its aircraft fuel. Bombing raids in May cut fuel production in half. By July, every synthetic oil plant had been hit, and production was cut by 98%. From May 12 to the end of the war, German oil production averaged 9% of its capacity. For lack of fuel, the Luft Waffa cut training time to the bone and threw novice pilots into the meat grinder of the air war. Hitler's final counteroffensive in the Ardennes in December 1944 failed when his panzers ran out of gas. 3 months later, 1,200 German tanks waited at the Vistula River to block the Soviet advance. But the panzers ran out of fuel and were overrun. The May 12th air battle also saw the first use of a new fighter tactic that would accelerate the destruction of the Luftwaffe and help give the Allies undisputed control over the skies of Europe. Zemke had proposed a new fighter tactic that might offer greater protection for the bombers. Kepner named it the Zemke fan.
The basis to this tactic was to go out ahead of the bombers and intercept the Germans while they were forming up, never letting them get to the bombers.
Zemke led 3 8-plane squadrons 20 minutes ahead of the bombers to a prominent river bend near Koblenz, Germany. From there, the 3 squadrons fanned out in a 180-degree arc to sweep the Frankfurt area for German fighters. 5 minutes behind Zemke, Gabi Gabreski led a reserve force of 24 fighters. Colonel Zemke's own after-action report tells the story. Zemke wrote, "3 of us had moved out to an area north of Frankfurt when we were bounced from above by 7 Me-109s. My 2 wingmen were shot down. My escape was by outspinning and diving the enemy. As I flew westward toward home, another 4 Me-109s jumped me over Wiesbaden. I was again just able to elude the enemy. Alone, south of Koblenz, Zemke spotted another group of 4 enemy aircraft 5,000 feet below him. Others joined up, and soon there were about 30 German fighters forming up and climbing. Zemke orbited above them, calling for help to bounce them." In his report, Zemke wrote, "Finally, Lieutenant Ranken and his wingman, Lieutenant Thornton, moved up to within half a mile, and I told them to give me top cover while I bounced the enemy below." In the melee that followed, Zemke shot down 1 Me-109 and broke up another flight of 4. Ranken shot down another Me-109 that had gotten on Zemke's tail. Low on fuel, Zemke headed for home. In all, the 56th Fighter Group shot down 19 German fighters during the mission, losing just 3 of their own. Lieutenant Ranken was especially successful.
We were in flights, and we flew ahead in 15 minutes and then turned around and came back, and we covered a wide area, big area. And as I recall, I was only about halfway back on my track, and it sounded like everybody's brother had encountered fighters, German fighters. And it wasn't shortly after that I look up and I've got 26 or 30 109s in tight formation still carrying their tanks. And so I take my flight of 4 and press the attack. They saw me coming, and they all dropped the tanks together.
The German fighters broke and dove in all directions. Ranken followed one in a vertical dive.
We had been told as they were vertical at 5,000 feet, they couldn't pull out. Well, it helped save me because I'm screaming, that jug nothing could outdive it. And I'm gaining on him, and all of a sudden his wings started to vibrate and shake and shuttle, and he splashed and went straight in, and I was able to pull out. And I remember seeing 575 indicated. It was approaching suppressibility, because it felt like it was in concrete when I grabbed that stick, cut the throttle back, and both hands to pull up and get out of there.
Climbing back up, Ranken spotted another lone German.
Down I go, splat, and watched him crash in the field. That was the second one. That was so easy. He didn't do anything. So many times when you're shooting at an airplane, they don't do anything.
Ranken and his wingman then flew to Zemke's aid, diving into the melee. Ranken shot down 2 Focke-Wulf 190s, then turned to pursue the Me-109 that was on Zemke's tail. Ranken told Zemke to brake.
He said, "Where is it?" And like a dummy, I said, "It's climbing up right under your ass." And I figured, oh boy, he'll get me when I get home for that. So I'm climbing, and I'm heading over there, and I got on this guy's tail and gave him a short burst, and I ran out of ammo. And I didn't think I had him. Well, he slid off to the right and popped the canopy and bailed out. If he hadn't done that, I couldn't have claimed it. But that was number 5.
Shorty Ranken was the first P-47 pilot in the European theater to score 5 victories in a single mission. On May 12, 1944, Gunther Rall was commanding 75 fighters of JG-11, based at Wensdorf, 250 kilometers north of Frankfurt.
Early in the morning we got alert because the Germans had out in the North Sea ships, and they were on the same frequency like the 8th Air Force, the bombers. And when they tuned their radios, they could figure out we have to expect an attack and when and how. You know, we are a group of 75 airplanes, 2 Focke-Wulf 190, and I was the top cover with a 109.
Patrolling at 33,000 feet, Rall's Staffel bounced a group of P-47s flying top cover for Zemke's squadron. Rall shot down 1 P-47. Then his 109 took hits, and his wingman was hit and bailed out.
So I was alone, and all the other ones were engaged with all different aircraft up there. Then they chased me, and this must have been the second. I attacked Hubert Zemke's leading group.
Only years later did Zemke learn that his 2 wingmen were shot down by Germany's 3rd highest scoring ace. Zemke dove to escape Rall's guns, and Rall himself was jumped by P-47s.
And they chased me, and we knew exactly the P-47 is much faster as a 109 in a dive, and had a much higher structural strength as a 109. But what can you do? I was chased by 4, almost line abreast. And I turn left, I turn in the bullets. And I turn right, turn in the bullets, pull up the bullets. So there was no other choice, and I went down and bang, 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 and all of a sudden, bang, and the thumb was off. So I pressed the stick between my legs. It was, I want to know how when I run in the bottom, you know.
At treetop level, Rall pulled up until his battered plane stalled.
From there on, the aircraft turned upside down. I was hanging out of my cockpit and made some instinctive movements to get rid of that airplane, because it was not easy to get out of a cockpit of the 109, even not if it's upside down.
At first, Rall was tumbling wildly and could not reach the parachute release.
And all of a sudden, it was quiet. I was looking how high, and I pulled until I was on the parachute. And then I recognized, I said, "Shorty, where's my thumb?" I came down and was hanging on a tree. You know, I landed in a wood, And it was good. There was no impact on the bottom, because 1 year earlier I had broken my back 3 times, and this was dangerous. And I solved my harness, fell down. Not on one, it was a steep slope, you know, bump, 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 bump. Not a hard impact. But this is then when the farmers came and I said, I'm a German.
Conflicting combat reports from May 12th make it impossible to determine who shot down Gunther Rall. The evidence suggests that it was probably Lieutenant Ranken or his wingman, Lieutenant Cleon Thornton. It was the 8th time Rall had been shot down.
I get used to it and I like that. But this was my first bailout. My first and the last one.
The mission itself, tactically, was extremely successful. Whereas the bombers were losing 10, maybe as high as 15% of their aircraft on one mission, making it very hard to resupply 8th Air Force with new crews. The fighters were so successful in intercepting the Germans and breaking them up, it fell to 4%, a 4% loss, of which half of that is estimated to have been anti-aircraft.
Colonel Zemke was not entirely pleased with the mission.
This fan, he felt, failed. His generals thought it was just brilliant. He couldn't apply top cover. The first group, A group, he escorted out on the fan. They broke up into radiuses, and they were down to elements of 2, and when he got jumped by Gunther Rall, there was just 2 of them there, and he was screaming for help. But he had staggered Gabreski 5 minutes behind him, and Gabreski was overwhelmed with the amount of Germans they had. I mean, they were breaking up German coveys, and they were going in all directions, and he could get no help.
The 56th employed the Zemke fan again on May 22nd, as its 3 16-plane squadrons fanned out ahead of the bombers. Each squadron this time had its own top cover. The group shot down 12 Germans. Zemke's squadron saw no German fighters at all. Colonel Zemke continued to innovate and refine tactics for bomber escort, ground attack, and dive bombing with P-47s.
We flooded Germany with tactics. This man helped shape these tactics. It needs to be pointed out, he didn't do it alone. It was the genius of many of his men coming up with these ideas and applying them to it.
Eligible for reassignment in late May, Lieutenant Ranken opted for a 50-hour extension with the 56th Fighter Group.
I wanted to do this because I thought something was going to happen. I figured D-Day, I didn't know what they were going to call it, but I wanted to be there and a part of that. Well, the 50 hours went by so fast. Just like that, you find 2 or 3 missions a day. And I didn't see, most of the time, I didn't have any action. I didn't get my last 50, it was the day after D-Day. I flew 3 missions on D-Day and didn't see a German fighter.
Lieutenant Ranken rotated home to the States in July 1944 after 75 combat missions and 10 aerial victories. Gunther Rall's mangled hand was a long time healing. Continued infection kept him off flight status until November 44, when he took command of the Germans' new fighter unit leader school.
We had this unit with Allied aircraft. Yeah, and thirdly I flew them all. P-51, D-47, 38, Spitfire, as target for my own pilots, which I have to train. That was fantastic, and I'm still, this comes to my opinion that the best fighter airplane was the touching all the characteristics and criteria. The P-51 was the best one.
In August 1944, Colonel Zemke left the 56th to take command of the 479th Fighter Group. He gave command of the 56th to Dave Schilling. Zemke called all the men together.
He said he knew what he wanted to do, and he knew how he wanted it done. He expected, from the lowest rank to the highest rank, full compliance with everything there.
Zemke applied the tactics and discipline that had made the 56th a success.
The 56 had a record of 8-1. Nobody in the 8th Air Force was even close. And he told Dave, I will beat that 8-1 record, your tenure against mine. That was a challenge. And he let the 479th know that.
The 479th began flying missions deep into Germany. Under Zemke's leadership, they began to rack up scores and produce aces. During the airborne invasion of Holland in October 1944, the 479th had 27 victories and just 1 loss. By late October, Zemke had flown 153 combat missions and had 17 3/4 confirmed victories. Zemke was a highly effective yet enigmatic leader who was unable to motivate and manage those above him nearly as effectively as he did those under his command. He was reassigned to the 65th Fighter Wing as Chief of Staff. But first, he would fly one last combat mission with the 479th. On October 30th, while escorting a squadron of B-24s, Zemke's fighters were caught in a huge thunderstorm. Zemke's P-51 went into a spin and broke up. Zemke was thrown clear, still strapped in his seat, and parachuted into a swamp. He was captured, interrogated, and sent to Stalag Luft Waffa in northeastern Germany, where he assumed command of more than 9,000 Allied POWs. His leadership improved conditions and morale, and ultimately saved the lives of thousands of POWs. Colonel Hub Zemke retired from the military in 1966 after several other successful commands, but it was the werewolf of Zemke's wolf pack that has left his indelible mark on history. When the war ended in Europe, Gunther Rall returned home, packed a suitcase, kissed his wife, and walked into captivity. After a brief stay in England, he returned to Vienna and faded into civilian and family life. In 1954, Rall joined the new Luft Waffa as a major and flew jet fighters. He served as a Chief of Staff for NATO Air Forces before his retirement as a Lieutenant General in 1975. A chance meeting in 1991 brought these 3 old adversaries together again, the beginning of deep and lasting friendships.
Gunther Rall is coming over for Germany, and Hub Zemke's coming down here to the Costa Mesa, California, from his almond ranch in California. We would like you to come out here to be with them. We're going to do a painting of that particular mission on 12 May 44. Well, I said, fine, I'd love to come. So we'll pay your way, we'll do all that good stuff. So that was the first time I met Gunther. We spent 5 good days together. We became friends immediately, and we have been friends ever since. And now, a couple of years back, he said, Shorty, I'll never shoot at you again.
A fighter pilot has a personal relation to his enemy. He sees him. It's man to man, where we had the real dogfights in Russia, because you could see his face. So we respected each other. He fought for his country, I fought for his country, and we had personal contact in the air. So you have a personal relationship, and this is that the fighter pilots after the war became friends. It's typical.
I'm a very emotional guy for a fighter pilot, I'll tell you, but I love this country, and every young person who lives here ought to be blessed to know that they've been so fortunate to be born here. And when the time comes, if you have to do your thing for your country, you better damn well step up to the bat and do it. See, anybody who's so fortunate, he feels the same about his country. 3 wars and I'm still here. I'm 88. I feel fine. I'd go to
tomorrow and fight, but I wouldn't fight against Gunther.
Colonel Zemke's attitude toward his enemies was shaped by his interrogation and imprisonment.
When he came out of that camp and he was liberated, my father, who's of German parents, hated Germans. He had suffered. And I think for a long period of time, he held that grudge. He went back to Germany and he met Bahr, Priller, Gunther Rall, a number of the German fighter pilots that he knew he fought against, and he opened up more and more to them. And my father's whole view of Germans and the Luft Waffa slowly changed.
In 2006, Gunther Rall published his autobiography, My Logbook. Kurt Bratz was his editor and publisher.
I remember one evening after a hard day of work when we were working on the biography, and we sat right here on under the porch, both of us with a glass of whiskey in our hands, and didn't speak for a couple of minutes. And suddenly, into the silence, he said, "You know what? I looked into the faces of most of the guys I had to kill, and tears ran down his face." And I said, "Why so?" And he said, "You know, the air war on the Eastern Front took place in altitudes below 5,000, 10,000 feet. Nobody wore an oxygen mask. And when you engaged, you came across the guy before you turned in. And I could see them, and a minute later they were dead." And that was something that surprised me really, because at first glance, he's just a cool-cut warrior, you know. But if you get to know him a bit better, and not only him, this might be true for most of the World War, or many of the World War II veterans, it really bothers them and will bother them till they do their last breath.
The year 1942 was a fulcrum on which the fate of the world was balanced. On June 4th, 1942, the momentum of the war in the Pacific shifted when the U.S. Navy sank 4 Japanese carriers during the Battle of Midway. After Midway, Japan did not have another victory in the Pacific. In the autumn of '42, the British broke out from El Alamein. They prevented Rommel's vaunted Africa Corps from taking control of the Suez Canal. More importantly, they kept Germany from gaining free access to the oil of the Middle East. Rommel's defeat was the beginning of the end for the Wehrmacht. Throughout the merciless Russian winter of 1942, 2 million-man armies held a ghastly death grip on each other in and around Stalingrad. Some contend Adolf Hitler ordered the conquest of Stalingrad because of his hatred for Joseph Stalin. Some contend that Stalin's ego drove his order to defend the city with, quote, not one step backwards, unquote. Whatever the reasons, in 6 months of street-by-street combat, 1,530,000 had been killed, wounded, or captured. On February 2, 1943, 93,000 German troops surrounded in Stalingrad surrendered. Only 6,000 of them would live to return to Germany. Hitler's army was in retreat in the east from then on. There was another pivotal battle that took place in May of 1942, one that was little noted or long remembered. Following the fall of Rangoon in March of 1942, the Japanese 56th Brigade, the elite Dragon Division, poured up the Burma Road through China's back door. The last big obstacle between it and the wartime capital city of Chongqing was the Sawen River and its mile-deep gorge.
If we had not stopped these people at the Sawen River, China would have collapsed. And if China had collapsed, we'd have had a different situation in the world.
On May 7, 1942, the 56th Brigade seemed unopposed as it flowed up the Burma Road, China's vital supply line, until David Lee Tex Hill and 7 other American volunteer pilots dived their war-weary shark's tooth P-40s into the mile-deep gorge of China's Sawen River. Fitted with 500-pound Russian-made bombs, the Flying Tigers made a desperate attempt to prevent the complete collapse of China. It was a mission that would change the war in the China-Burma-India theater. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War. In a sense, David Lee Tex Hill and the 20th century China he loved and defended grew up together. When Tex was born on the Korean Peninsula on July 13, 1915, the modern Republic of China, formed after the fall of the Qing dynasty in 1912, was a struggling 3-year-old.
I was born to missionary parents. I was born in Korea, and I was the youngest child, and Daddy's health broke down. He'd been out there a long time, and I was only a year and a half old, so I don't remember a whole lot about Korea. Daddy came back to Virginia, where all of my people are from, and he worked on Grandpa's farm, and then he bought a place himself. And my early recollections there were working out there on the farm. Well, Daddy was a great preacher, and he got his health back and started back into preaching in a little church called St. Elmo there. And he was called to Louisville, Kentucky, First Presbyterian Church there, and was there a couple of years. And then he was called to San Antonio in 1921. This was a big church, an old church here. And people just loved Dad, and he built it into the biggest Presbyterian church in the Southern Assembly.
One of Dr. Hill's benefits was the use of a church member's home in the Texas Hill Country near San Antonio. Texas, in particular the West Texas of the 1920s, was a place that shaped young David Hill's world ever after.
So I say, my earliest recollections, of course, were my family, and my dad was predominantly remembered because he was a great outdoorsman, and he took me hunting and fishing. He was a great fisherman and hunter. And from my earliest age, I learned to hunt and fish and live in the outdoors. In those days, living in the outdoors, wasn't like it is today. I mean, it was primitive. We had our bedding rolls and built a big fire at night and lie down and get up at daylight in the morning. Daddy'd fix breakfast. But that type of life, I enjoyed so much, and a lot of my early days, I worked on ranches, and I like that type of life, you know. Anybody, I think, that's been in the outdoors, it equips them very well, you know, to do what we were doing later on, you know, as far as a fighter pilot operation.
Beneath the boundless Texas skies, another fascination was growing in the mind of young David Hill.
You know, when we first came to San Antonio in 21, we had a Korean that came over, and he lived with us, Dr. Moon, Young Nim, and he taught me how to make kites. And the Koreans are great on kites. And flying kites was really a great hobby. I built many of them. And he had some very fancy kind of kites that you don't normally see. And that kind of got my interest. I had a good-looking sister, and I had a good-looking cousin. And these guys from Kelly would come around with their helmet and goggles on, you know. And I thought that was pretty cool, you know.
David Lee Hill's growing fixation with flying finally pushed him to commit an uncharacteristic act.
A guy by the name of Chet Sluter and I decided we were going to take an airplane ride. So we took our collection money and slipped off from church and went out here to a place called Winburn Field, but it's right over there near Stinson, actually. We paid this guy $1 to take us around the pattern. A guy named Dick Hare was the pilot. And then in the travel area, you could always tell because the aileron stuck out further than the wings, and pilot sits in the back, and you got a seat, side-by-side seat in the front. I just remember that it was just a real thrill, and then I began to worry about my conscience taking my collection money on Sunday for an airplane ride.
Young David Lee was also intrigued by his father's remembrances of the Far East.
I didn't want to get back to the Far East, and I'd heard Daddy speak about it.
Tex Hill would indeed return to the Far East, but as a boy hunting and fishing the West Texas Hill Country in the 1920s, he could never have imagined the circumstances under which he would make the journey. A world away from Tex Hill's West Texas, 4,000 years of dynastic rule in China were coming to a complicated end. Modern China was born in October 1911 in a military uprising that led to the abdication of China's last emperor. The birth of the Chinese Republic brought with it great promise and great danger. The nation that rose from the ashes of the old Chinese dynasties would, in the next century, shake the world, not once, but many times. The people of China have shared a common culture for more than 4,000 years, longer than any other civilization on Earth. The earliest Chinese settled in northern China. In the valley of the Yellow River around 3000 BC, they farmed the fertile river valley, made pottery, wove silk cloth, and used simple wheeled carts. The history of China prior to the 20th century could be characterized as a continual struggle against foreign occupation. The first known dynasty appeared in 1766 BC, the Shang dynasty. New methods of agriculture helped give rise to a highly developed system of king, nobles, commoners, and slaves. With well-organized armies, the Shang kings unified the region and defended it against nomadic raiders. Shang craftsmen worked in bronze and jade. The Zhou overthrew the Shang kings about 3,000 years ago, and the Zhou dynasty lasted for 900 years. Iron tools opened more land to farming and created food surpluses. A middle class arose. Zhou kings unified the country, created the first national library in 550 BC, and supported priests, scholars, and teachers. Among the scholars was the philosopher Confucius. His code of ethics, developed around 500 BC, was the foundation of Chinese thought and culture for the next 2,500 years. The Zhou kings worshipped heaven as a deity. They and all of the kings and emperors to follow would be called sons of heaven, and China would be called the Celestial Empire. Ancestor worship emerged during the Zhou dynasty, and it is still a strong influence in all Asian cultures. The early Zhou kings ruled a realm that was divided among some 200 nobles, similar to the feudal system of medieval Europe. Strong nobles overthrew weaker princes until, by 400 BC, there were only 7 states in the kingdom, each ruled by a noble family. In 221 BC, the strongest of these noble families, the Qin, declared themselves emperor. Their reign lasted less than 100 years, but it left 2 important legacies. The Qin gave the country its name, China, and replaced the feudal system with a centralized bureaucracy. For the next 2,000 years, China was ruled by a series of emperors, some strong, some weak. The country was divided and unified many times over. Chinese emperors built the world's first university in 221 BC, built the Great Wall, standardized weights and measures, and created a civil service based on merit and education. The Chinese invented the world's first sundials, water clocks, wheelbarrows, compasses, paper, canal locks, firearms, and super ships, immense seagoing junks that could carry 1,000 passengers. Over and over again, the settled farms and cities of China were attacked by nomadic foreigners from all sides. The Chinese called all such foreigners barbarians. Mongols from the northern plains conquered China in the 13th century. Their short 90-year rule left a much larger legacy in the West. When the Venetian merchant Marco Polo wrote about his travels to China, he described the court of Mongol Kublai Khan. His book, Marco Polo's Travels, was a bestseller in Europe for 300 years. In the late 1600s, China entered a long period of peace and prosperity under the Qing emperors. Western traders and missionaries were welcomed, but the army was neglected, and a population boom brought a shortage of land and a rise in poverty. In the 19th century, 2 wars against Western powers, the so-called Opium Wars, left China defeated and humiliated, forced to open its markets and ports to free trade with the West. Poverty, war, and foreign meddling in internal affairs led to several rebellions that ravaged China's economy and weakened its emperor. The Boxer Rebellion of 1898 was aimed at expelling all foreigners from the Celestial Empire. It failed. The terms of the peace imposed by Japan and the Western powers humiliated the Chinese and rallied support for nationalist revolutionaries. One of the leaders who emerged from the turbulent 1890s was Dr. Sun Yat-sen, a physician who advocated replacing the Manchu dynasty with a republic. After a failed uprising in Canton in 1895, Dr. Sun fled the country and lived in self-imposed exile, traveling and enlisting support for his revolution. In October 1911, Chinese soldiers staged a rebellion in Wuhan. Within 2 months, all the southern, central, and northwestern provinces had declared independence from the emperor's rule. In February, the Manchu emperor abdicated peacefully, ending more than 2,000 years of imperial government. Sun Yat-sen returned from exile to lead a transitional government in the new Republic of China. In March 1912, Sun Yat-sen stepped down from the presidency, and Yun Shikai, former commander of the Northern Army, took his place. Several revolutionary groups merged to form the National People's Party, the Kuomintang. General Yuan set up a republican government headed by a premier and cabinet. He drafted a constitution and laid plans for a parliamentary election in early 1913. But behind the scenes, Yuan had his opponents assassinated and moved to sideline the parliament and weaken the constitution. Less than 3 years after his inauguration, Yuan declared himself president for life and began scheming to make himself emperor. But in 1915, Japan exploited the turmoil with a list of demands for special trading rights and other privileges. The resulting crisis shattered Yuan's control, and he died in 1916. Finally, in 1921, Sun Yat-sen succeeded in forming a new Republican government. And in 1921, David Lee Hill was an impetuous 8-year-old attending Traverse Elementary School in San Antonio, Texas.
Well, I was always in some sort of trouble. I went to Traverse School, and I remember Miss Berry, who was the principal, she, back in those days, you know, they believed very much in corporal punishment. And I had a run-in with Miss Berry, and she broke out the switch.
World War I ended with the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. China had joined the Allies in declaring war on Germany at the Peace Conference in France. The Chinese demanded an end to foreign treaty ports and other concessions in China. Their demands were ignored, and they felt disillusioned and betrayed. There were angry demonstrations in Beijing and other cities. The government, frustrated with its Western allies, turned to Russia for help. The Communist Party of China, led by a peasant named Mao Zedong, held its first conference in 1921, but it was so small that the Soviet Union gave its support to Sun Yat-sen's Kuomintang, or KMT. Soviet aid built up the KMT army. Sun died in 1926 and was succeeded by Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang was born October 31st, 1887, to an upper-middle-class family of salt merchants. He would go on to become one of the most powerful and controversial military and political leaders of the 20th century. Growing up in a tumultuous China, racked by military defeats at the hands of foreign powers and civil wars among warlords, Chiang decided to pursue a military career. Ironically, Chiang entered a preparatory school for Chinese students in Japan, the Imperial Japanese Army Academy. It was here that he was influenced to support the movement to overthrow the Qing dynasty and establish a Chinese republic. Chiang returned to China in 1911 to serve as an artillery officer for the revolutionary forces. Over the next decade, with political guile and personal loyalty, he gained Sun Yat-sen's trust. On June 5, 1925, he became Generalissimo Commander-in-Chief of the National Revolutionary Army. In 1926, Chiang launched an expedition to subdue the northern warlords. He accepted Soviet aid but began throwing communists out of the Nationalist Party. By 1928, the warlords were reined in, and the country was once again unified. Chiang continued to suppress the communists. They began organizing in the countryside, and their numbers grew quickly, fueled by anger over the slow pace of land reforms. In late 1931, they declared a separate Chinese-Soviet republic in the south, with Mao as chairman. Chiang began a series of brutal extermination campaigns to destroy the Communist Party, and in Chiang's preoccupation with the communists and disloyal warlords, the expansionist Japanese saw opportunity.
I went to the San Antonio Academy and graduated in 28. Military school, it is the oldest military school. It's something like 120 years old. But at that time, there was a high school level. And the professors, they had to be tough because they had some tough guys in there, my older brothers especially. Like the other day, I was at the Alumni Day, and because I'm a white rabbit, I mean, I'm the oldest living graduate. And I just told these kids, I said, you know, you guys are the hope of the world. I said, if you guys don't make it, I mean, this country's gone. Because we have nothing we can do at our age. And I said, just remember this, to any audience that I've ever talked to, that if you see a guy in uniform, you better get on your knees and thank God, because that is the only guy in the world that can save you.
In the fall of 1928, Tex Hill enrolled in the Macaulay School, another prestigious military school near Chattanooga, Tennessee. His restlessness and pranks earned him many disciplinary restrictions. When he graduated at 17, Tex was ready to enlist in the Navy, but his father had other ideas. He strongly encouraged him to enter college. Tex graduated from Austin College in 1938.
Saw an ad in the paper where they're looking for pilots. So I went down and took the exam before I graduated. You had to have a college degree. Now, I tried to get into the Army Air Corps earlier, and I was turned down, and I don't know why. You could go in with 2 years, 2 years of college. To this good day, I still don't know why I was turned down. And I don't know whether it was my eyes or what, I just don't know. But anyway, it was kind of funny to wind up after a career in the Navy and everything, and then in July '42, when our group broke up, you know, the Army Air Corps wanted me bad.
In China, the Japanese were capitalizing on the domestic turmoil facing Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalist Chinese. Japan saw Manchuria as a limitless supply of raw materials, a market for her manufactured goods, now excluded from many Western countries by Depression-era tariffs, and as a protective buffer state against the Soviet Union in Siberia. Japan occupied Manchuria in 1931 and set up a puppet government in northern China. There was the growing anti-Japanese feeling in China, but Chiang ignored it. He declared that he would deal with Japanese aggression only after he had dealt with the communists. Finally, in late 1936, the Kuomintang Army forced Chiang to give up his anti-communist campaigns, form an alliance with the Chinese Communist Party, and face the Japanese threat head-on. 6 months later, a skirmish between Chinese and Japanese troops at Beijing's Marco Polo Bridge set off the spark that ignited all-out war between China and Japan. In 1937, when China's resistance to Japanese aggression escalated into the largest Asian land war in history, the military career of Tex Hill was just getting started. The career of an Army Air Corps pilot who would change Tex Hill's life forever was seemingly coming to an end. Claire Lee Chennault was born September 6, 1893 in Commerce, Texas, and raised in Waterproof, Louisiana, a tiny farming town in the Mississippi Delta. He had a pleasant childhood, Tom Sawyerish by some accounts, though he later described himself as something of a loner. He attended a one-room schoolhouse and in 1909 entered Louisiana State University at Baton Rouge. He was a good student and participated in ROTC and in basketball, baseball, and track. He also applied to West Point and Annapolis. As an adult, Chennault always gave his birth year as 1890, adding 3 years to his age. After one semester at LSU, he transferred to a teacher's college and a year later, in 1910, at age 17, went to work as the teacher and principal of a country school near Shreveport. Chennault married Nellie Thompson on Christmas Day 1911 and left teaching to find work that would support a family. The United States entered the First World War in April 1917. Chennault quit his job at a tire factory, joined the U.S. Army, and earned the rank of first lieutenant. Stationed at Fort Travis in San Antonio, Texas, he was near Kelly Field, the Army's pilot training base. Chennault snagged an assignment to Kelly Field as a drill instructor. He was still at Kelly Field when the war ended, and he finally got the assignment he had hoped for, as a U.S. Army aviation cadet. Private flying lessons had taught him some bad habits, and a civilian instructor at Kelly washed him out of the aviation program. A second check ride with a military pilot got him reinstated, and he earned his U.S. Army wings in April 1919. He served a brief tour patrolling the Mexican border and was given a routine discharge into the Army Reserve. When Congress expanded the Army Air Service in 1920, Chennault re-entered active service as a flying officer. He served mostly in non-flying assignments until 1922, when he was sent to the famous Hat in the Ring Squadron, the 94th, at Ellington Field, Texas. Chennault proved to be a superb pilot. After a year in the 94th, he was given command of the 19th Pursuit Squadron based on Ford Island at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, and Chennault flew coastal patrols and set up an early warning system of aircraft spotters. Deafness was a common problem among military pilots of the day who flew open-cockpit airplanes. Chennault was no exception. He flew with a medical waiver for deafness, logging over 1,300 hours in the air. In 1930, with the rank of captain, Chennault was sent to the Air Corps Tactical School and joined the faculty as head of the Pursuit Section. It was the birthplace of the doctrine of precision daylight bombing, the idea that fast, heavily armed bombers would always get through to their targets. A tight-knit group of officers, who became known as the Bomber Mafia, believed that the bombers' speed, high altitude, long range, heavy armament, and tight formations would overcome any defenses thrown at them. Boeing's new YB-17 bomber seemed to confirm these claims. The prototype that would become the B-17 Flying Fortress could fly faster and higher than the Army's frontline fighters, and it bristled with guns. No anti-aircraft shell can reach it, and no pursuit plane can catch it, so said the advocates of daylight strategic bombing. They claimed that fighter escorts would be unnecessary. Besides, they said, even the best pursuit planes lacked the speed and the range needed to escort the bomber. As a student at the tactical school, Chennault met Captain Clayton Bissell, a World War I ace. Bissell was a true believer in the bomber doctrine. Chennault disagreed. The Army had recently received the new Boeing's P-12 biplane, the world's fastest and most agile pursuit aircraft. Chennault believed that pursuit planes like the P-12 could shoot down bombers. But, said Chennault, progress would also bring faster, more capable pursuit aircraft. Bissell and others believed that the age of the pursuit plane was over. While the Bomber Mafia won converts in Washington, Chennault practiced aerobatics and thought about pursuit tactics against bombers. He and Bissell would clash again over tactics in China during World War II. The commander of the tactical school asked Chennault to form an exhibition flight team for the Army. Flying P-12s, they put on a 3-plane aerobatic show like no other. At the team's final performance in late 1935, there were 2 men in the audience who would later have profound influence on the life and career of Claire Chennault. One was William Pauley, a salesman who represented the Curtiss-Wright Aircraft Company in China. The other was Mao Pang-Chu, a senior officer in the Chinese Air Force. Both men were impressed by what they saw that day. Mao offered to hire all 3 pilots as flight instructors for the Chinese. Chennault's 2 fellow pilots accepted the offer and soon left for China. Chennault declined. In Italy, General Julio Douay declared that bomber formations could reach any city and that fighter aircraft would be useless against heavily armed bombers. Douay's ideas became required reading at the U.S. Army Air Corps Tactical School. The U.S. Army's 1931 war games had only strengthened the argument when pursuit planes were unable to catch a single bomber. Chennault's experience on the aerobatic team convinced him more than ever that fighters could shoot down bombers, diving attacks, concentrated gunnery, and teamwork. He argued for better tactics, better communications, and an early warning system that could direct fighters to incoming bomber formations. But in Washington and other places that mattered, the bomber mafia had won the argument. Chennault was seen as a difficult officer, a competent leader who argued too much with his superiors.
The funny thing is that Chennault had been right all along about the requirements for fighters versus bombers, and now he's an outcast in his own Air Force. He's given a foreign Air Force in which he could implement it, and his tactical decision was to use the best fighters he could obtain, which in the event turned out to be P-40s, and use their maximum capabilities. And he knew that from observation, he knew what the Japanese strengths were. He had seen the Nakajimas and the Mitsubishis over China, and he knew that they were good airplanes, but that they had certain qualities which could be offset by the qualities of the P-40. So he was playing a winning hand, although it seemed, that it would be hard to define that to begin with. He actually knew what he was doing. He actually knew what tactics to use, and he was able to achieve what he wanted to do.
Chennault's health was also a problem. He was active and energetic, but he was flying on a medical waiver for his deafness. And his chain smoking, up to 3 packs of unfiltered Camels a day, was catching up with him. Chennault could see that his military career was effectively over. Promoted to major, he was sent to the 20th Pursuit Group as its executive officer. There, flight surgeons grounded him, then sent him to the hospital. The Army invited him to retire, which he did in 1937. He and Nellie had bought a farm near Waterproof, Louisiana. Nellie was content there, but Chennault was not. He had been quietly negotiating with the Chinese to study and analyze the Chinese Air Force, a 3-month assignment at far above his Army pay. The day after he retired from the Army, Chennault boarded a ship in San Francisco bound for China. Tex Hill had a date to keep in Appalachia, Florida. He had enlisted in the United States Navy as a seaman second class. Along with 110 other candidates, he was now going to Florida to try to gain acceptance for flight training.
I rode a motorcycle down there, going through Louisiana. Those bugs hit those goggles and just have to stop and wipe your goggles off to even see. Never seen anything like it. But I got down to Opelika, and they wouldn't let me keep it on the base. And so I went through and made it down there. There were 12 of us out of 110. 10 of us out of that 12 were sent to Pensacola for flight training. I rode my motorcycle back and sold it. I'm sorry, because there's the first 61 Harley. There's a Harley 61. It's the first one that came out that had the overhead valves on it. I think they called it a knucklehead. That bike was, today, would be worth a lot of money. And at Pensacola, the training was probably the best in the world. We had almost 13 months training. And when you came out of there, well, you're qualified to do anything. You're ready to go to the fleet.
Tex's training was thorough and intense. There was 55 hours of aerobatics and gunnery in an F-4B-4, then primary seaplanes, the N-3N on floats, then to Squadron 3 and Stearman's, then to instrument and fighter training. And in training, Tex showed the characteristic self-confidence that would later make him an Air Force legend.
You know, everybody, always sweating, wondering where you're going to pass these checks or not, because a heck of a lot to do with the instructor. Or they can teach you to fly, because then they got other check pilots that are going to check you. But I've always, had confidence in myself. I mean, I know what I can do and what I can't do. like this old friend of mine gave me some sage advice. He said, Tex, don't ever lie to yourself. Yeah, I went to the Saratoga, and I was flying TBDs. I'll never will forget when I reported on board, there was a guy took me in hand by the name of Bob Dosey. He had been in a much earlier class, back when they had cadets. On my orientation ride, good God, he was looping that damn thing and doing rolls in it, and boy, I'll tell you, you'd have washed that real fast if you'd have done anything like that, at Pensacola with that airplane.
Through it all, Tex held his desire to return to the Far East of his birth.
I had no problems, but I did want to get back to the Far East. And I'd heard Daddy speak about it as a missionary, and I wanted to get back over there. And we had a heavy cruise over there called the Houston. The Navy was real good about letting you make a transfer. Well, I'd put in for a transfer to the Houston. Well, fortunately it didn't go through. Houston got sunk. I was transferred to the East Coast to the Ranger flying SB-2U dive bombers. It was kind of interesting because we actually were involved in war before we really were. And the way we were involved, we were operating out of Bermuda, where these convoys would make up. The Brits had a task force that would escort these people and kind of shepherd them, the convoys going over with supplies.
As fate would have it, Tex Hill would indeed be involved in the war before we really were, but it would not be as a member of the U.S. Navy, and he would return to the Far East. Unbeknownst to Tex, half a world away, an aviation visionary who had been driven out of his own Air Force was busy readying his accommodations.
We were stationed at Norfolk and walked into the ready room, and there's Gus William. He said, here's some guys that'll go with you. He was our operations officer. We didn't even know what he was talking about, And he introduced us as Commander Irvine. He said, Commander Irvine said, we're looking for volunteers to keep the Burma Road open so supplies can flow into China. And we didn't even know where Burma was. He pulled a big map. This is Burma, this is Burma Road. Supplies going on up into China. So I was anxious to get back anyway. But Ed Rector and me and Bert Crispin, and there was 7 of us off that carrier that wanted to go. way we were actually structured, Chennault had come to the States. China Air Force had been decimated. It was in name only. And they needed an instant Air Force if they were going to stay in the war. And Chennault came back, and Hap Arnold, George Marshall, Admiral Tower, Stimson, they were all against it. They said, it's just one of Chennault's pipe dreams. So Chennault, through a guy named Joe Alsop, who's kin to the president some way. So he was able to set up a meeting with Chennault and Roosevelt. And Chennault convinced Roosevelt that if you want to keep China in the war, they said, you're going to have an instant Air Force over there. So they set up all this stuff. And the funny thing, because they had a requirement that Chennault wanted, he wanted 100 fighter pilots for $500 pursuit experience. And General Arnold told him, they said, Chennault, if I were to give you that many airplanes, that many pilots with that kind of experience, he said, you'd fold up my entire pursuit section. And Chennault always endeared himself by saying, General, if you can't spare that many people with that kind of experience, you don't have any pursuit section to begin with.
1937. For the second time in 40 years, Japan is attempting to make territorial gains within the borders of China. 2 years before the onset of World War II in Europe, and 4 years before the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, the largest Asian land war in history is raging. The suffering of the civilian population is as horrendous as it is widespread. Much of it is a result of the indiscriminate bombings of civilian population centers, bombings which go virtually unchallenged by the Chinese Air Force. In 1937, conventional military wisdom stated, the bombers would always get through, that modern bombers, self-protected by onboard ordnance, could not be stopped by pursuit or fighter aircraft. Not everyone agreed. As a captain in the U.S. Army Air Corps, Claire L. Chennault had argued up and down with his superiors that, with the right tactics, pursuit aircraft could effectively defend against the bombers. In fact, Chennault effectively argued himself into a premature retirement from the U.S. Army Air Corps at age 42. In China, theoretical debates meant little. As fate would have it, in the cauldron of the Second Sino-Japanese War, with the whole world watching, Claire Chennault would be given a second chance, a chance to prove the tactical worth of pursuit aircraft in real-time combat conditions. But first, he would have to find airplanes and pilots with which to do it. To save the now decimated Chinese Air Force, Chennault needed trained, experienced fighter pilots from outside China. He needed a cadre of U.S. pilots willing to risk their military careers to help defend a nation and a culture a half a world away. A proud, ancient culture that was being brought to its knees by modern weaponry. Chennault needed men like Triple Ace David Lee Tex Hill, men who were willing to fly combat even though their own country was not yet in the war. Men who were willing and able to fly missions that changed the war. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War.
Well, I think he would have walked through fire for General Chennault. He just almost idolized him. He respected him so and believed in him so that he would have done anything he asked him. And I would have never questioned it, not in the heat of war at all. I don't think people felt that way. I certainly never did.
He just exudes confidence. He just, I know that I was impressed where if it told me to go through that wall, I'd go.
The day after he officially retired from the Army, Claire L. Chennault, who had been quietly negotiating with the Chinese a 3-month assignment to analyze the Chinese Air Force, boarded a ship in San Francisco bound for China. Just a few days earlier, aircraft from the German Luft Waffa had bombed the city of Guernica, Spain, in support of the nationalist troops of Francisco Franco. The raid killed hundreds of civilians. The world saw it as a terror bombing, a grisly confirmation of the prevailing wisdom about strategic bombers. En route to China, Chennault's ship docked overnight in Kobe, on Japan's main island. Chennault and a companion spent the time ashore doing some amateur spying on Japanese civil defense measures. The next stop was Shanghai, China. A so-called treaty city, Shanghai was governed and garrisoned by several Western countries, including Britain and the United States. Outside of Shanghai, Hong Kong, and a few other treaty cities, China was a patchwork of rulers and alliances. The Soviet Union and Chinese communists controlled northern provinces. The Japanese occupied Manchuria, and independent warlords held the rest of the country. Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek was the leader of China's Nationalist Party, the Kuomintang. But his rule was limited to the Yangtze River Delta in central China. Western allies considered Chiang to be China's leader, but to many Chinese, he was merely the strongest of the warlords. In June 1937, when Chennault arrived in Shanghai, China and Japan were not officially at war. There had been intermittent fighting since 1931, local skirmishes that both sides described as incidents. China was racked by civil war. On one side, the Kuomintang, led by Chiang Kai-shek. On the other, the Chinese Communists, led by Mao Zedong. In 1931, Japan exploited the turmoil to invade Manchuria. Japanese propaganda presented the invasion as a holy war, aimed at uniting all of Asia under Japanese rule. By 1935, Japan controlled northern China through a puppet government, and the Japanese were exploiting internal conflicts to expand their influence. China appealed to the League of Nations for help against the invaders. The League issued a weak condemnation of Japan's invasion of Manchuria, but appeasement was the policy of the day, and no other country was willing to intervene in any meaningful way. Through the 1930s, both countries had reasons to avoid all-out war. The Kuomintang needed to unify its warring internal factions and defeat the Chinese Communists. The Japanese wanted to avoid any foreign intervention, especially by the United States. In Shanghai, Chennault was introduced to Madame Chiang Kai-shek. The Generalissimo's young, charming, and beautiful wife was raised in the U.S. and educated at Wellesley College. She was a modernist, in contrast to her traditionalist husband. And in 1936, she took on the role of Secretary General of the Chinese Commission on Aeronautical Affairs. It was she who had hired Claire Chennault. In 1937, Claire L. Chennault, a recently retired captain in the U.S. Army Air Corps, traveled to China for a 3-month assignment to evaluate the Chinese Air Force for Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek and the head of the Air Force, his wife, Madame Chiang. After meeting Madame Chiang in Shanghai, Chennault traveled to Nanking. Chennault met with General Chao Chi-jo, commander of the Chinese Air Force, the CAF. Chow's Italian advisor, General Silvio Scaroni, also briefed Chennault. From there, Chennault went on to visit several CAF airfields and flight schools, including the primary flight school run by Americans at Hangzhou. Early July found him at Luoyang, where Italian pilots ran a flight school, assembled airplanes, and flew combat missions against the Chinese communists. On July 7, 1937, the Imperial Japanese Army stormed the Marco Polo Bridge, a key access point to Beijing. Prior to this incident, the Chinese central government had pursued a policy of first internal pacification before external resistance. But this incident marked the breaking point of Japanese aggression. It was time to focus first on the foreign enemy. Chiang took direct command of the Chinese Central Government Army and Air Force. Full-scale war was now at hand. Claire Chennault immediately offered his services to the Chinese. He was sent to Nanchang, a dusty city in China's interior, to train the CAF pilots for war. On July 23, he sent a discouraging report to the Generalissimo on the CAF's readiness for combat. Its warplanes included 100 obsolete Curtiss Hawk biplanes, 21 Italian, German, and American-built bombers, and 10 Boeing P-26 fighters. Its pilots were poorly trained, barely able to handle docile trainers, much less frontline fighter planes. The Chinese Army's combat readiness was not much better. With very little military-industrial strength, China had few armored forces and no mechanized divisions. Still, Chiang knew that to win international support, he had to prove that his armies could fight. Chiang struck back at the Japanese at the port city of Shanghai. The Japanese cruiser Izumo was anchored there, providing artillery support for the invaders. The Chinese Air Force, with Chennault as advisor, was ordered to silence Izumo's guns. The air attack was a disaster. The Chinese bombardiers failed to adjust and dropped most of their loads on the city, killing some 3,000 civilians. The fighter pilots that Chennault was training had a better day. From Taiwan, the Japanese sent 18 Mitsubishi G-3M Nell bombers to hit Chinese airfields. Chinese fighters jumped them at Hangzhou, destroying 3 with no losses of their own. The next day, another 16 Nell bombers attacked Nanking. They were unescorted, and the Chinese fighters downed 4 and damaged another 6. On that same day, the Japanese aircraft carrier Kaga sent 12 Mitsubishi B-2M biplane bombers to attack Hangzhou. Only 1 returned. Chennault was earning his instructor's pay. But by late August, Japanese fighters were escorting the bombers. The Chinese biplane Hawks were no match for the fast and agile escorts. Open cockpit monoplanes with fixed landing gear, similar to the Boeing P-26. Chennault, like most Westerners, did not believe that the Japanese could design or build advanced aircraft. The new escorts were at first thought to be German Heikels or French Dugatines. They were, in fact, Mitsubishi A-5Ms, allied name Claude, a Japanese design and direct ancestor of the Japanese Zero. Assigned to set up air defenses at Nanking, Chennault established a simple but effective early warning system. Spotters at locations around the city reported by Army field telephones to a map room in the city's stadium, where incoming bogies were plotted. To control the fighters, Chennault put a radio in each leader's airplane, so the plotters at the stadium could vector the fighters to intercept the incoming enemy planes. Shanghai and Hangzhou adopted similar systems. As Japanese bombers and escort fighters began to dominate the daytime skies, Chennault shifted his forces to dawn and dusk raids. He trained his bomber pilots by mocking up Japanese ships with patterns of lights on the runways. When the bombers attacked the ships, their searchlights and muzzle flashes guided the bombers in, and their bombs damaged several Japanese warships. Chennault often accompanied these missions as an observer, evaluating Chinese and Japanese tactics from the cockpit of a Curtiss Hawk. The Imperial Japanese Army captured Shanghai in November 1937 at the cost of 250,000 casualties. The capture of Shanghai opened the way to Nanking, China's former capital city. Nanking fell on December 13th. Japanese troops entering the city embarked on a bloodbath known as the Rape of Nanking. Hundreds of thousands of civilians and disarmed Chinese soldiers were murdered, and between 20,000 and 80,000 Chinese women were raped by Japanese soldiers in 6 weeks of terror in Nanking. An international mix of mercenary pilots descended on China in the wake of the Japanese invasion of Shanghai. Idealists, thrill-seekers, out-of-work airline and airmail pilots, most of them claimed combat experience in World War I. Their flying skills ran from excellent to non-existent. Their skill at carousing was uniformly high. Chennault organized them into the CAF 14th Squadron and began weeding out the incompetents and training the rest. Based at Hankow, the 14th was equipped with 30 Vultee light bombers. The squadron flew its first mission with 4 Vultees on 23 January 1938. 2 of the bombers turned back and 1 crashed. The remaining bomber failed to find its target. Soon after that abortive raid, Japanese bombers attacked Hankow. The Vultees were lined up wingtip to wingtip, fueled and armed. A bomb hit one of them, and the entire line was incinerated. Chang was frustrated with his German and Italian advisors, and he sacked them. He was sorely in need of serviceable airplanes and competent pilots. Rebuffed by the Western Allies, he turned to the Russians. In exchange for Chinese raw materials, the Soviet Union provided more than 300 aircraft, battle-proven I-15 and I-16 fighters, and twin-engine Tupolev SB bombers. Arriving in China over the winter of 1937-38, half the Russian airplanes came with their own pilots and mechanics. The rest were turned over to CAF units and crews. The Japanese protested to the Soviet Union, which ignored the complaints. The United States, more sensitive to neutrality issues, tried to convince American pilots to leave China and stopped others from entering. Other Western nations followed suit. Soon, nearly all the pilots defending China against the Japanese were Chinese or Russian. The Russians did not like or trust Chennault. He was sending regular reports to Washington on Japanese airplanes and tactics. As the Russians suspected, he was also reporting on their strengths and weaknesses. Chang continued to shake up his headquarters staff. He kicked Chu Chi-jiao off the Aeronautical Commission and sent him to Kunming in the far western province of Yunnan, near the border with Burma. Chennault went with him to help him set up CAF flight schools. Chennault was not happy in Kunming. He was no longer part of Chang's inner circle, and his health suffered in Yunnan's damp, chilly climate. but with the help of 18 other Americans, he set up primary, intermediate, and advanced flight schools around Yunnan province. The Imperial Japanese Army, numbering 750,000 men, pushed the Chinese west. Chiang moved his capital to Chongqing, about 500 miles northeast of Kunming.
Japan could never have conquered all of China. The Chinese could have just kept retreating, and there would never have been enough Japanese available to control the areas. And the Japanese were not interested in doing that. They were interested in controlling the areas that had resources that were useful to them, the ports and the arable areas.
As they retreated, the Chinese burned bridges, tore up roads, and blocked rivers behind them. The two sides settled into a stalemate, their armies separated by a 100-mile-wide no-man's land. Chongqing, a city of 200,000, swelled to 1 million souls as Chinese soldiers, officials, and refugees poured into it. In frustration, Tokyo ordered massive bombing raids against Chinese cities. In the world's first major bombing campaign against civilian targets, Imperial Japanese Army and Navy planes hit every major city in China and left millions of Chinese civilians dead, injured, and homeless.
It was probably counterproductive. It probably caused more ill will against the Japanese around the world than they gained from doing the bombing. But the Japanese at the time, if they had a weapon, they liked to use it.
Chiang avoided any full-scale land battles. His troops were poorly trained, poorly equipped, and often badly led. Warlords, whose loyalty to the nationalist government was in doubt, commanded many of his divisions. Chiang preferred to let his allies beat the Japanese, while he held back his own troops, saving them for a later fight against the Chinese communists. Chinese units did wage a brutal guerrilla war against the Japanese, and despite terrible losses, Chinese morale remained high. The Japanese now controlled China's seaports. A narrow-gauge railway, built by the French, ran from Saigon in French Indochina to Kunming. But the French closed the railway under pressure from the Japanese government. Supplies for the Chinese Army and Air Force had to come through the British colony of Burma to the west. By sea to Rangoon, by rail, truck, or barge to Lashio, Burma, then over the Himalayas along the ancient Silk Route, 717 torturous miles to Kunming. The Chinese had begun improving the Lashio-Kunming Road in 1937. 200,000 forced laborers had leveled, straightened, and widened the road and paved it with stones. The new road climbed through mountain ranges 9,000 feet high, plunged into river canyons 5,000 feet deep, crossed gorges on chain suspension bridges, and negotiated steep slopes on miles and miles of wicked switchbacks. When it was completed in 1939, it was China's only major supply route. Journalists called it the Burma Road. A few critical supplies reached Kunming by air from Burma or India, but that was just a trickle. Guns and ammunition, tanks and artillery, fuel, aircraft and spares, virtually everything the Chinese Army and Air Force needed came over the treacherous Burma Road, by truck, mule train, elephant, and on foot. But the British were nervous about the Burma Road. They were worried that allowing their colony to be used as a supply route for China would offend the Japanese. For months in mid-1940, while the British dithered, war materials meant for Yunnan piled up on the docks at Rangoon. Finally, in October, Britain gave up trying to make peace with Imperial Japan and reopened the supply route to China. In the spring of 1940, Hitler's Wehrmacht swept through Denmark, Norway, Holland, Luxembourg, and finally France. A British army sent to oppose the Germans was driven back to the beaches of Dunkirk, and a hasty retreat to England. In Europe, Britain now stood alone against Hitler's dreams of empire. In Washington, President Roosevelt began pushing a reluctant America toward aiding the British. Taking advantage of France's defeat, the Japanese occupied French Indochina with its vast resources of rubber and rice and a strategic airfield near Hanoi. By the summer of 1940, the Japanese were making daily bombing attacks on Chinese cities. Nearly 100 bombers hit Chongqing alone each day. In September, from their new base at Hanoi, Japanese bombers began striking at Kunming and other CAF training fields in Yunnan. Chennault's Chinese pilots were fighting valiantly. Chongqing was beyond the range of Japanese fighters, and the Mitsubishi Nell bombers were unescorted. Chinese fighters shot down 9 of the twin-engine bombers and damaged 300, a serious toll by Japanese standards. Fast, agile, and mounting 20mm cannons, the new escorts destroyed 13 Chinese fighters in one day. The new kid on the block was the Mitsubishi A6M-0. Chennault studied the Zero carefully and sent detailed descriptions to Washington. His dispatches were mostly ignored. Common wisdom declared that the Japanese were not capable of designing and building a superior fighter, but the Zero was far superior to Chinese fighters. It was equal or superior to America's frontline fighter planes. The Imperial Japanese fighters and bombers far outnumbered the small Chinese Air Force. The Generalissimo and Madame Chang began pressuring the United States to provide high-performance aircraft and skilled American pilots to defend China. America was not yet at war with Japan, and the output of its aircraft factories was promised to England. But China and the Changs had powerful friends in Washington, D.C. Madame Chang's brother, T.V. Soong, was China's top lobbyist in Washington. A Harvard graduate and a skilled diplomat, Soong was well-liked and well-respected in the American corridors of power. In communiques to Washington, Chiang Kai-shek warned of the consequences of a Japanese victory in China. 500,000 Imperial Japanese troops, no longer needed on the continent, could sweep southward through the Philippines, Malaysia, and Singapore to Australia. The situation was dire. Finally, in October of 1940, Chiang told Chennault, "You must go to the U.S."
China Air Force has been decimated. There's a name only. And they needed an instant Air Force if they're going to stay in the war.
Chennault went personally to General George Marshall, U.S. military chief, to secure Marshall's support for military aid.
I think that everybody realized that something had to be done for China. They didn't want Japan to be able to have a victory in China and not be occupied there and to be able to use its forces elsewhere. They wanted to supplement it. And so when there became an avenue to A, sell Curtiss airplanes, and B, provide aid to China, inexpensively, and also C, do it covertly, which sort of appealed to Roosevelt.
With the help of several influential Americans, including Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau, soon arranged to buy more than 300 American-built aircraft for China. Britain agreed to release its claim on a shipment of Curtiss P-40 Tomahawk fighter planes in return for a more advanced version of the P-40. And in December, the deal was approved. 100 Curtiss P-40s to China by spring. soon also lobbied for Boeing B-17 bombers, but Army Chief of Staff General George Marshall said no. The B-17s would go to England.
They had hoped for, substantial amounts of airplanes. I think 500 airplanes was their goal. They finally wound up with, I think, less than 100, slightly less than 100, and those were not all immediately assembled. They got a few odds and ends, some bulky P-66s and a few other things that came in that were not useful to them. But as it turned out, he got enough P-40s that he could equip the AVG, but more importantly, he got the pilots.
To persuade the Chinese to buy the P-40s the U.S. was offering, Chennault took a Chinese delegation to Bowling Field near Washington, D.C., where, ironically, a young John Allison demonstrated the airplane with a show of aerobatics. The irony is, it was the same John Allison who would later win the Silver Star in the CBI Theater, flying for Tex Hill in the 23rd Fighter Group.
Tex Hill was one of the outstanding individuals. Tex was a very brave individual, lots of courage, also a good head for what was going to happen and what we wanted to happen and the best way to go about it. So I flew with Tex frequently in the setting up of missions, and then I flew with him also as a member of his fighter team. So I got to know him very well. He was completely honest, tried to do what Chennault wanted to do the way Chennault wanted it done.
And the Chinese official said, we need 100 of these airplanes. And Chennault said, no, you need 100 men like this.
The China lobby also persuaded President Roosevelt to allow Chennault to recruit pilots and ground crews from the U.S. Army, Navy, and Marines.
They made a decision that they would allow American flyers, military pilots, resign their commissions and become part of a volunteer group that would become a sort of foreign legion. And I think in the back of everybody's mind, there's the Lafayette Escadrille was there as an example.
And Chennault came back. He'd been out there since 1937. He came back, and Hap Arnold, George Marshall, Admiral Tower, Stimson, they were all against it. They said, it's just one of Chennault's pipe dreams.
American generals and admirals opposed any recruitment of their personnel, and Chennault was almost arrested at one naval base when he arrived to recruit pilots and mechanics. But letters signed by the military chiefs of staff were Chennault's trump cards, and the project went ahead. In December, Chennault also briefed Marshall personally about the Japanese Zero. Marshall was concerned. Chennault described a plane that was better than anything in the American arsenal. The general passed the information to the State Department and to military commanders, but it was scoffed at or ignored. The first batch of 35 P-40s left New York Harbor on the 19th of February, 1941, on a cargo ship bound down the Atlantic, around the Horn of Africa, and across the Indian Ocean to Rangoon. The voyage took 3 months. Each plane was in 2 crates, one for the fuselage and one for the single-piece wing. They came from the factory missing some key components that Chennault or his agents had to purchase separately. Allison engines from General Motors, radios from RCA, guns from the Colt Manufacturing Company, and gun sights from the U.S. Army. These were shipped with the second batch of aircraft. At Rangoon, much of the heavy lifting was done by hand. Mobs of Indian and Chinese workers muscled the crates onto trucks, then opened the crates and muscled the wings and fuselages to the assembly area, and the planes were towed 10 miles to Mingaladone Airport for final assembly. In the tropical sun, the planes became too hot to touch, so the assembly work was done under open-air thatched roof shelters. 2 of the planes were lost before they left the docks. One was missing so many parts it would never be airworthy. And a wing crate was accidentally dunked in the harbor. When it was opened 2 days later, salt corrosion had ruined the wing. Both planes were set aside for spare parts. The first of the P-40s was test flown on June 12th.
P-40 was, in effect, a lash-up. It took the P-36 and they put an Allison engine on it and converted it from the P-36 to the P-40. And it had a integral wing, a one-piece wing that was very, very strong, and it provided a lot of strength to its structure. So the P-40 was, the greatest quality was that it was available. It had been put into production, and there were a lot of them coming off the production lines, and pilots were familiar with it. And so it had the quality of speed of about 340 to 350 miles an hour, which was not the fastest in the world, but competitive. Not the most maneuverable in the world, but strong, able to dive, and it had 650 caliber machine guns, which gave it a lot of firepower compared to the Japanese airplanes. And so Chennault knew this, and he devised the tactics of climb, dive, and zoom. And get above the Japanese formation, come to the Japanese formation shooting, dive away from it, and recover someplace else, and then make another attack. And in no cases do you dogfight with any of the Japanese fighters, which was absolutely the correct way to fight the airplane.
Recruiting for pilots and ground crews began in April. Chennault hired 3 recruiters for what was now known as the American Volunteer Group, or AVG. Skip Adair had come home from China after his CAF flight school in Yunnan was closed. Rutledge Irvine was a retired Navy commander, and Richard Allworth was an Army pilot who, rumor said, had flown with the Lafayette Escadrille before World War I. Officially, the Central Aircraft Manufacturing Company, CAMCO, set up by William Pauley of Curtiss Aircraft as a front for aid to the Chinese Air Force, hired AVG personnel. CAMCO's employment contracts were masterpieces of ambiguity. Pilots were offered $600 a month, $675 for flight leaders, plus a vague promise for a $500 bonus for every confirmed kill. Ground crewmen were offered $300 a month. These pay rates were far above U.S. military pay.
But we loaned the money to the Chinese, and they contracted with CAMCO to buy the airplanes, to pay the whole thing, to fund the whole operation. Do you know that our biggest cost of the $13 million for that year's operation? We bought our airplanes with that. We paid $7.5 million, $75,000 apiece for the P-40s. And the only reason we got them is because the British were promised the upgraded version of the P-40, and they cut 100 P-40B models off of their line, and they were to get the next generation P-40s. And so that's the way we were able to get in business.
Some signed on for the money, some for adventure or for the chance to travel, some out of boredom with peacetime military duties. War with Germany was looming, and some pilots signed up for China because they believed fighting the Japanese would be less dangerous than fighting the Germans. The recruiters often claimed that the Japanese were poor pilots flying second-rate airplanes. Besides, some prospects were told, you'll mostly be shooting down unarmed cargo planes. Chennault wanted qualified fighter pilots. He got some, but the rest were a mixed bag. Seaplane pilots with little time in land planes, and low-time pilots who inflated their flying experience. The quality of the recruits improved only after Chennault ordered his recruiters to be truthful and more selective. One of Aldworth's recruits was Gregory Boyington, part Cherokee, and a 28-year-old Marine Corps lieutenant and a flight instructor at Pensacola. Boyington was a hard drinker and a scrappy brawler, qualities that would not always endear him to Chennault. Irvine's first two prospects were a pair of Navy dive bomber pilots, Eddie Rector and David Tex Hill.
We were stationed in Norfolk and walked into the ready room in operations there on shore, and there's Gus William. He said, "Here's some guys that'll go with you." He was our operations officer. We didn't even know what he was talking about, you know. And he introduced us as Commander Irvine. He said, Commander Irvine said, "We're looking for volunteers to keep the Burma Road open so supplies can flow into China." So I was anxious to get back anyway. Irvine made it very clear the contract was very lucrative that he explained to us, you know. But we did, in the Navy, you got a complete discharge. I mean, there wasn't any reserve status or anything. You lost a year's service. Of course, we eventually got it back, but at the time, the Navy washed their hands of all of the volunteers that came out of the Navy.
100 pilots signed up. 99 went to China. One pilot, Ajax Baumler, was held back. He had violated an earlier passport by fighting in the Spanish Civil War, where he shot down 6 German and Italian fighter planes. The first batch of 31 AVG personnel, ground crews, clerks, and a chaplain sailed from San Francisco in June and reached Rangoon on July 28th. The main group, 37 pilots, 84 ground crewmen and staff, and 2 female nurses, sailed on July 8th.
And I was on the second boat on the Bloemfontein, and very interesting trip over there. Half missionaries, half AVG people, and I don't know who converted who on that trip, I can tell you. But those missionaries had a fertile field to operate in, that's for sure. And we met a couple of heavy cruisers in Salt Lake City and the Northampton. And they were coming out of Australia when we were going in. And the ambassador met us. We went into Brisbane. But the funny thing about it is, the ambassador said, "Man," he said, "if I had a headache," he said, "I've been rounding up sailors here for a week." See, the diggers were all off fighting the war, you know, and the ratio of women was about 5 to 1 to one man. And when those sailors went ashore, man, these women swarmed on them. They thought they'd died and gone to heaven.
The liner and her escort slipped south of the equator toward Australia to avoid the Caroline and Marshall Islands occupied by the Japanese. They arrived in Singapore on August 11th, where the AVG contingent waited for transit to Rangoon. Chennault arrived back in Chongqing on July 18th, his Chinese DC-3 landing in the midst of a Japanese bombing raid. He took careful note of Japan's new G-4M Betty bombers and studied the wreckage of a Japanese Zero fighter shot down during the raid. Months earlier, Chiang Kai-shek had asked for American fighters and pilots in part to protect Chongqing, his capital city. That help had not arrived in time. Imperial Japanese bombers pounded Chongqing again and again and again. But across the mountains, at airfields in Burma, an American tiger was waking, and a legend was about to be born.
I don't think people have ever really understood the significance of that Sawen mission. And now the people who were involved in that do, but none of the historians have really picked up on it and understand that this could have been an entirely different world, you know, if that mission had failed.
Summer 1941. The eyes of the Western world are on Europe. German armies had overrun much of the continent. President Roosevelt signed the Lend-Lease Act to aid Britain, which stood alone against Hitler's ambitions. The Western Allies paid little attention to events in Asia. Desperate for natural resources, especially coal and oil, Japan invaded Manchuria in 1931. Its occupation gradually spread into Greater China until 1937, when a skirmish at Beijing ignited a full-scale war. Imperial Japan's well-trained and well-equipped armies and air forces swept aside the Chinese defenders to occupy all of China's ports and major cities. The nationalist Chinese government, under Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek, retreated to Yunnan province in far western China. In 1939, Japan invaded Indochina for its rich deposits of coal and oil. If China fell, all of Asia and the Western Pacific might fall to the Japanese sword. That year, Madame Chiang Kai-shek hired Claire Chennault, a fighter pilot recently retired from the U.S. Army Air Corps, to train and lead China's struggling and outdated air forces. In Washington, war with Japan was looking increasingly likely. President Roosevelt gave Chennault permission to recruit 100 U.S. Army and Navy fighter pilots, along with ground crews, to fight for China as the American Volunteer Group, or AVG. Under provisions of the Lend-Lease Act, Chennault was given 100 P-40 Tomahawk fighter planes, just rolling off the Curtiss-Wright assembly lines. Living and working at primitive jungle airstrips, enduring shortages of planes, pilots, and supplies, and fighting against a vastly superior enemy, the AVG Flying Tigers would give the Japanese a series of staggering blows that would tip the balance in the war in China. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War. The first American volunteer group of the Chinese Air Force was officially created on 1 August 1941 by order of Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek. Pilots and ground staff began arriving in Burma from the States in early August by ship to Rangoon, then on the narrow-gauge Burma Railway to Kai Da Field at Tonggu, 175 miles north of Rangoon. What the newcomers found at Kai Da Field didn't please them. They griped about the tropical heat, the torrential rain, the millions of bugs, the primitive bamboo huts, the uncomfortable cots, and the British-supplied cigarettes and food. AVG chaplain Paul Frillman feared a mutiny.
It was a real harsh environment. Tonggu, the Brits wouldn't even be there. They'd move out of there in the summertime.
Butch Carney, who had been with Chennault in Yunnan, China, appointed 3 squadron leaders. Robert Sandy Sandell, a former Army flight instructor, got 1st Squadron. 2nd Squadron went to Jack Newkirk, a Navy fighter pilot from the carrier Yorktown. Arvid Olsen, a veteran P-40 pilot, got 3rd Squadron. Each squadron leader chose 12 pilots. Newkirk chose mostly Navy flyers. Olsen picked only Army pilots. With more pilots filtering in through August and September, Chennault began the task of turning them into an effective fighting unit. He established what came to be called Chennault's Kindergarten. Daily classes on geography, jungle survival, and most importantly, on tactics.
Training curriculum would be 60 hours of lecture, tactical lectures, and 60 hours of familiarization in the P-40. And of course, the Navy guys, we'd flown nothing but round engines, so, you know, it was challenge on the checkouts almost.
Forget everything the Army Air Corps has taught you about fighting, Chennault told the men. Instead, they were to adopt the battle-proven tactics used by the RAF in Britain. That meant two-plane formations against fighters for maneuverability and mutual protection, and a three-plane flight for firepower against bombers. The Japanese planes turn much faster than our Tomahawks, he told them. Never get into a turning fight with the Japanese. Hit their formations from above, out of the sun, to scatter and confuse them. Then pick them off one by one, he told them. These were the tactics the Japanese would try to use against the Americans, as described in a captured Japanese training manual. Japanese pilots, he told the men, were well trained and disciplined. They knew how to fly, and they knew how to shoot. But they could be beaten by hit-and-run diving attacks.
One of the characteristic things of all the leaders of all the air forces of the world, for the most part, was that they're wrong about almost everything they did. But you had a few people, like Claire Chennault and a few others, who had a journeyman's view of the problem. They looked at it not from some abstract WWII point of view, but from the standpoint of, I've got a tool in my hand, how do I use it? And if you were as an experienced fighter pilot, as Claire Chennault was, you knew exactly what climb and dive tactics would produce, you knew what turning tactics would produce, and you knew what the airplane in your inventory would produce. So he looked at the P-40 and he knew it was not a dogfighter, and he tailored his tactics to it, and it served beautifully.
He obviously knew a hell of a lot about the Japanese tactics, because after observing them in these tactical lectures, he was able to impart the things to us that is what really made us, were the tactics that he taught us. You see, the people down in the Pacific, they had the same airplanes we had, but they lost practically all of them. And the reason they did is because they did not use the tactics that Chennault taught us. And those tactics were sent back to the War Department, but they never disseminated to the guys down in the Pacific. But they were very simple, and I guess they thought they were so simple that it didn't mean anything.
Back in the States, some of the recruits had been told that they would mostly be shooting down unarmed Japanese transports. Some of them signed on with the AVG because they thought that fighting the Japanese would be safer than fighting the Germans. 2 of the pilots were killed in training accidents in September. At the end of the month, 7 pilots and a crew chief quit and sailed for home. Tex Hill, Eddie Rector, and 15 other pilots reached Tonggu on September 15th and were assigned to squadrons the following day. Navy pilots Hill and Rector went to the 2nd Squadron.
First time I met Chennault, I could never have been more impressed. I mean, the features on that guy, if you've ever seen pictures of Chennault, he's a craggy wrinkle and those black eyes, which come from somewhere. They must have some Indian blood in them somewhere back down the way. I know he's from French Huguenot background, but anyhow, he's the kind of guy that immediately instills confidence in you. I know that I was impressed by if it told me to go through that wall, I'd go. He was a great guy. He was very loyal to the people that worked for him. He had a lot of people above him that didn't like him because he made them look like Ned and the Third Reader.
More pilots arrived in October. Worried about a possible air attack on Kaido Field from nearby Thailand, Chennault sent his 3 squadron leaders on a recon flight. Thailand was officially neutral, but it had almost certainly been penetrated by the Japanese. The 3 pilots scouted as far east as Chiang Mai, but saw no signs of the enemy.
We had no nav aids. Everything was dead rusting. The maps we had originally were French maps, and any relation between that map and the terrain would be a coincidence. And the first maps that we got that were any good were the first Japs we shot down. Then the Japs had pretty good maps. Then later on in 1943, of course, they mapped our country, mapped the area, and got very good maps then.
On 26 October, an unidentified aircraft flew over Kaido at 6,000 feet, and the next day, a group of 6 aircraft scouted the field from high altitude. AVG pilots scrambled, but their Tomahawks could not climb fast enough to catch the intruders. Chennault believed they were Japanese planes flying from Thailand. In fact, they were Mitsubishi Ki-15s flown from Hanoi, Vietnam, 600 miles to the east, sent by the Japanese Army Air Force to photograph airfields in Burma. Designed as a fast civilian mail plane, the Mitsubishi Ki-15 Wild Goose served the Imperial Japanese Army and Navy as a light attack bomber and reconnaissance aircraft. It was amazingly fast for an airplane with a fixed landing gear, with a top speed of 298 miles per hour. The Allies codenamed it Babs. November 3rd would be remembered as Circus Day at Kaido. 2 Tomahawks ran off the end of the runway, one of them a total loss. 2 pilots taxied their planes into parked aircraft. Another pilot hit the brakes and stood his P-40 on its nose, while 2 hapless mechanics sat on its wings. 7 planes damaged in one day. 2 days later, Ed Conant, a veteran Navy flying boat pilot with little time in land planes, cracked up another P-40, his 3rd in a week. 2 more, the mechanics said, would make Conant a Japanese ace. Chennault sent an angry letter to his stateside recruiters, demanding that they weed out the timid and incompetent. 26 more pilots arrived in mid-November, among them a feisty, hard-drinking Marine fighter pilot named Greg Boyington.
It was just real primitive. But our guys adjusted to that. You know, the environment we were in, our guys were very resourceful, and Chennault didn't put a lot of restrictions on us. He just told us to let us use what ingenuity we had and go out and kill as many Japs as we could.
A few days after they arrived, one of the new pilots was flipping through a magazine and saw a photo of a British P-40 with a shark's mouth painted on its nose. He showed it to his squadron mates, and they asked Chennault for permission to adopt it as their squadron marking. Chennault said it should be the group's emblem. Within a week, every Tomahawk on the field had a shark's face. It looked, said one pilot, mean as hell. Squadron emblems also appeared. The first squadron chose a green apple and a uniformed Adam chased by a naked Eve, symbolizing the first pursuit, nickname Adam and Eve's. Second squadron's planes sported a black and white panda, the symbol of China. And third squadron, Hell's Angels, chose a bright red nude with wings and a halo. Every plane also carried the insignia of the Chinese Air Force, a white 12-pointed star. The last group of AVG personnel, 4 pilots and 9 flight instructors, reached Burma on November 25th. The pilots went to Kaido. The instructors were sent to Yunnan, China, to train Chinese Air Force pilots. November also brought promises of greater support for the AVG. More planes, more spares, more supplies, more pilots and ground crews. In Washington and London, everyone who mattered now understood that the war with Japan was coming. The British offered Chennault a squadron of Brewster Buffalo fighters from Singapore, along with their pilots and ground crews. And there were promises of British and American bombers. The Brewster Buffalo was the U.S. Navy's first monoplane fighter. Introduced in 1939, it never lived up to its promises. By early 1941, the Buffalo was already considered obsolete, outperformed by the new Grumman F-4F Wildcat and by most Japanese and German fighters. By the first week of December 1941, the American Volunteer Group had 60 combat-ready P-40s at Kaidaw Field. 3 more pilots quit, leaving 82 pilots on the AVG roster in Burma.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Without warning, Japanese forces attacked Pearl Harbor, Hong Kong, Malaya, and Wake Island. From his headquarters in Kunming, Chennault immediately put the AVG on a war footing. He assigned the 3rd Squadron, Olson's Hell's Angels, as the assault squadron, armed, fueled, and on alert. 2 days later, an alert at 3:30 a.m. sent 4 P-40s into the air. It was a false alarm. Landing in the dark, Tex Hill overshot the runway. His mates found him standing dazed near his wrecked Tomahawk, with an unlit cigarette in one hand and an unlit match in the other, his clothing soaked in gasoline.
It's true that we were mercenaries, but then when the Japanese hit Pearl Harbor, then we were involved. Our country was involved in the war. And what brought us together is that was necessity, you know. It was teamwork. We had a hardcore that had flown together. We didn't have people rotating through us. We're all in the same boat over there for this year.
The British asked Chennault for a squadron to help protect Rangoon's harbor and its airport at Ming Aladan, both staging points for supplying British forces in Singapore. On Thursday, December 12th, the 18 Tomahawks of the 3rd Squadron, the Hell's Angels, left Kaidaw and flew to Ming Aladan. Their ground crews, support staff, and 3 more pilots traveled by truck or train to Rangoon. In mid-December, Brigadier General John Magruder sent a message to Chennault asking him and his pilots to return to the U.S. military. The question of Chennault's rank was left open. Chennault was not unwilling to return to the Army, but he wanted the rank of general. He sent a message to Madame Chiang Kai-shek asking her opinion. There would be advantages to making the AVG a U.S. Army unit, he told Madame Chiang, in aircraft, supplies, reinforcements, and discipline. The only disadvantage, he said, was that a commander might replace him with less experience in China. Kaidaw Field was less than 100 miles from the Thai border and barely 300 from Chiang Mai, Thailand's 2nd largest city. With no effective early warning system, Chennault worried that Kaidaw was too vulnerable to a Japanese airstrike. He sent out P-40s to look for Japanese planes in and around Chiang Mai. The patrol found nothing, but Chennault was still jumpy. He wired Chung King, asking to move the AVG out of Burma, back to China. Madame Chiang replied that the AVG could leave Kaidaw and move to Kunming, but that the Hell's Angels would have to stay at Ming Aladan, near Rangoon. Kaidaw would be manned as a backup field and repair station between Rangoon and Kunming. The P-40s of the 1st and 2nd Squadrons, 34 planes in all, flew the 700 miles to Kunming on December 17th, arriving just hours after Japanese bombers hit the city. Most of the AVG ground crews and supplies traveled by truck over the Burma Road to China, a slow and dangerous journey even after the road had been widened and leveled in 1940. It took them 2 weeks to reach Kunming.
What Chennault did, he had in every village in the areas that we operated on, he had people who had radios. They either had mostly CW, die-to-die-dit, but they had these lookouts in every village. So when we'd move into a base, like this would be the map, take the map, and this would be the base we're going to operate out of. Then you draw concentric circles on out to 300 kilometers. And so when all these villages would have to do, any village that heard something, like engine noise, I hear engine noise, and put a flag right on that village. And pretty soon, you wouldn't believe it, but pretty soon these flags began to line up, and you knew they were coming in. It was so accurate. And we knew, and when we had hit that 150 kilometer circle, well, that's when we'd launch, and that'd give us time to get to 20,000, which was our best altitude. And they'd be there. And the other thing that stood us in good stead with that system was if a guy got lost, which is real easy to do, first village you'd come to, you'd get scattered, you know, in a fight or something. You'd come down over that village and shoot a short burst. That information would go immediately back into your base. Well, you didn't know where you were, but the base knows where that village is. When they give you a vector, then you can come in on it. It's real simple, but by God, it was effective.
Three days after the P-40s arrived in Kunming, Chennault's early warning net reported Japanese bombers coming from Vietnam. 1st Squadron took to the air, 16 P-40s, and turned southwest to intercept the bombers. 2nd Squadron flew backup. While 4 of the Pandas stayed close to Kunming, 4 others patrolled the northwest to catch any bombers attacking in a hook approach. Jack Newkirk, leading the group northwest, spotted a formation of 10 bombers below him, with no fighter escort. They were Kawasaki Ki-48s of the 21st Hikkatai based at Hanoi. Introduced in 1939, the Ki-48 was fast and maneuverable, but carried a light bomb load. With no armor and only 3 machine guns, it was vulnerable to attack. In Burma, it was often used as a dive bomber. Its allied code name was Lily. Newkirk's P-40s dove out of the sun, firing at the Lilies from far out of range. The bombers jettisoned their loads, turned tail, and ran. Newkirk led his Pandas back to Kunming. A few minutes later, the Adam and Eves spotted the same group of Lily bombers south of Kunming. Sandel ordered 2 pilots to fly top cover. The P-40s attacked the bombers from every direction in a disorganized melee. They seemed to have forgotten all of Chennault's lessons about hit-and-run attacks, 2-plane formations, and Japanese tactics. The 2 pilots flying top cover also ignored their instructions and joined the fight. The enemy formation was a Diamond 4, flanked by 2 Vs of 3. The right-hand V was hit first by a mass of P-40s, and all 3 Lilies were shot down. The AVG was credited with 4 Lilies, at the cost of 1 P-40. Heading home, Eddie Rector ran out of fuel and bellied into a field near Kunming. Japanese records for the flight show 3 Lilies lost and 7 damaged, including some that crash-landed at Hanoi. 14 airmen died on the mission. For the Japanese unit, it was their worst bloody nose in a long time. Shaken by the loss of 30% of the planes, and a third of the airmen on a single raid, the 21st Hikkotai never returned to Kunming. The people of Kunming greeted the AVG pilots as heroes. For months, the city had endured near constant bombing by the Japanese. The Americans had driven off the attackers and saved the city from another dose of devastation.
You can't believe how grateful there was. These poor people had been bombed all these years, you know, just killed thousands. I mean, just the cities used them as a target.
Chinese civilians saved many Allied pilots who were shot down in China in spite of cruel and severe reprisals by the Japanese.
You know, the guerrillas were the Chinese communists. They never committed any large forces or anything, but they joined together with the nationalists against a common enemy. And they were the guys, they were responsible for saving a lot of our troops. Unless you just fell right on top of the Japanese, right, they'd get you out of there. The Chinese people are just such wonderful people, really. I mean, a Chinese friend is the best friend you'll ever have.
In America, a nation hungry for good news of the war and desperate for heroes, Time magazine picked up the story and christened the AVG as the Flying Tigers. The name was probably suggested months before by one of the young men working in Washington, D.C. on the AVG's behalf. Back at Kunming, Chennault was not pleased by the Tigers' performance. He sat them down, listed off their mistakes one by one, and told them, next time, get 'em all. At Ming Aladan, the AVG 3rd Squadron was joined by 34 British Buffaloes and 4 Blenheim bombers, but only half of the Buffaloes were combat ready. With no real reserve closer than Kunming, 900 miles to the northeast, Olson's Hells Angels began calling themselves the Lost Squadron. On December 23rd, the Imperial Japanese Army Air Force struck Rangoon. From airfields at Bangkok, Thailand, and Phnom Penh, Cambodia, 60 Ki-21 heavy bombers took off for Burma without fighter escort. The Mitsubishi Ki-21 carried more than a ton of bombs, 6 machine guns, and a crew of 5 to 7 men. It was used with great success in China, Malaysia, and the Philippines. Allied codename Sally. 15 Sallies were headed for the airfield at Ming Aladan. They were to be joined by Mitsubishi Ki-30 light bombers, Allied codename Anne, escorted by Ki-27 fighters, codenamed Nate. The 3 groups were supposed to rendezvous over Thailand and strike Rangoon in one large formation, but their timing was off, and the attackers reached the city in 3 separate waves. The Sallies came first, in tight V of V's formation. A few miles behind them came the Anns, escorted by a disorganized gaggle of Nates. About a dozen P-40s rose to meet the attackers. RAF Buffaloes damaged 1 bomber before the Tomahawks joined the battle. In the melee that followed, 2 Tomahawks were shot down. Paul Green bailed out and survived. 5 of the Sallies were shot down. 1/3 of the formation, with the loss of 30 crewmen. South of Rangoon, 6 other Hells Angels faced a tight formation of 18 Sallies heading for the oil refinery at Syrium. Leading one 3-plane flight, Neil Martin's P-40 was caught in a hail of fire from the Sallies' machine guns and went down in flames. 2 of the Sallies were shot down. A 3rd group of 27 bombers hit Rangoon, killing more than 1,000 people, mostly civilians. One of those bombers crashed on the way home. It was another bloody nose for the Japanese. At the end of the day, they had lost 7 bombers, with many more damaged, though the Allied claims were higher. Japanese pilots and gunners claim to have destroyed 43 Allied fighters that day. In fact, the RAF lost 5 Buffaloes with their pilots, and the AVG lost 3 planes and 2 pilots. On Christmas Day, the Japanese struck at Rangoon, launching a mass formation of 63 bombers escorted by 25 fighters. Again, their battle plan came apart, splitting the attackers into 3 groups. At Ming Aladan, there were only 12 Tomahawks and 14 Buffaloes ready for battle against an armada of 88 enemy planes. 2 AVG replacement pilots arrived from Kaidaw on Christmas Eve with a truckload of ammunition. As the Japanese formation crossed into Burma, Olson sent his Hells Angels up to meet them. The first fight occurred over Sirium, south of Rangoon. 20 Sallies, escorted by 15 Hayabusas, were heading home after bombing the city. The Nakajima Ki-43 Hayabusa was one of Japan's most successful fighters. Highly maneuverable, Ki-43s shot down more Allied aircraft than any other Japanese fighter, and most of Japan's aces flew Ki-43s, Allied codename Oscar. 7 P-40s tore into the Japanese formation, 7 against 35. They shot down 12 bombers and 3 fighters, which they mistakenly identified as Zeros. 2 P-40s crash-landed, but both pilots escaped with minor injuries. North of the city, the RAF and the rest of the AVG tangled with a much larger mass of bombers and fighters. Leading a fight of 3 P-40s, Parker Dubois dove on a Hayabusa. Overtaking the enemy fighter, he rolled sharply to avoid ramming it. His wingtip sliced through the Oscar's wing, severing it at the root, and the Oscar spun away. Dubois landed with 4 feet missing from his own wing. The Allies claimed 28 Japanese planes destroyed on Christmas Day. Japanese records put their losses at about half that number. In the chaos of aerial combat, several pilots or gunners might claim the same kill, each thinking it was his own. The excitement, the panic, the adrenaline, and the confusion of combat made such errors inevitable. On Christmas Day, the Japanese pilots and gunners who attacked Rangoon claimed a whopping 38 Allied fighters shot down. Half again the total number of Allied fighters in the air. Actual Allied losses were 2 Tomahawks and 5 Buffaloes. The men at Ming Aladan were nervous and worn out. In less than 2 weeks, the Hells Angels had lost a quarter of their pilots, dead, wounded, or missing. Their planes were badly shot up. Leaflets dropped by Japanese planes warned of an airborne invasion. Olson wired Chennault, send reinforcements or move the squadron to Kunming. Chennault assigned Newkirk's 2nd Squadron to reinforce Hells Angels at Rangoon. Then he sent an appeal to President Roosevelt for more fighters and pilots, and for 36 twin-engine bombers with American crews to form the 2nd American Volunteer Group. The president responded with a promise of more pilots and 50 of the new Curtiss P-40E Kitty Hawks.
The AVG had several follow-ups in the concept, and the 2nd AVG, they had a bomb group, and they had 3 more fighter groups. But they didn't get any further than Australia, and they stopped them there because the war was going on, and they needed them down there, and they never got to China.
At Rangoon, in the days after Christmas, the pilots braced for another Japanese attack. But the skies were quiet. The Japanese fighters and bombers were standing down and licking their wounds. On December 31, General Magruder sent a cable to Washington recommending that the AVG should become the 23rd Fighter Group, despite the AVG's unquestioned success in its first 3 battles. Magruder offered a very negative assessment of the unit's potential. Unless it was completely reorganized with U.S. Army officers, enlisted men, and logistics support, the AVG could have little military value. Newkirk's Panda Bears, including Tex Hill, all arrived in Rangoon by New Year's Day. Frustrated that no Japanese planes were rising up to fight, Newkirk decided to take the fight to the enemy. The target was a small airfield about 50 miles inside Thailand, near the village of Tak. 4 Pandas took off from Ming Aladan before dawn on January 3rd. Newkirk led the mission with Bert Quisman on his wing. Hill flew on Howard's wing. The Pandas arrived at sunup to find 9 Nate fighters idling on the ground, like sitting ducks. Unknown to the Pandas, the Nates were just returning from their own pre-dawn mission.
We were going over there and going to surprise the guys. Went out there at daylight and catch them on the field. Well, unfortunately, we forgot to look up. Bert Quisman had engine trouble. He had to turn back. So there were 3 of us in string headed down to straight to the field of the airplanes that were lined up. Well, first thing I know, this guy slid in between me and Howard. And I was just, I'm right behind this guy. And I was so excited that I didn't even bother to look through the sight. We had a ring and bead sight on the airplane. But the way our ammo was loaded was every 5th round was an incendiary. So it looked just like a hose coming out. I just was just right behind this guy, wasn't no 50 yards. And he just blew up. But simultaneously, a guy I didn't see made an overhead pass on me, and he shot 33 holes in my airplane. I never saw him. Just when I pulled off this guy, just shot down, I'm pulling into another guy coming this way head on. When he shot head on, these little I-97s, they had what was equivalent to about a .30 caliber, 7.7 or something like that. And those bullets stuck in the prop. And when it did, well, I threw my prop out of balance. Well, I throttled back and got down, and we were scattered at that time and separated, and I came on back to Rangoon. And I got there, and Jim Howard came in, and Newkirk. Newkirk had shot down 2 airplanes. Jim had gotten these on the ground. He didn't even notice. Other guy got on his tail. I said, you go look at your airplane. I went over there, and he had 11 bullet holes in his airplane.
Early the next morning, the Japanese struck back at Rangoon with Nate fighters and AN bombers. The Nates shot down 3 Pandas, though all survived. It was the Japanese' first clear victory over the AVG. So began a pattern of daylight raids by the P-40s against Japanese airfields in Thailand, and pre-dawn raids by the Japanese against Rangoon's airfields. In mid-January, hard-pressed American and Filipino troops were preparing for a last stand on the Bataan Peninsula. Foreseeing victory in the Philippines, the Japanese transferred 2 Nate squadrons and 2 bomber groups, about 75 aircraft, from the Philippines to China and Burma. General Sugawara Michio commanded the Japanese air forces in the region. In Malaysia and Singapore, his bombers could operate with little or no opposition. But in Burma, his losses were staggering, and he had no taste for more. He left a small force in Thailand and transferred most of his fighters and bombers to other, less troublesome battlefronts. Although Newkirk's Pandas were well outnumbered by the Japanese, they gave better than they got. Before long, 2nd Squadron could only put 10 P-40s against the much larger Japanese raids. On January 16th, the ground crews and staff of 3 British Hurricane squadrons docked at Rangoon. With these reinforcements, Rangoon appeared secure, but the Japanese Imperial Army had other plans. At the end of 1941, the Japanese were pushing south through Malaysia, driving the British and Commonwealth troops ahead of them. In the Philippines, American and Filipino units were retreating under the Japanese onslaught. Beyond Malaysia, Australia lay open to Emperor's armies. From New Guinea, the Japanese could threaten not only Australia, but the main British and American supply routes to East Asia. To the west lay India, Britain's greatest colony. If India fell, Japan could reach the oil fields of the Mideast and link its Asian empire with Germany in the west. But to reach India, the Japanese had to cross Burma, a country protected by mountain ranges like fortress walls. The British believed that their navy could protect Burma from an attack from the sea, and that the mountains would protect it from an attack over land. But on January 19th, far down the narrow tail of Burma that runs along the Malay Peninsula, a small Japanese detachment overran the airfield at Tavoy, 300 miles south of Rangoon. And the next day, 35,000 Japanese troops entered Burma near Tak, east of Rangoon. Abandoning their trucks for pack horses, the Japanese 55th Division had crossed the mountains on foot to invade Burma. The British Burma Division had 18,000 soldiers on paper, but its fighting corps was just 4,000 British and Indian troops against 35,000 Japanese.
The Japanese had to conserve their forces, and so they knew they couldn't occupy every square mile of China, so they took the best real estate all down the coast, all the ports. And this meant that the Chinese were then fighting without any external means of support, except for the one supply line that ran through Burma.
The Burma Road was China's only remaining link to its allies. If the Japanese could capture Burma and cut the fragile lifeline, China would stand or fall alone.
And I've always said that if he had put out his hand and said, "How do you do? Will you marry me?" I would have said, "How do you do? Yes, I want to spend the rest of my life with you." Tex was a big deal because he'd been in Life and Time and a lot of magazine, a lot of newspaper stories about the Flying Tigers. And John Wayne had made a movie and played Tex's part in that movie, and that was early in 1942. So he was, you know, the town was excited about having the Reverend Sam Hill's brother come into town.
January 1942. The armed forces of Imperial Japan are advancing throughout Asia and the Pacific. Nearly 1 million Japanese forces occupy China's coastal ports and bomb her inland cities. In an uneasy alliance, the nationalist and communist Chinese fight a guerrilla war against the invaders. From their bases in China, Indochina, and Thailand, Japanese forces are advancing south along the Malay Peninsula to New Guinea. If New Guinea falls, the Japanese can threaten the Allies' Pacific supply lines, and without Allied arms and supplies, Australia would be cut off, and the main line of defense against Japanese aggression would move to the west coast of the United States. At Rangoon, in Burma, in early 1942, a small group of American fighter pilots is fighting back against the Japanese, far outnumbered by their enemy. The American Volunteer Group, commanded by Claire Chennault, is destroying Japanese bombers and fighters in the air and on the ground.
We're the first guys that defeated the Japanese. And that's why there's a lot of focus on us, because we were losing everywhere, you know. And it's just like the Doolittle Raid, you know. It was a morale thing. It's just like the John Wayne movie, corny as it was. It was a timely movie, and people needed to get a hold of something, because these were real dark days in our history. And we're the first guys that ever defeated them. They were rolling over everybody.
The Allies need China to stay in the war, to tie down 500,000 Japanese occupation troops, and to provide a base from which to strike at the Japanese homeland. A single supply route from India through Burma to Kunming is China's only remaining lifeline to the West. If the Japanese cut that lifeline, China will fall. The Burma Road is the key. And for a few critical months in 1942, the American volunteer group stands virtually alone against the Japanese. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War. Through the spring of 1942, the military forces of Imperial Japan appeared unstoppable, and on nearly every other battlefront around the world, Allied forces were digging in or falling back. The British believed Burma was safe. The British Navy stood guard against any seaborne invasion from the south. Britain's Burma Division, commanded by Lieutenant General Sir Howard Alexander, had a fighting force of just 4,000 British and Indian troops, but Alexander believed it was sufficient. The Japanese had forces across the border in Thailand, but along the border was a rugged, nearly trackless rampart of mountain ranges. No army, said Alexander, could cross that barrier in force. The Japanese would prove him wrong. On January 19th, 300 miles south of Rangoon, on Burma's long tail that stretches down the Malay Peninsula, Japanese troops slipped across the mountains, overran the Allied airfield at Tavoy, and began moving north, sweeping the opposition aside. The next day, the main invasion force, 35,000 Japanese troops, entered Burma 100 miles east of Rangoon. They advanced quickly toward the city through the jungle the British thought was impassable. When the Japanese forced a crossing at the Sitang River, Rangoon's last defensive line, Alexander abandoned the port city and moved his Burma division north to try to block the Japanese on the road to Mandalay. While the battle was lost on the ground, the Flying Tigers were mauling the Japanese in the air. Throughout the Japanese advance, the AVG shot down Japanese fighters and bombers and strafed and bombed the Japanese ground forces. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill praised the AVG for its fierce defense of Rangoon, comparing it to the Royal Air Force and its defense of the British Isles. The victories they have won over the paddy fields of Burma may well prove comparable in character, if not in scope, to those won over the orchards and hop fields of Kent in the Battle of Britain. The AVG suffered few losses compared to the mauling they were inflicting on the Japanese, but one loss in particular hit them hard. In mid-March, Jack Newkirk led 10 P-40s to raid Chiang Mai and Lampang, two heavily defended Japanese airfields in Thailand. 2 nights before the raid, Newkirk told Tex Hill that he feared the mission would be his last. Hill offered to take his place, but Newkirk said no. At Chiang Mai, Newkirk's raiders caught the Japanese flat-footed and destroyed several aircraft on the ground, despite a storm of anti-aircraft fire. At Lampang, as Robert Keaton pulled his fighter out of a strafing dive, he saw a fireball blast 100 yards through the jungle below. It was Newkirk's P-40.
Newkirk, he had a premonition. I had 2 guys that had premonitions, and he was one of them. And he sat down and wrote that letter that night and said if anything happens to him, he'd like for me to have that squadron. And Chennault honored that. And I brought Ed Rector up as my vice squadron leader.
Chiang Kai-shek sent 3 divisions of the Chinese Army to Burma under the command of U.S. Army General Joseph Stilwell to try to halt the Japanese advance and protect the Burma Road. But Stilwell's efforts were frustrated by a stream of contradictory orders from Chiang and by the Chinese troops, who were poorly led and reluctant to fight. The Japanese advanced northward, and the Allied retreat became a rout as British, Indian, Chinese, and Burmese soldiers and civilians fled along the escape routes to India and China. The Japanese overran Taungoo in early April, capturing intact the crucial bridge across the Sitang River near Burma's east border with China. Tex Hill's 2nd Squadron was stationed at Loy Wing, about 75 miles north of Lashio. They had been flying missions in support of the Chinese divisions fighting in Burma. Their airstrikes against Japanese columns and truck convoys were successful, but did little to slow the enemy's advance.
I was a senior guy, and I had to make a call. That's that picture up there. I had a real burden. Because we had lost all of our early warning system. And Jeff came in just at daylight, and I was going on a different mission. I stepped up on the side of my airplane there. I looked up and I saw these 8 fighters peeling off, coming down, and just stepped down off the airplane, and they were coming right over there where I actually fired a pistol at them. If I'd had enough lead on the guy, very easily knock one down with a pistol. They're that close.
The next day, 29 April, the Japanese 56th Division captured Lashio, the end of the rail line from Rangoon and the western terminus of the Burma Road. The Chinese 6th Division, in a desperate fighting retreat, was virtually destroyed as a fighting unit. Alexander ordered all Allied personnel to leave Burma. Hill needed to evacuate his squadron to Paoshan, an airfield on the Burma Road east of the Sawen River, about 125 miles into China, but the weather at Loy Wing was socked in and the Japanese were not far away.
There's a trail from the last show, a jungle trail that they could come up. So I figured on a forced march they could be there in a day. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened to that base. We had no defense at all as far as ground personnel.
A jungle trail led from Loy Wing to a point on the Burma Road a few miles east of the Japanese advance. Hill prepared to send his men, pilots, and ground crew up that trail to join the mass of refugees heading for China. As he was about to give the order, the fog lifted to 800 feet. Only a handful of the Panda Bear fighters were flyable. Before they left, the crews set fire to 22 precious P-40s that were waiting for repairs.
And we got out and got into Paoshan, and the mass of humanity, the only way you could travel is on that road. I mean, you couldn't get off either side. And this mass of refugees stacked in there is unbelievable.
A few days later, Chennault called Hill and the rest of his squadron back to Kunming. The Japanese drove north, threatening to trap the Allied forces in western Burma, including the commander, General Stilwell. From his headquarters at Shuibo, west of Lashio, Stilwell led his staff west toward India. The Japanese were rushing to cut off all escape routes. Stilwell set a grueling pace of 14 miles a day over steep and rugged mountain trails. Cut off from the world, listed as missing in action, the 59-year-old general led the column on a 10-day trek to safety without the loss of a single life. The Burma Road was China's only lifeline to the west, and now it, too, was blocked. It was critical to the Allies that China should remain in the war. Nearly half of Japan's army, some 750,000 men, were fighting in China, holding the coastal cities against Chinese counterattacks and exploiting China's vast natural resources. If China sued for peace, Japan could shift its troops in China to battlefronts in the Pacific Islands, Malaysia, and Burma. The Emperor's armies could threaten Australia. They could attack India, Britain's most important colony in the region. Grinding across India to the Middle East, Japan might forge a geographical link with its principal ally, Nazi Germany.
That's sort of a what-if proposition, that what if the Japanese had pushed on through India and India had come to their sides as certainly the Japanese had hoped and certainly some of the Indians had hoped, and the Germans on their hand had broken through the Suez Canal and linked up with the Japanese. Actually, I think that had that happened, both nations have been so exhausted that they would have probably collapsed because it was really beyond their reach. But there was a danger that the Japanese might get to India, and there were two types of people who opposed the British. There were the Gandhi types, who were nonviolent, and then there was a Chandra Bose, who it's spelled B-O-S-E, but it's pronounced something like Bouget. And they were violent. They wanted to use arms against the British. So it's conceivable that there could have been a link up there, and they could have gotten some help from the Indians. Japan had an opportunity early in the war, perhaps, to make a thrust into India, and they elected not to because of British resistance. Also, I don't know that the Indian population would have responded to Japan any more readily than they were responding to the British. I don't think they wanted to trade one conqueror for another. There was an element in India under Bose who were wanting independence for India and who subsequently collaborated with the Axis. But as a mass uprising of the Indian people or a mass movement of the Indian people against the British, I just don't see it happening.
China's supply line had to stay open. With all land and sea routes blocked, the Allies proposed a daring plan to supply China by air. The task was assigned to the United States 10th Air Force. The U.S. Army Air Force had no experience creating a continuous airlift, an air bridge, so it called on officers who had experience with the new Air Corps Ferrying Command, or with civilian air carriers. On 8 April 1942, launching from the RAF airfield at Dinjan in India's Assam state, two borrowed DC-3s carried 8,000 gallons of aviation fuel for the Flying Tigers, the first trip over the Himalayas to Kunming, China. By the end of April, the Army Air Force had established a more or less regular air service between India and China. With a ragtag fleet of 27 aircraft, they hauled in supplies and brought out wounded. Pilots flying the Hump from India to China faced winds of up to 200 miles per hour, violent turbulence, aircraft icing, and instrument weather conditions. With cargo loads far above their rated weights, the C-47s and DC-3s clawed their way to altitude, skirting mountains that soared to 25,000 feet.
The men who flew what we now call the Hump were extraordinary in that every flight could have wound up as a fatality by something as simpler as a bird strike into your carburetor, taking out one engine, because you were forcing the airplanes that they had, and initially largely C-47s, later C-46s, to fly almost at their maximum capability. To fly at that altitude, you had to use a supercharger on the C-47 engines, and that's a laborious process that you go through, and you feel as you do it that you just hope that the engine keeps running because you've got to make the control manipulations in a certain way. But you're flying at an altitude in which the air is thin, you're on oxygen, and the weather can be suddenly catastrophic. And the losses were terrible. They would lose airplanes and with no hope of recovery. I mean, you didn't land in a meadow and somebody flew a helicopter in to rescue you. You went into a mountain peak and were killed. And they called it, as you know, the aluminum trail because of so many aircraft crashes across it.
In March 1942, Allied Command designated the Far East as the China-Burma-India Theater, or CBI, under the command of General Joseph Stilwell. But the European and Pacific theaters of war would continue to get the lion's share of men, materials, and press coverage. By late April, the Japanese controlled most of Burma. British forces were fleeing to India. The Chinese forces in Burma were scattered and on the run. The Japanese had captured Lashio, the western end of the Burma Road, and the road lay open to China and Kunming. 400 miles beyond Kunming lay Chongqing, China's capital and Chiang Kai-shek's headquarters. At Lashio, in Burma, the 56th Red Dragon Armored Division, an elite Japanese unit, was fat with captured supplies and ready to strike. If the Japanese chose to drive east toward Chongqing, only weak forces would oppose them. Chongqing would fall, and with it, all of China. In early May, the 56th Armored Division turned eastward. Chennault sent reconnaissance flights down the Burma Road from Kunming. His pilots reported that the Japanese armored column was moving toward the Sawen River, slowed only by mobs of refugees and fleeing Chinese soldiers. On 4 May, the Japanese vanguard was near the west bank of the Sawen River. East of the river, the road to Kunming lay open to the invaders. Chennault was seriously alarmed. He knew the power of the 56th Armored Division, and he knew that if Kunming fell, the AVG's supply line over the Himalayas from India would be cut off. The transport planes flying over the Hump could reach Kunming, but Chongqing was out of range. And without that supply line, the AVG could not fight, and China would fall.
Essentially, Japan could never have conquered all of China. The Chinese could have just kept retreating, and there would never been enough Japanese available to control the areas. And the Japanese were not interested in doing that. They were interested in controlling the areas that had resources that were useful to them, the ports and the arable areas.
But if the Chinese lay down their arms, Japan could shift vast armies out of China to the Pacific Islands, Malaysia, and the Indian frontier. The Sawen River is one of the longest free-flowing rivers in the world. It tumbles 1,750 miles from glaciers high on the Tibetan Plateau through China, Burma, and Thailand to the Andaman Sea. It is an untamed river, navigable only in the last 50 miles from its mouth. From China into central Burma, it flows through the Grand Canyon of the East, a magnificent gorge up to 13,000 feet deep. Where the Burma Road crosses the Sawen, the canyon is several miles wide and a mile deep. From the canyon's west rim, the Burma Road plunges down 20 miles of narrow, tortuous switchbacks to reach the Hoi Ting Bridge across the river. From the east bank, the road climbs another 20 miles of switchbacks to escape the canyon. On 4 May, the head of the Japanese column reached the west bank of the Sawen River. Chennault knew the Japanese advance had to be stopped, and the Sawen was the place to stop it. But he was reluctant to send the AVG to bomb and strafe the enemy column without orders from Chongqing. The Japanese armored column was moving up the Burma Road between lines of fleeing civilians and unarmed Chinese soldiers. An aerial attack would kill or injure scores, if not hundreds, of the helpless refugees crowded along the road. There was little choice. If the Japanese were to be stopped, Chennault's fighters had to attack. But Chennault did not want to make that decision alone. From Kunming on 6 May, he sent an urgent telegram to Madame Chiang Kai-shek. "I consider the situation desperate," he told Madame Chiang. If the Japanese crossed the Sawen, they could drive to Kunming in their captured Chinese trucks. The Burma Road and its bridges must be destroyed, he told her. The Japanese advance must be blocked. That same day, Chennault sent 6 Tupolev bombers to strike Japanese truck convoys that were heading toward the Sawen from the west. Deep in the gorge, the remnants of the Chinese 36th Division failed to stop the Japanese at the river. Chinese soldiers blew up the bridge, then fled. A few advance elements of the Red Dragon Division crossed the Sawen, but the main column was halted, waiting for an engineer battalion to erect a pontoon bridge that would carry its tanks, trucks, armored cars, and artillery across the water. From the west bank, the huge column stretched up the 20 miles of switchbacks to the plateau and beyond, to the west. Madame Chiang replied to Chennault's telegram early the next day, the 7th of May. she ordered him to attack the Japanese column with all available AVG. Immediately, Chennault ordered Tex Hill to attack the vehicles on the west wall of the gorge. Hill chose 3 other pilots from his Panda Bear squadron: Ed Rector, Frank Lawler, and Tom Jones, all ex-Navy pilots.
On May the 7th, when I was asked to lead a mission, the Chinese had blown the bridge, the main bridge there, but the Japanese had started building a pontoon bridge across. So I took a force of 8 planes. 4 of us were Navy guys that come out of a dive bombing squadron. And we were loaded up with these big Russian bombs of 550 pounds roughly, and some frags on the wing.
The P-40 is not a dive bomber. A bomb released in a near vertical dive would hit the plane's propeller before it hit the target. Most of the Flying Tiger's P-40s weren't even equipped to carry bombs. But a month earlier, 1st Squadron had received a few of the new P-40E models, equipped with bomb shackles. The AVG mechanics had modified a few of the older P-40Bs so their belly tank shackles could carry 550-pound bombs. Hill and his companions took off that morning carrying fragmentation bombs and heavy demolition bombs. 4 P-40Bs from Arvid Olsen's Hell's Angels squadron flew top cover for Hill's fighter bombers. The 8 fighters flew the 200 miles to the Salween through drenching rain. They landed at Yunnan-Yi to refuel, then took off again into more rain squalls. Near the gorge, the fighter formation broke into the clear. Bright sun and blue skies revealed a river and landscape of breathtaking beauty. And hundreds of armored vehicles and trucks and thousands of Japanese troops packed onto the switchbacks from the river to the canyon's west rim and along the road on the plateau above. Nates and Oscars should have protected the massive Japanese armored column, but to Hill's surprise, no Japanese fighter planes were visible. The engineers had already completed part of the span that would carry the column across the river. At a signal from Hill, the 4 Flying Tigers slid into single file and roared into their attack. Massed together, the Japanese could put up a storm of small arms fire. The Tigers' only defense was speed. Hill and his companions pushed their throttles to the stops and dove toward the canyon. From a 60-degree dive, Hill released his demolition bomb to strike just beneath the canyon's rim, where the road began its twisting 20-mile descent.
I got up there and I saw that that pontoon bridge wasn't all the way across. Where that road winds down, that gorge is about a mile deep, and the road is cut back into the mountain. And so I was lucky enough to hit the road above with a bomb and knock the edge of the road off.
The 550-pound bomb slammed into the cliffside, precisely on target, and exploded. As Hill's P-40 peeled away, in a gut-wrenching turn, huge slabs of rock and earth tumbled onto the roadway, crushing and burying men and vehicles on the upper switchbacks. The blast from Hill's bomb destroyed the roadway at the canyon's rim, trapping the densely packed Japanese column in the gorge.
And when I hit above it, and I had a landslide, they could shovel it off. And it wouldn't be any big problem. But when I knocked the edge of that road off, now they got to excavate back into that mountain, and that's rock, you know.
Behind Hill, Rector and the others, one by one, loosed their bombs and bullets onto the hapless Japanese column. Boulders, rock slides, earth, and vehicles tumbled down the slope, crushing trucks and men below or sweeping them off the roadway into thin air. The canyon gave the Japanese no cover from air attack. Like stair steps, each loop of the twisting roadway offered only a sheer wall on one side and a precipitous drop on the other. The column's only defense against the Tigers was to shoot back, but confusion and panic blunted that response. Again and again, the 4 panda bears swept into the canyon, raining fire on the Japanese. When their guns were empty, they signaled to Olson's Hell's Angels flying top cover. Olson's boys roared into the gorge, making pass after pass to strafe the enemy until their ammunition was exhausted. As the P-40s climbed away and turned toward Kunming, the Japanese were already struggling to open a way back to the plateau. Below them, the switchbacks and the cliffs were littered with crushed and burning vehicles and dead and wounded men. In single file, the Kitty Hawks attacked in a straight line to avoid careening into the canyon walls, sometimes passing a mere 100 feet from their targets. Pulling up sharply at the end of a strafing run, the P-40s tended to mush, and each pilot held his breath, hoping his plane would not pancake onto the river instead of climbing to safety. When the 4 P-40s from the 1st Squadron had exhausted their fragmentation bombs and ammunition, the 8 Kitty Hawks flying top cover dove in to take their turns at the killing ground. Like the day before, the Japanese fighter planes that should have been protecting the armored column were nowhere to be seen. All of the Flying Tigers returned safely to Kunming, though some of their planes were riddled with holes from Japanese ground fire. In the canyon, the Japanese remained trapped in the open.
For 3 days, they had no place to go. I mean, we slaughtered these guys. I don't know how many people we killed there, bombing and strafing them for 3 days.
Over the next few days, Chennault's P-40 fighters and Tupolev bombers attacked the Red Dragon Division in the gorge and west on the plateau. On the 9th of May, 2 days after Tex Hill's first attack, the Chinese 36th Division crossed the river north of the Burma Road to harass the Japanese on the plateau west of the Sawen. By the 12th of May, the battle was over. The pontoon bridge that the Japanese had tried to throw across the river was a useless wreck. The roadway from the river's edge to the west rim of the canyon was all but destroyed. The canyon's western slope and the road leading west from the gorge were littered with the hulks of Japanese vehicles and the corpses of Japanese soldiers. The Chinese army dug in on the east bank of the river and stayed. The Japanese never again ventured into the Sawen Gorge on the Burma Road. They placed a token force on the western rim and lobbed cannon shells across the river until they were driven off 2 years later. The American transport planes continued to fly over the Hump from India to Kunming, bringing in vital supplies for the AVG and other Allied units fighting the Japanese in China, Thailand, and Burma. Chongqing did not fall. Nationalist China continued to fight on the Allied side, though Chiang Kai-shek kept most of his forces in reserve, saving them for a war against the Chinese Communists. For the Allied military and the American public, both hungry for good news of the war, the battle at the Sawen River offered a rare victory and heroes worth celebrating. The Imperial Japanese Army and Navy, steamrolling their way across Asia and the Pacific, could be stopped. They would be stopped.
Here was news coming from a group that was defeating the Japanese in the air. We weren't getting beat by them. We were establishing victory. So it was a wonderful moral tonic.
Did the battle at the Sawen River Gorge really change the war? Did it turn the tide in China and Asia? Some historians argue that it did not. The Japanese, some say, had stretched their supply lines to the limit and could not advance farther east. Some argue that the Japanese meant only to trap the Chinese army at the Sawen, that they never intended to attack Kunming or Chongqing. In truth, no one still living knows for sure what the Japanese intended or what an elite Japanese armored division would have done or been ordered to do if it had bridged the Sawen and reached the plateau on the eastern bank. But certain facts are clear. Japanese units in China operated with far more autonomy than the highly centralized German military.
The Japanese government didn't have the same control over its armed forces. The onset of the Chinese invasion was entirely engineered by the Army without the approval of its superiors. And in the conduct of the war in China, the Army maintained itself with the standard light Japanese division instead of following it with the footsteps that it saw in Europe of the heavier divisions with heavy tanks and heavy artillery. And it conducted campaigns in China almost without regard to the national policy.
The Japanese had overrun Burma, capturing supplies along the way at Rangoon, Toungoo, Lashio, and other Allied bases. Kunming would be a similar prize. The Red Dragon Division did try to cross the Sawen River. Its huge armored column, poised on the western approach, clearly intended to reach the plateau on the eastern side. The Japanese had taken the measure of their enemy, and they knew that the Chinese soldier was poorly trained, poorly equipped, and poorly led. No match for the Imperial Army. Kunming was just 200 miles up the Burma Road, defended by Chinese troops. It was the anchor in China's only remaining supply line, a fat war prize just waiting to be taken. If Kunming had fallen, the Allies' only lifeline to China would have been cut. The Flying Tigers would have been declawed, and Chiang Kai-shek would probably have sued Tokyo for peace. The Americans and the British needed China to continue to fight, to tie down huge Japanese armies, and to provide the base from which to attack Japan itself. At that critical moment, Japan's iron spear was aimed at China's exposed jugular vein. That spear was blunted and turned back at the Sawen River Gorge by the men and the airplanes of the American Volunteer Group.
I don't think people have ever really understood the significance of that Sawen mission, and understand that this could have been an entirely different world, if that mission had failed.
Here was 1942. War had gone badly for the Allies on every front. There wasn't anywhere where things were going well. And all of a sudden we have this victory in China at the Sawen Gorge. And had it been publicized the way it might have been, it would have had about an equal amount of effect on American morale as the Doolittle Raid. It would have been a wonderful thing to have really exploited. But it didn't have the propaganda clout that it should have had.
Through early summer, the AVG continued to harass the Japanese. On July 4, 1942, the American Volunteer Group officially ceased to exist. It became the 23rd Fighter Group, U.S. Army Air Force. Chennault was promoted to Brigadier General commanding the 14th Air Force in China. His new superior, General Clayton Bissell, offered immediate commissions to any Tiger who would stay on in the 23rd Fighter Group. But the men disliked and distrusted Bissell, and only 5 pilots stayed on: Tex Hill, Ed Richter, and 3 other Panda Bears. It was the same Clayton Bissell with whom Chennault had so openly disagreed during the pre-war bomber mafia days. Hill returned to the States on New Year's Eve 1942. After 10 days in Washington, reporting on the situation in China, he was assigned to Eglin Army Air Force Base in Florida. On a brief trip home to Victoria, Texas, he met 19-year-old Maisie Sale.
I saw this good-looking blonde over there in church, and I told Brother Sam, I said, man, I need to meet that gal. So he made arrangements for it, and I went over to their home in Victoria.
Tex was a big deal because he'd been in Life and Time and a lot of magazine, a lot of newspaper stories about the Flying Tigers, and John Wayne had made a movie and played Tex's part in that movie. And Tex came in, and he walked in the front door and put out his hand to shake hands with me. And I've always said that if he had put out his hand and said, "How do you do? Will you marry me?" I would have said, "How do you do? Yes, I want to spend the rest of my life with you." And that's been almost 63 years, and I feel that very same way to this day.
Maisie broke a date with a Navy cadet to spend the evening with Tex.
We had two air bases there, and all those cadets running at this sweet young thing, you know. And boy, she was having a ball with them. She had so many boyfriends, and she was a hell of a tap dancer. She could jump off the floor up on the table and tap. And so anyway, I said, well, you guys are trying to contaminate that sweet young thing. I better get her out of here.
10 days after their first meeting, Tex and Maisie were married. After just a few months in the States, Tex returned to China. Chennault had asked him to come back to command the 23rd Fighter Group. Through the end of the war, the 23rd Fighter Group was in the midst of much of the fighting in China. Always small and ill-equipped, the group took a heavy toll on Japanese aircraft, shipping, and armies. Home on leave, Tex was at the Rose Bowl game on New Year's Day, 1945. There he met General Hap Arnold, Chief of Army Air Forces, at a pre-game gathering. Arnold told Tex he was disappointed in the way the Air Force had lost so many bases to the Japanese in eastern China.
He said, I think you guys could handle this situation over there. And I said, well, we could have if it had anything to do it with, and that started it. I said, we couldn't get replacement airplanes, and the ones we did get were a bunch of junk, war-weary stuff that came out of Barstow, Florida. He said, we've never given used airplanes for replacement airplanes. I said, well, General, I don't know where you get your information. I sure as hell know what I got. And so then I told him we couldn't get pilots. He said, we got 3,000 surplus pilots. I said, well, if you don't get them in the hands of people who can use them, you might as well not have trained them. Boy, I was hot. I'd lost some awful good guys because they could, you know, just flying them to death. But so about that time, Mosley pulled him off of me. And he said, I want to tell you something. I said, General, I don't want to forget that. Sure enough, the next morning, boy, they had me out of bed at 5:30 in the morning when we were back in Washington. He had already had guys checking into it. I found out what I told him was true. And they covered us up with P-51Ds. He took care of it right away, and he just flooded that area with pilots. But, you know, the war was almost over.
In 7 months of combat, the pilots of the American Volunteer Group claimed 297 enemy aircraft destroyed, including 229 aerial kills. 19 Flying Tigers became aces. In combat against the AVG, the Japanese lost 400 pilots and crewmen, including 4 group commanders. The Flying Tigers lost just 14 pilots killed, captured, or missing, plus 6 more who died in training accidents. In its fight against the Japanese, the AVG was more successful than any other fighter group in the CBI theater.
They established an American presence. They showed that the American guys were brave, that we were willing to die for our country, and it inspired people, and it continues to inspire people. The shark nose insignia still elicits the same response. People go in and analyze the combat records and minimize the number of Japanese airplanes that were shot down. None of it really makes any difference. The important thing is that they were there. They were only people who were being successful during a period in time in which we were being shellacked by Japan from one end of Asia to the other, and for that they were invaluable.
Well, it was true that we were mercenaries, but Then when the Japanese hit Pearl Harbor, then we were involved. Our country was involved in the war. And what brought us together is that was necessity, you know. It was teamwork together, and we had a hardcore that had flown together. We didn't have people rotating through us. Chennault molded us into with 3 different branches, and one of the finest fighting outfits in the world. The hardcore, to this good day, really outstanding guys, and we're like family, and we cooperated in everything once the war started, and we got involved in it, and our people really turned to win this thing.
Tex Hill's favorite saying was, "If you want to have a friend, you have to be a friend." In its darkest days, China had no better friend than Tex Hill and the Flying Tigers of the American Volunteer Group.